Ian believed himself to be merely a young wizard with a slight talent, who could become stronger through sheer effort. However, as the narrative unfolded, he gradually began to realize that the mentors guiding him in the art of magic were not just once-renowned powerhouses, but characters frequently mentioned in various legendary tales. Point 1. The Diviner, Ian Prince, in London. A city shrouded in thick fog, the streets appeared rather desolate. A young boy was tidying up his stall, preparing to head home early. He wore a black hat and a black trench coat, drawing attention to his face, where one could observe his prominent nose and perfectly curved lips. When he smiled, he exuded an undeniable charm, making it evident that he was a boy easily capable of winning the affections of women, particularly those of a more mature age. Just as the boy was about to leave, a gentle voice called out from behind him. "Little Diviner, do you have time?" Ian Prince turned around to find a graceful lady reflected in his green eyes. She was clad in a blue plaid high-neck dress, accompanied by an adorable brown-haired girl whose hair was as messy as a bird's nest. Of course, fate has granted me an extra moment, evidently to await this occasion. Ian Prince immediately assumed his role and began his business. His polished rhetoric belied his youth. He spoke with an eloquence that seemed far beyond that of a mere child. Every divination offers a glimpse into the future. If you would be so kind, may I know your esteemed name, madam? You may call me Mrs. Granger. The lady gazed at Ian Prince's meticulously sculpted features and found him exceedingly endearing. It must be said, those who possess striking looks often find it easier to garner the favor of others. Ian, with his mere appearance, could easily capture the hearts of many young girls, let alone the affections of the matron before him. "Very well, Mrs. Granger, what would you like to inquire about?" Ian smiled as he rearranged his divination tools out of course. "It pertains to Mrs. Granger," began to speak, but the little girl beside her abruptly interjected, pulling away from her mother and rushing to Ian's small table. "Do not attempt to deceive us with such tricks. This is nothing more than a psychological ruse. There is no such thing as divination or magic in this world. Behind any mysterious means lies magic, sleight of hand, and deceit. Science has long rendered its verdict. You might consider reading the lies of the Middle Ages," Ian replied, unfazed by the girl's skepticism, his demeanor cheerful and accommodating. The girl, despite her delicate features, attempted to appear fierce, creating an amusing contrast that made her simultaneously endearing and formidable. Her mother's expression shifted, ready to scold her. Ian raised his hand to halt Mrs. Granger's advance. "A commendable suggestion. I have a recommendation for you as well. The New Principles in Numerical Divination is an excellent read you might consider," he said, responding to the girl's challenge with a smile that provoked a sense of frustration within her. Her doll-like face turned a deeper shade of red. "There is no magic in this world," the girl reiterated emphatically. "What if there is?" Ian tilted his head, gazing at the girl who was just slightly shorter than he. "Then I shall eat your table," she declared with utmost certainty. "Oh, very well, Miss Hermione Granger. I shall remember your words. Those who do not keep their promises often find themselves bald in adulthood," Ian replied, his smile brimming with delight. "How do you know my name?" Hermione Granger gasped, startled. She quickly turned to her mother, who was equally astonished by Ian's knowledge. "Shall we begin, Mrs. Granger?" Ian maintained an air of mystery as he shuffled his tarot cards and laid 4 of them on the table. His previous performances as a diviner had never been so exhilarating. Look at the little girl, who had now hidden behind her mother. "You must be playing some trick. Don't believe him, Mama," Hermione Granger insisted, still staunchly materialistic, though she dared not approach the diviner who had so readily spoken her name. "That we seek divination, Mr. Diviner," Mrs. Granger said, her eyes sparkling, disregarding her daughter's protests. Her tone had taken on a much more serious and earnest quality. Ian ignored Hermione's glaring eyes and gestured for Mrs. Granger to select a tarot card. Without hesitation, Mrs. Granger made her choice. Upon revealing the card, Ian raised an eyebrow and offered her a faint smile. "It is the Fool, madam." Upon hearing this, Hermione's expression remained defiant, yet her ears perked up with interest. Mrs. Granger clasped her hands, filled with anticipation. "Mr. Diviner, what does this signify?" Ian bowed slightly, gesturing, "That is for you to ponder. What were you thinking about when you revealed this card?" Mrs. Granger nodded, her expression one of realization. "That I wish to know if, a year from now, my daughter Hermione will gain admission to her ideal school." The majority of parents in this world primarily concern themselves with their children's futures. Ian often encountered such inquiries. However, he feigned a look of sudden comprehension. "Ah, so you seek to divine for your daughter," Ian exclaimed, his tone convincingly astonished. "Yes, young diviner. Can you reveal the outcome?" Mrs. Granger said, as she reached into her bag and handed Ian £5. Ian smiled gently, his gaze drifting toward Hermione. That moment, the little girl appeared curious about Ian, yet upon catching his eye, she quickly averted her gaze, striving to project indifference. Nevertheless, her occasional glances toward him betrayed a considerable curiosity regarding the outcome of the divination, but a contradiction of words and feelings, yet entirely reasonable. After all, she is a future witch, one of the three formidable figures in the original narrative, born into a muggle family, yet endowed with the innate talent of a wizard, inherently possessing the curiosity that drives wizards to explore the unknown. Of course, not a problem. Ian Prince replied with a gentle smile, picking up the Fool Tarot card from the table and addressing Mrs. Granger slowly. This signifies a new beginning and adventure. Next year, your daughter will attend the school most suited for her, and she will achieve extraordinary accomplishments, becoming a prominent figure admired by many. Ian had been setting up his stall for a while, his tone never so resolute. Mrs. Granger immediately broke into a broad smile, clearly elated. Hermione, however, merely pursed her lips in silence. Yet, from the slight upward curve of her mouth, one could discern that she was in high spirits. "Thank you, young diviner," Mrs. Granger said, her face radiant with satisfaction as she waved goodbye to Ian. Beside her, Hermione eagerly tugged at her mother to leave. After taking just a few steps outside, she couldn't help but turn back and make a playful, fierce expression at Ian. Ian, glancing at the Fool Tarot card in his hand, raised his voice slightly in mischievous delight. "Oh, by the way, in the future, she will also have 2 lovely children." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Granger turned in surprise, her eyebrows raised as she responded with a smile. "Wow, I actually think 2 children might be a bit too few. I certainly won't be having children," Hermione exclaimed, her face flushed. Mrs. Granger affectionately ruffled her hair. Ian, opting for silence, gave a slight bow. "Do visit us again, Mrs. Granger." His voice was soft. "Thank you, young diviner," Mrs. Granger said as she departed with Hermione. Ian began to pack up his stall, just then catching a faint sound of Hermione's irritated voice. "Mom, divination is not scientific. He must have overheard our conversation to know my name. These people just spout flowery words." At that moment, Mrs. Granger gently patted Hermione's head. "Oh, Hermione, why take it to heart? It's just £5, which is insignificant to us, but could provide a meal for that child. If circumstances allowed, what child your age would take to the streets to beg? His clothes are riddled with patches. He is a poor child." The voices grew fainter. Ian then looked down at his own attire. Indeed, it was somewhat worn. This was actually a piece of clothing he received as a donation from kind-hearted individuals just last year. Every year, he received clothing donations, but in the orphanage, after a few encounters with Gilly, this is how the garment ended up. Gilly was a cat, the only pet companion of the orphans in that square, eerie, ancient orphanage. In reality, it was just a stray cat that had wandered in and chose to stay. Another fruitful day, Ian Prince mused as he finished packing up his stall. He had earned about £50 today, a considerable sum for a child. Of course, to achieve such an income, Ian certainly possessed qualities that set him apart from others. Name, Ian Prince. Profession, Bloodline Sorcerer. Magic level, level 4. Skills, Linguistics proficiency, level 3. 23400. Biological anatomy, level 4. 796,800. Free fighting, level 3. 85400. Psychology, level 6. 423200. Extraordinary trait of psychology, cognitive perception. Indeed, Ian possessed an attribute panel, but there were no system tasks or charming companion sprites. It was merely a panel that endowed him with the trait of effort leads to strength. It was quite rudimentary, yet it was highly practical, as long as one could see the rewards of their efforts. For most, it served as a sufficient motivation, not to mention that skill upgrades would bestow Ian with additional benefits. Extraordinary traits. An extraordinary trait is a skill that grants some enhanced attributes once it reaches level 5, allowing Ian to gain powerful characteristics derived from that skill. If a skill could be developed to level 10, it would yield even more formidable legendary traits. However, Ian had yet to successfully cultivate a single level 10 skill. Gaining proficiency was not so easily accomplished. For instance, today he only earned 5 points in psychology proficiency, requiring him a charm over 3,000. Individuals to level up. Well, it wouldn't be fair to say he was merely charming. Providing emotional value is also a form of contribution, is it not? It was precisely through his cognitive perception that Ian discerned the thoughts of many clients, allowing him to thrive in the divination business and gain a modicum of fame in this neighborhood. A small victory does not equate to success. Ian reflected on his unique advantage as he returned to the orphanage, a classic opening for a traveler. "Hey, Ian, wait a moment. Don't go back just yet. The Santa Claus has arrived." Ian returned to the dilapidated orphanage. Pushing a small cart, a crowd of children surrounded him, and Ian spotted a fleeting figure in the distance. "Nonsense. It's obviously Gandalf." He corrected the child's statement that moment. His emotions were quite complex. He had been anticipating this day. However, he hadn't expected it to arrive so swiftly. nor that the visitor would be Albus Dumbledore. As he observed the old man with a white beard striding toward the headmaster's office, Ian Prince felt a twinge of confusion. Strange. Isn't it customary for Hogwarts to first send an owl and then dispatch a professor for an explanation? Dumbledore stood in the corridor of the Woo's orphanage, surveying his surroundings with a gaze steeped in complex memories. The decor appeared largely unchanged over the years. Madame Elena, I have come regarding Ian Prince. Upon entering the office, he felt as though his presence dispelled any lingering chill within the room. He was there to fulfill an academic requirement. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting a gentle and enigmatic glow upon Dumbledore's silver hair and beard, bestowing a soft luminescence upon the venerable wizard. "Oh, this is indeed delightful," exclaimed Elena, the headmistress, a woman of 50 with gray hair and a warm smile. She graciously invited Dumbledore to take a seat and prepared for him a cup of rather inexpensive red tea, imbued with a somewhat stale flavor. "Ian Prince is a good child, and quite precocious," she continued. "He tends to play apart from the other children, often pursuing his own interests." Dumbledore pondered Elena's introduction. Setting aside the cup of tea she had poured for him. "Madame Elena, are you suggesting that Ian Prince is a rather solitary child?" His penetrating gaze momentarily startled the headmistress. She quickly shook her head in clarification. No, you misunderstand me. Perhaps I should explain it this way. Ian is simply an exceptionally mature child. While the other children wish to play with him, he prefers not to engage with them." After a brief pause, she added, "Ian once remarked that the children's games of house were rather tedious and too juvenile. He would rather spend his time observing birds." "Bird-watching? An admirable pastime," Dumbledore mused, seemingly relieved. He joked, "It seems he may one day acquire an owl." Elena paused for a moment, her smile lingering as she continued to speak fondly of Ian. Although he finds the other children immature, he is quite caring towards his younger siblings. At just 11 years old, he secretly ventures out to earn money, which he uses to buy flour and vegetables, ensuring that each child's birthday is remembered. He even treats his siblings to sweets. Elena spoke with a sense of pride, but her expression shifted to one of sadness as she sighed, burdened by the weight of responsibility. The current societal climate is indeed harsh. It is increasingly difficult for the orphanage to receive donations. Regrettably, it falls upon a child to earn money from the outside world. Elena appeared quite distressed. "You need not blame yourself. You have done more than enough. The changes here are significant, and I can sense them." Dumbledore even used an honorific that suggested he regarded Elena as if she were half a century younger. He was genuinely comforting her. "Have you been here before?" Elena asked, somewhat astonished. "This is not my first visit," Dumbledore replied with a slight smile. Elena chose not to pursue the matter further. Her concerns focused instead on the topic of adoption. "Sir, if you intend to take Ian from the orphanage, please believe me when I say he is a wonderful child." Elena sincerely hoped that such a thoughtful boy would find a suitable home. "May I meet him?" Dumbledore inquired with a smile. Under the influence of the confounding charm, some of Elena's perceptions would deviate from reality, and there was no need for correction. "Of course. Certainly, sir," Ms. Elena exclaimed with delight, rising to address Dumbledore. "Please wait for me a moment." As she stepped outside, she spotted Ian, who had just returned to the yard. A look of eager joy appeared on her face as she waved at him, calling out, "Ian, come here for a moment." Ian was pushing a small cart when another child rushed over to hug him. "Ian, it seems a big event is about to happen for you. Hurry, don't keep Miss Elena waiting." In the orphanage, being adopted was always referred to as a major event. After all, for these homeless children, nothing was more significant than the prospect of finding a family. Yet, Ian was different. He understood that this was not merely an adoption. With a heart full of trepidation, he was led to the office. Indeed, it was him. After having stolen a glance previously, he now confirmed that the man in the office was Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts and the greatest wizard of this century. "Do not be nervous," Ian heard Dumbledore say, even before he could speak. "Child, I need to tell you a truth. You are a wizard." Under Ian's feigned expression of surprise, Dumbledore's gaze was profound. "You must have realized early on that you are different from others." His eyes appeared clear, possessing a childlike purity. Ian hesitated to answer immediately. He first glanced up at Ms. Elena, noticing her expression remained unchanged, as if she had not heard the old man speak at all. "Is this the confounding charm?" he thought, forcing himself to remain calm. He averted his gaze from Dumbledore. "Indeed, I noticed this quite early on. Sometimes when I fixate on a cup of water, I can cause the water within to ripple slightly. Is this the essence of a wizard's power?" Ian did not feign ignorance. His response elicited a knowing nod from Dumbledore. "Yes, that is the magic residing within you. At times, when you're angered by certain matters, the fluctuations of this magic can become more pronounced." Dumbledore spoke with a gentle tone. Yet, To Ian, these words felt somewhat like baiting. What does it mean for the magic to fluctuate more intensely when one is angry? I'm not some Tom Riddle. Sir, I seldom feel anger towards others, for being swayed by emotions does not resolve issues. Ian maintained a calm and soft-spoken demeanor in his reply. Dumbledore appeared quite pleased with this answer, chuckling softly as his beard trembled with each nod. You are a very astute child. Miss Elena did not speak amiss. You are indeed quite mature for your age. As he spoke, Dumbledore's aged eyes regarded Ian with a slow deliberation. Hogwarts is the magical institution that every wizard around the globe aspires to join. There, you shall learn all forms of sorcery and encounter wondrous magical creatures. Do not be anxious, Mr. Ian Prince. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, I extend to you a formal invitation, hoping you will choose to study at Hogwarts. At last, the moment had arrived. Ian Prince felt a surge of nerves. Although in his previous life, he had only viewed a few films set in Hogwarts and read a handful of Hermione fanfiction. He had certainly heard of the esteemed Professor X at Hogwarts. Ian genuinely worried that Dumbledore might behave as those conspiracy-laden fanfictions portrayed. Is there some concern? Dumbledore perceived Ian's emotions and, assuming he harbored reservations about Hogwarts, gently reassured him. At Hogwarts, there are flying hippogriffs, trees that can strike, and most importantly, a group of children your age with whom you will learn magic together. Do not fret about the process of learning magic, Ian. In fact, this very orphanage has produced a remarkable wizard in the past. Dumbledore suddenly seemed lost in reminiscence, his tone tinged with nostalgia. Upon hearing this, Ian grew even more anxious. Why was he so tense? It was clear he was well aware of just how extraordinary the man from this orphanage had been. Is that wizard still at Hogwarts? Ian mustered the courage to feign curiosity. Dumbledore, pulled from his reverie by Ian's voice, shook his head. In truth, he had long departed from Hogwarts and had, unfortunately, strayed from his path. Dumbledore spoke with great gravity. Ian initially believed he would continue with some critical remarks, but to his surprise, the elder shifted his tone, expressing a blend of regret and sorrow as he slowly articulated. However, this does not diminish his extraordinary achievements. Rather, he could have ventured further. Ian gazed at Dumbledore in apparent confusion, yet myriad thoughts swirled within him. Dumbledore's seemingly wistful words, were they a warning or a test? Curse this dreadful paranoia. Ian chastised himself, blaming the Harry Potter fanfiction that fueled his imagination. He endeavored to suppress his wild thoughts. Child, have you made a decision? Dumbledore's voice resonated in his ears. Well, I suppose I shall give it a try. Ian had awaited this moment and would certainly not decline. A wise choice in half a month. Hogwarts will send you an acceptance letter, and someone will accompany you to procure the necessary items for your enrollment. Dumbledore smiled at Ian. Ian shrugged and politely declined. I'm sorry, sir, but even if I wish to enroll, it is futile, as I lack the funds to pay the tuition. Dumbledore had already risen, retrieving his hat from the rack. At that moment, Eliana suddenly stood and addressed Dumbledore. Thank you. In half a month, Ian will certainly go. Ian was taken aback. Quickly realizing the power of the Confundus charm, he wondered what scene Eliana had witnessed, yet it was evident she could not perceive the true dialogue between him and Dumbledore. Dumbledore did not engage with Eliana, but smiled at Ian instead. You need not worry about finances. First, the school has a scholarship fund, and second, the person who will come to collect you will not require any payment. He feels a profound sense of obligation towards you. As he spoke, Dumbledore took a step forward. Ian, momentarily stunned, rose to watch Dumbledore stride towards the door. Who? My parents? Am I truly a pure blood? This revelation caught Ian off guard. It was not his place to unveil such answers. Dumbledore merely winked, gesturing a farewell to Ian, his tone laden with significance. Child, you'll know in due time. With that, he departed without a backward glance, while Eliana joyfully escorted him out. Ian opened his mouth to speak, but uttered nothing, turning instead to retreat to his room. That night, he lay in bed, pondering Dumbledore's unexpected visit. Was it due to Wool's orphanage, or was it because he was meant to bear the surname Grindelwald or Riddle? Or perhaps, is this truly my lineage, the princely bloodline? Does the original work even mention such a pure blood surname? As these thoughts swirled within him, Ian felt a heaviness settle over his eyes. In the next moment, he transitioned slowly from slumber to wakefulness, as though he had crossed an unseen threshold. A delicate light at the horizon, like a silken ribbon, gracefully entwined with the shifting blue canvas above. The distant woods resembled a fairy tale realm, with verdant trees glistening with dew. A small bird flitted past the treetops, its song bright and melodious. Under this picturesque sky, everything was rendered in dreamy hues. as if one were ensconced within an exquisitely crafted painting, bestowing upon the soul an unprecedented sense of tranquility and renewal. Ian opened his eyes to behold the breathtaking scenery before him. "You have returned," a gentle voice resonated in his ears. Almost forgotten, today was Saturday. He turned to see a maiden emerging from the woods, clad in a blue dress, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders, gazing at him with pure innocence. "Ariana, I encountered a rather frightful old man today and forgot to bring you sweets," he confessed to the girl. Ian Puslin, that was the name he bore in this life. Truth be told, he was uncertain how long he had been traversing this realm. Unlike many who simply closed their eyes and awakened in another world, he had not immediately reincarnated following his untimely demise as a university student. His consciousness had wandered through a haze of disjointed memories, filled with indistinct years, as if he were perpetually flying, traversing countless places, witnessing innumerable events that eluded his grasp. In retrospect, Ian could not comprehend why he had such an experience. It felt less like a quest for a lost sheep and more akin to a purposeless, aimless drift of the soul, until the emergence of a light, toward which he soared. It was then that he reopened his eyes to a world both familiar and foreign. As a traveler of realms, Ian possessed the quintessential abilities attributed to such beings. Beyond the attributes panel, his unique talent seemed to lie in traversing the boundary between life and death. Every week, amidst his slumber, he found himself in this peculiar place, referred to by the innocent little girl before him as the enigmatic dreamscape. Indeed, the enigmatic dreamscape, a realm of the deceased in the world of Harry Potter. Some say it serves as a way station to the underworld, while others claim it is the path to rebirth. From his prior knowledge of Harry Potter, Ian recalled that Dumbledore appeared in this dreamscape at a train station after his demise. He speculated that his presence here was perhaps due to his resurrection, a consequence of the wisdom accumulated over 2 lifetimes, or maybe was tied to a glitch within this world. Forgive him for having only watched a few films and read some fanfiction, for had he known he would traverse realms, he would certainly have aspired to be a scholar of the arcane in his previous life. Of course, perhaps even a scholar would have limited knowledge of this place. Otherwise, the enigmatic mirage would not have become the most mysterious area on the original map. You appear somewhat shaken. The girl before you is a specter, unaware of how long she has been dead. Yet, despite this, Ariana retains the innocence and a hint of childishness from her mortal life. She is one of the few friends Ian has in this realm. Ian has always regarded the enigmatic mirage as a treasure trove. Most young wizards awaken their magical powers at level 1, but his prowess is at level 4, a result of his studies in this very place. However, it is not due to the girl before him, for Ariana is merely an ordinary person devoid of magical understanding. Ian's mastery comes from another friend who, regrettably, refuses to teach him true magic, constantly insisting that he is too young. A terrifying old man. Ian emphasizes this with conviction. Why is he termed terrifying? Does he possess a frightful appearance? Ariana inquires with curiosity. As they stroll, Ian shakes his head. No, he does not look frightening. On the contrary, he is quite an elegant elder. However, this old man is rumored to be a voyeur. At least, that is what I have heard. Are you not curious as to why he seeks me out, Ariana? They arrive by a riverbank, where butterflies flit around them in a graceful dance, and a small rabbit peeks out from beneath a tree, observing their figures. Sunlight cascades down, casting a gentle ambience. Why does he come to find you? Does he wish to spy on you while you bathe? The girl's remark leaves Ian momentarily speechless. He came to invite me to attend Hogwarts. Ariana, I am indeed a wizard with residency. Ian proudly boasts as he gazes at the flowing waters. In his previous life, he was not very old. Though he has drifted for a considerable time, he summarizes himself as merely a slightly more adept specter than Ariana. Otherwise, how could they have formed a friendship? There must be some similarity, after all. Hogwarts? I know it. I remember Hogwarts. It is the finest wizarding academy in the world and also the safest place. Ariana exclaims with delight as she looks at Ian. Ian, if you encounter any trouble at Hogwarts, you can seek assistance from my 2 older brothers. They are students there and are remarkably kind-hearted. It is evident that she is quite enthusiastic. However, trouble is undoubtedly on the horizon. Ian dipped his legs into the river, reclining on the grass with a hint of exasperation, slowly asserting, "Your brother is a student. How formidable can he truly be? This year, or perhaps next, I suspect our school will witness the resurgence of the noseless creature, a formidable foe that ordinary people cannot handle." Ian harbored concerns about Voldemort. Although he could avoid any entanglement with the Savior, who could predict whether his studies at school would render him collateral damage? Who would believe that Hogwarts is genuinely the safest haven? The noseless creature? Ariana tilted her head in confusion. Indeed, it is the imminent revival of a grand villain. Perhaps due to the disconnection from reality, and because he was conversing with a friend he had known since childhood, Ian did not conceal his awareness of future events. He had previously divulged many prophetic insights. Yet, Ariana had never expressed curiosity. Is the noseless creature truly powerful? Ian, both of my brothers are quite formidable, Ariana stated earnestly. Ian propped himself up, curiosity ignited. Are your two brothers twins? Upon mentioning twins, Ian's mind immediately conjured images of the Weasley family. However, noticing the difference in Ariana's hair color, and recalling that he had never heard of any Weasley sister who had met an untimely demise, he pondered whether they belonged to another wizarding family, perhaps the 28 pureblood clans. Perplexed, Ian scratched his head and inquired once more, "Can you truly not remember your surname?" Ariana shook her head, her expression tinged with disappointment. Ian blinked. "Then how am I to seek your brother's assistance?" "My brother." Ariana fell into a reverie, struggling to recall any details about her siblings. All she remembered was that she had two brothers who cherished her dearly, and she was waiting for them here. "It seems I am on the verge of entirely forgetting my obsessions and the past," Ariana lamented, her gaze melancholic as she cradled her cheeks and stared at the flowing river. Ian hastily offered comfort, albeit awkwardly, in this nebulous illusion. The soul lingers due to its obsessions. When your attachment dissipates or you forget everything, that is the moment of transition to the next life. It is not necessarily a negative occurrence. Ian looked at Ariana with clarity in his eyes, only to notice her own eyes suddenly glistening with tears. "But my brothers." Ariana's voice quivered. Ian, uncertain how to console her, retrieved the chocolate he had prepared earlier, saying, "Consider it a treat. I had intended to save it for myself." He had thoughtfully purchased the chocolate beforehand and concealed it in his pocket, certainly not having forgotten to bring it. "Ian, you are truly kind." As Ariana beheld the chocolate, her sorrow dissipated and she broke into a smile. After taking a bite, she couldn't help but say, "Actually, I long to see my brothers once more." Ian scratched his head, gazing at the profile of the young girl, and replied, "I shall return and inquire about who has lost a sister. Perhaps, when I inform you, it may evoke memories, allowing you to linger here for a few more years. Death is an inevitable part of life. Endure a little longer, and you shall see them again once they have passed." Ian spoke earnestly to Ariana. Ariana, filled with surprise and gratitude, responded, "Thank you for your comforting words, Ian, but you mustn't resort to killing anyone for the sake of my reunion with my brothers." "Goodness, are you suggesting I explore new avenues?" Ian replied, rolling his eyes in disbelief. "Do you take me for some malevolent fiend?" he exclaimed, feigning innocence. "The witch residing in the castle claims you possess such qualities." Ariana chuckled at Ian's perplexity. "The witch in the castle, you say?" Ian turned to glance over his shoulder toward the castle concealed within the forest, of which he had heard whispers. However, the elusive mirage was vast, and his abilities did not yet permit him to navigate its many regions. At that moment, a chill sensation enveloped his palm. Ian turned to find Ariana holding his hand, her face radiant with a smile. "Ian, thank you for your kindness. This is also a congratulatory gift for your admission," she said. As she spoke, Ian felt warmth radiating from her hand. Looking down, he saw a vivid red hue flowing from Ariana into his own. A delicate pattern briefly emerged on the back of his hand before vanishing. "What is this?" Ian began to inquire, but just then, the surroundings became surreal, and the figures before him blurred. He understood that departure was imminent and made no attempt to resist. "See you next week." Ian smiled and waved goodbye. Ariana returned the gesture. "See you next week. May fortune smile upon you." The mist enveloping him began to recede, akin to the collapse of space itself. Suddenly, Ian opened his eyes. On the cramped bed, he shifted uncomfortably, while the moonlight outside bathed the room in a silvery haze. A clock hung on the wall, its hands indicating 12:07, the seconds ticking steadily. Having ventured into such a vivid and enchanting dream, he was astonished to realize that only 7 minutes had elapsed in reality. Ian took a deep breath, instinctively wiping away non-existent sweat from his forehead. He felt a sense of disorientation, a mental haze enveloping him. He recalled the events that had transpired in the ethereal realm and absently glanced at the back of his hand, where he noticed a faint, white mark. The small room, illuminated solely by the moonlight, appeared somewhat dim. Ian sat up and approached his desk, opening the drawer to retrieve a small flashlight from an assortment of handcrafted tools. Upon switching it on, the light illuminated his arm, allowing for careful examination. What could this be? Ian curiously scrutinized the gift from his friend. The delicate mark shimmered briefly before vanishing completely into his skin. In the dreamscape, he could transport elements from reality into his dreams and vice versa. Much like the chocolate he had given to Ariana. Yet, what purpose did this mark serve? Ian was uncertain. He attempted to check his skill panel. Name, Ian Prince. Occupation, Bloodline Sorcerer. Magic level, 4. Skills, language proficiency, level 323, 400. Biological anatomy, level 4, 796, 800. Free fighting, level 385, 400. Psychology, level 6, 423, 200. Extraordinary trait of psychology, cognitive perception. His heart brimmed with anticipation. However, there was no mention of the mark on the panel. Upon reflection, it was evident that a gift from a friend would not manifest as a skill, just as his ability to enter the dreamlike realm was absent from the panel. Perhaps he should investigate at the Hogwarts library to see if there were any similar occurrences. That place was reputed to house the most comprehensive collection of knowledge in the entire magical world. Ian mused, lightly touching his arm at the desk, before the weight of drowsiness overtook him, prompting his return to bed, where he succumbed to slumber. Time flew by. The following morning, as the sun rose, Ian was already seated at his desk, having diligently read language books for quite some time. Successfully read French words, language proficiency 1. Successfully read Romanian, language proficiency 1. Successfully read Romanian, language proficiency 1. With a sigh, Ian rubbed his temples. Learning languages was no simple task. Each word required phonetic pronunciation, and he had to rely on his memory to retain the meanings of each term. Nevertheless, diligent study yielded its rewards. Language proficiency, level 335, 412. A morning filled with practice. His proficiency has already risen by 12 points. The day when this skill reaches level 5, unlocking extraordinary traits, is not far off. On days devoid of spells to learn, the practical skills available are ultimately limited. One cannot help but wonder what the extraordinary trait of this language might be. Embracing the anticipation of the future, Ian commenced his day. After enjoying lunch, he pushed his small cart to a familiar spot, embarking on his routine of fortune-telling. To label this as deceitful might be somewhat harsh, yet this method of earning a living truly relies on discerning people's inclinations. Ian appeared to be fiddling with the divination tools on his table, the tarot cards, but in truth, he relied entirely on his self-taught psychology and its nuances to infer what others were thinking. Quite honestly, even if he could genuinely predict fortunes from a monetary perspective, his method might prove more lucrative. After all, people are not always keen on hearing the unvarnished truth. As Ian called out loudly, soon another woman was drawn to him. Intrigued enough to give it a try. He observed her attire, the pauses in her speech, and the expressions that danced across her face, gaining insight into her psyche. It was as if he could perceive her innermost thoughts, prompting him to declare, "Madam, you have been under considerable stress lately." The words, reminiscent of a charlatan, elicited a calm nod from the woman. It was hardly a difficult guess. Ian smiled and added, "Is it regarding your studies?" The woman looked surprised. "Oh, you're quite right." Ian nodded knowingly. "Indeed, your advisor has caused you some trouble. With graduation approaching, it is evident that your advisor will not allow you to graduate smoothly." The woman's mouth fell open in shock, and after a moment, she regained her composure. This time, her voice trembled, and her tone toward Ian was tinged with involuntary respect. "Little fortune teller, you are correct. What should I do?" Successful psychological observation. Psychology proficiency level 1. Ian's attribute panel had improved, yet he remained unperturbed. At that moment, the customer before him had entirely fallen within his grasp. Utilizing his mind-reading ability, he could psychologically dominate the girl. However, Ian was a man of principles. "Miss, you may need to spend a little to seek the intervention of the principal. That, however, is quite challenging. If you possessed a talisman, fortune could surely favor you." The woman had already placed her full trust in Ian. Gazing at the array of talismans he recommended, she inquired, "How much is each? Can I buy them all?" Observing her wealth, he was taken aback by her affluence, a veritable golden goose. Ian promptly replied, "Certainly, the talismans are merely £5 each." He laid out 20 talismans on the table for selection. "I'll take them all. 20-fold fortune." After witnessing the lady purchase all 20 talismans and pay a total of £100, Ian felt a surge of triumph. These 20 handcrafted talismans were essentially foreign versions of charms, inscribed with the word luck in a haphazard English script upon yellow paper. Nevertheless, Ian feigned solemnity as he addressed the lady. "May the goddess of fortune bless you." "Thank you," she responded, her hands clasped in sincere gratitude. Shortly thereafter, as he observed the guest apart, Ian finally allowed a smile to grace his face. It appeared that fortune had smiled upon him. He had accomplished his task in a single outing and could thus return home early. 100 pounds represented a significant sum, equivalent to roughly 1,000 RMB, and notably, it was the purchasing power of RMB from 1990. This amount could easily cover Ian's living expenses for 2 months. After collecting his earnings and tidying up his fortune-telling stall, Ian pushed his cart and, passing a restaurant, decided to purchase several pots of soup. Thus, he returned to the orphanage with his cart laden with food. Wow, Ian, what is this? Upon his return, the children were captivated by the sight of the numerous dishes he had brought back, their mouths watering in anticipation. Not only the little ones, but even the older children could not resist rushing over. Hey, Ian, they greeted him, their eyes gleaming as they gazed longingly at the soup pots, suppressing their eagerness to eat. Ian chuckled and placed the soup pots on the table, addressing the children. All right, everyone, go fetch some utensils and wipe away the drool. At his words, laughter erupted among the crowd. Soon, following Ian's instructions, the children hastily gathered utensils and began to feast with great enthusiasm. As they ate, one remarked, Ian, I truly envy you. You are going to an elite school. I heard from Ms. Elena that even the principal personally invited you. Wow, I wish I could go too. Tom, don't even think about it. Ian, even in the orphanage, studies diligently every day. Do you study? The nobles must see something in Ian because of his intellect. Listening to the chatter, Ian initially felt bewildered by the mention of an elite school, but he quickly realized the source of this confusion, the power of the enchantment. As she smiled and listened to the conversations around her, she only occasionally interjected with a few responses. Just then, a female voice suddenly rang out beside her. Ian, I know you're not going to a prestigious school. You're headed to Hogwarts, the institution of that bearded old gentleman who is said to be a magician capable of conjuring sweets. Ian found his thoughts disrupted by this unexpected voice. His mind momentarily clouded. He turned to see a little blonde girl before him, her expression a mix of turmoil and earnestness. Seizing a moment of distraction among the crowd, she implored him in a pleading tone. Gazing into her eager eyes, Ian felt as though he had activated some latent ability, experiencing a sudden ringing in his ears that seemed to carry the girl's urgent cries. I want to go to Hogwarts. I wish to learn the magic that can conjure candy out of thin air. Then I would surely become the Candy Princess. Ian shook his head, the sudden voice fading away. This was the effect of thought perception. At times, he could directly hear the most fervent thoughts of others. Meanwhile, everyone around him was joyfully engaged in their meal, while the little girl continued to gaze at him with longing. Realizing that this girl might possess magical potential, he deduced that the Confundus charm had no effect on her. It had to be this way, otherwise, Dumbledore's magic would not permit a muggle to hear such blunders and oversights. Is that all right, Ian? Seeing her eager expression, he finally snapped back to reality and replied calmly with a smile. Of course, Catherine, but you must promise to keep this a secret for now. Hogwarts only admits well-behaved children. The blonde girl named Catherine was overjoyed and seemed ready to celebrate. Ian quickly interjected, Catherine, remember, this needs to stay confidential. She promptly covered her mouth and exclaimed, I'm a good girl. I won't tell. Even if they break my legs, I won't say a word. As night fell in the orphanage's kitchen, Ian wielded a knife, skillfully dispatching chickens and ducks. The two cooks nearby continued to praise him, saying, We're always grateful for your help. Ian, with you here, we save so much time. The children need to nourish their bodies, so they must eat some meat. Every evening, Ian came to the kitchen to assist, and, as a result, he gained proficiency in butchery. Successfully butchered a chicken, butchery skill level 1. Successfully butchered a duck, butchery skill level 1. Successfully butchered a duck, butchery skill level 1. It was through this endeavor that he acquired knowledge of the characteristics of dissection. However, this evening was different. Ding! Congratulations! Your proficiency in biological dissection has reached its pinnacle, successfully upgrading. Biological dissection, level 5, 11,600. Congratulations! You have broken through to level 5, acquiring an extraordinary trait, Butcher's Instinct. As Ian stood in the kitchen, poised to dispatch the hen before him, a look of surprise crossed his face, followed by an eagerness to explore the effects of this newfound ability. Gaining an extraordinary trait signifies a skill that has matured, embodying a glimpse of its true essence. Much like the traits observed in psychology and cognitive perception, one wonders what effects the trait of biological dissection might yield. Upon examining the trait's function, Ian discovered that the Butcher's Instinct allowed him to instantly analyze the optimal dissection structure of any creature he confronted. It seemed this skill, while not without merit, was certainly advantageous. Gazing at the captured hen, Ian felt as though he could penetrate the feathers and pinpoint the most precise location to wield his knife. With a swift motion, a decisive crack echoed through the kitchen as the hen's life was extinguished. This display of skill evoked admiration from the surrounding chefs. "Wow, Ian, your butchering technique has truly improved." After dispatching the hen, Ian proceeded to assist in carving the clean meat. With a few deft strokes, the chicken was neatly prepared. Ian chuckled in response. "Indeed, I have become quite adept." Following the acquisition of the extraordinary trait, his progress had indeed accelerated. While these ordinary skills' extraordinary traits were undeniably remarkable, Ian found himself yearning for the potential of magic. Would the extraordinary traits birthed from magic be even more potent and wondrous? Alas, he would have to wait another fortnight for the owl to arrive with the books for his studies. As of today, Ian remained perplexed as to why Dumbledore insisted on a home visit. Was the allure of the Woo's orphanage truly so compelling? At his desk that morning, he found himself struggling to concentrate on his reading. The wait felt interminable. His eagerness to learn magic was palpable. Days passed in a seemingly endless cycle. Ian felt as though time had slowed to a crawl, a sensation far beyond the anticipation of an online order. It was akin to knowing a divine presence was imminent, yet still having to await the arrival of the postal service. Being an adult soul, Ian found it challenging to articulate his feelings. Impatience, restlessness, they all seemed to convey the same sentiment. In truth, this feeling is akin to the anticipation of discovering a new continent, a delightful surprise as one transitions from the mundane reality into a wondrous realm filled with magic. It is not just the adult soul that yearns for exploration. Any ordinary person would be irresistibly drawn to the allure of the mysterious arcane arts. On this very day, Ian chose to play truant. As the proprietor of his modest stall, he understood that adulthood necessitates a certain resolve. After all, it was merely a matter of locating Diagon Alley. Could this truly pose a challenge for him? With a substantial sum of savings tucked away, Ian embarked on a quest, relying on his faint recollection of the original text, to seek out the fabled leaky cauldron amidst the sprawling expanse of London. This establishment, invisible to muggles, was accessible solely to wizards. Through this pub, he could gain entry to Diagon Alley, the domain of witches and wizards. In the original narrative, Harry Potter found his way to Diagon Alley in a similar fashion, and thus, Ian was eager to try his luck. However, he was only aware of the pub's name, utterly oblivious to its precise location. As he navigated through the bustling streets, Ian blended into the throng of people. He had traversed several blocks, yet as he gazed at the myriad shops lining the streets, he found no sign of the elusive pub. The Bull's Head, Jenny's Restaurant, Tomorrow's Diner, KFC, an array of shops. Yet none were the destination Ian sought. Much like platform 9 3/4 from the original tale, the leaky cauldron was visible only to those with magical sight. And surely Ian should be able to see it. He merely had to discover the correct spot. Suddenly, during his search, Ian sensed that he was being followed. A wave of uncertainty washing over him. Could it be a trafficker? In this day and age, organ trading is hardly in vogue, is it? He quickened his pace, rounding several corners while glancing back, spotting a figure clad in a black robe, their face obscured. It began to make sense. This attire bore no resemblance to mere cosplay. A dark wizard abducting young witches and wizards? Who could fathom the rationale behind such actions? Perhaps it was not a matter of being unable to bear children, but rather a desire to find an heir to inherit dark magic. Panic gripped Ian's heart. Fortunately, he soon spotted the entrance to the subway station and hurried towards it, noticing that the figure in black remained outside, not daring to follow him in. Perhaps they were reluctant to wield magic in a crowded space. After all, the pursuit for abducting young witches and wizards and provoking the Ministry of Magic would surely attract different levels of scrutiny. The distinction between illegality and anti-terrorism is somewhat analogous. Ian's heart raced as he hurriedly boarded the subway, returning to the Woo's orphanage an hour later. Today had indeed been perilous. The magical realm is undeniably chaotic. At the peculiar, square-shaped entrance of the orphanage, Ian's slight figure strolled forth, oblivious to the two shadowy figures observing him from the darkness. Among them was the man whom Ian perceived as a dark wizard. Dumbledore's steady voice gently resonated beside the cloaked figure. Have you perhaps been overly cautious in preventing him from prematurely engaging with the magical world? The cloaked figure remained silent, akin to a statue in the night. His thoughts drifted back to an hour prior, when he had cast a mysterious spell on Ian, rendering him unable to perceive the nearby leaky cauldron. Indeed, it turned out that Ian had not failed to locate the place. Rather, he had been obscured by magical interference. Diagon Alley is no playground for children. It harbors many dark wizards, and I certainly do not wish for him to end up like his foolish. The cloaked figure's words abruptly halted as he turned, his deep-set eyes fixed on Dumbledore. After a prolonged silence, a hoarse voice emerged. He belongs to Slytherin. Having said nothing further, the cloaked figure instantly activated his disapparation, leaving only a whisper of wind and a fading aura of magic. Dumbledore remained alone, gazing at the weathered entrance of the orphanage, his eyes fixated on the dilapidated nameplate. As if lost in reminiscence, a complex expression gracing his features. I hope this time I shall not err. Dumbledore let out a heavy sigh, turning to meld into the night, albeit his departing silhouette bore an air of stoop. Extraordinary trait, Butcher's instinct. Since Dumbledore personally invited him to Hogwarts to study magic, the waiting period of the past half-month felt exceptionally arduous. However, after encountering the mysterious cloaked figure while attempting to sneak a peek at the leaky cauldron, he abandoned that notion and withdrew into the orphanage. The mere thought of the darkness that might exist within the magical world sent shivers down Ian's spine. He possessed the soul of an adult. Yet how could a college student withstand such circumstances? It could only be said that he remained obedient. At his desk, Ian perused the books laid before him, occasionally furrowing his brow in contemplation, diligently transcribing words into his notebook, and softly articulating them. Self-study invariably demands a formidable degree of self-discipline, an aspect that remains unchanged even with the presence of an attribute panel. Each increase in proficiency signifies that Ian has absorbed new knowledge, with every advancement representing a minor epiphany. However, such realizations necessitate a dedicated approach to learning. Indeed, during the process of leveling up, one may experience a profound sense of enlightenment akin to a grand revelation. Ian was engrossed in his studies when, suddenly, a series of knocks erupted from the door, disrupting his rhythm. He turned to the door, responding, "Come in." With a creak, the door swung open to reveal Catherine, leaning against the doorframe, her eyes shimmering with a bright glimmer. "Ian, would you like a chicken leg? The chef mentioned there are plenty tonight," she exclaimed, presenting a chicken leg as if offering a treasure. At Catherine's feet, a white short-haired cat darted in, its agile form leaping onto the table, crouching gracefully. Startled, Catherine paused, and upon recognizing the feline, exclaimed, "Gigi, you little rascal." Ian playfully swatted the cat's rear, scooping up the crouching creature and reassuring Catherine, "It's all right, Catherine. I've already given it a lesson." Catherine nodded, still slightly vexed as she gazed at the cat. Ian smiled gently, comforting her. "Gigi didn't mean any harm, Catherine. Just relax." "Alright, Ian." "Children's tempers are fleeting," she replied, her curiosity bubbling over. "Ian, when can we go to the Magic Academy?" Ian smiled at the little girl. Indeed, no one could resist the allure of magic. Yet, he felt compelled to remind Catherine, "We promised to keep this a secret." Catherine immediately covered her mouth. "Ian, With a smile, Ian assured her, "Of course, it's just between us. However, given your age, you may need to wait a few more years before you can study magic." Yes. I will eat well and grow quickly," Catherine replied eagerly. "Ian, let us go find Noan and the others to play." Faced with the expectant gaze of the little girl, Ian shook his head with a smile, glancing at the language book on his desk. Initially, he had intended to elevate his language skills to level 5, grasping extraordinary traits. However, after being momentarily interrupted by Catherine, he found himself devoid of the motivation to continue studying. Forcing himself to learn under such circumstances would likely prove inefficient. He cast a fleeting glance at the attributes panel. Name, Ian Prince. Profession, Bloodline Sorcerer. Magic Power, level 4. Skills, Linguistic Mastery, level 4, 500,800. Biological Anatomy, level 5, 641,600. Free Fighting, level 3, 85,400. Psychology, level 6, 4, 23200. Extraordinary trait of Psychology, Thought Perception. Extraordinary trait of Biological Anatomy, Butcher's Instinct. After days of fervent study, his mastery of language had ascended to level 4, with only 300 proficiency points remaining before reaching level 5. In other areas, due to the lack of fortune-telling engagements in recent days, his psychology skill had not increased. The same applied to Biological Anatomy, which accounted for the rapid improvement in his linguistic abilities. Time, after all, is a finite resource. He rose and gently set down the cat he had been holding. The white feline promptly darted out of the room, and Ian followed suit, accompanied by Catherine. Upon reaching the yard, they found the children engaged in a spirited game of soccer. The sight of Ian brought them immense joy, often despite their youthful age. Ian assumed a parental role, nurturing and caring for them without the sternness typically associated with authority. "Hey, Ian, come join our team," one of the children exclaimed. "No way. Ian should be on our team. With him, we are sure to win." Another chimed in, nearly inciting a dispute among the youngsters. Ian chuckled helplessly. All right. I shall be the goalkeeper." With only a few days remaining before departing the orphanage for Hogwarts, Ian felt an indescribable sense of reluctance towards the people and the myriad experiences he had encountered here. As night descended, the stars twinkled sparsely. After completing his evening routine, Ian lay down on his bed. Although the day had been fulfilling, he remained preoccupied with the desires that lingered in his heart. When would he finally be able to practice his magical skills? Soon, drowsiness enveloped him, and he slipped into a tranquil slumber. The clear sky resembled a freshly washed sapphire, translucent and radiant, while fluffy white clouds drifted lazily, akin to meticulously sculpted cotton candy. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the clouds, casting dappled shadows, as if fairies were frolicking, infusing the serene scene with a touch of vivacity. Once more, he was enveloped in a dreamy haze. Ian spread his arms wide, inhaling deeply, savoring the tranquility of this world. Beneath this picturesque sky, he beheld a fairy tale-like forest unfurling before him. The trees stood lush and verdant, their leaves rustling gently in the breeze, as if whispering ancient secrets. Small creatures scurried about, while butterflies and bees flitted between the blossoms. A winding stone path led deeper into the forest, where darkness awaited at its end. This time, he did not encounter Ariana. Ian had grown accustomed to this, as the passage of time between the two worlds had always been markedly different. Only 7 minutes had elapsed in the real world, whereas in the elusive dreamscape, it felt as if half a day had passed. Each venture into the dreamlike realm typically resulted in the loss of several days, sometimes even months, with no precise measure of time's passage. To be frank, their previous encounter with Ariana had been purely coincidental. As Ian tread upon the grass, he made his way toward the path, with peculiar creatures occasionally darting from the underbrush, casting curious glances before vanishing again. He continued down the serpentine trail, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting a mosaic of light upon the ground. Time slipped away, and soon he arrived at a quaint village nestled within a valley. Though small, the village possessed a remarkable array of amenities. The old post office stood stoically, the pub's sign swayed gently in the breeze, and the church's spire pierced the heavens. Solemn and majestic, everything appeared quite ordinary, yet this seemingly harmonious village lacked the vibrancy of life. All the shops were tightly shut, their interiors devoid of any presence. It resembled one of those eerie towns from a horror film, but without the unsettling aura. A town of the departed. The scene evoked memories of Ariana's words, that this place once thrived with inhabitants, now gradually abandoned. Perhaps these souls had merely forgotten their obsessions within the dreamscape, or perhaps they had fulfilled their desires, embarking on a more mysterious adventure. In this desolate setting, the solitude was palpable. Before long, Ian traversed the deserted streets, arriving at the cottage where Ariana resided. But where was she? The front door was firmly shut. Ian approached and peered through the similarly closed window. Inside was eerily silent, just like the shops, void of sound or movement. A sense of unease began to stir within him. Over the years, Ariana had never ventured far from this town. This was his first time failing to locate her. He yearned to inquire about the mark she had last given him. Could her sudden disappearance be connected to the gift she had bestowed upon him? A wave of worry washed over Ian. Just then, a voice suddenly broke the street's tranquility, resonating from behind him. It was elegant yet somewhat aloof, a voice of commanding presence. "Oh, heartbroken boy, are you waiting for that unfortunate little girl?" Ian was startled by the voice and quickly turned his head. A woman stood before him, her eyes resembling deep black gemstones, slightly upturned at the corners, with thick lashes fanning out over her elegantly shaped orbs. She was an exquisitely graceful and stunningly beautiful lady, clad in a long black robe adorned with golden trim. She exuded an air of aloofness and solemnity. Yet, such a magnificent appearance seemed utterly out of place in this humble little town. Who made me fond of toying with little boys? Looking at the resplendent stranger before him, Ian felt an undeniable sense of tension. Though he possessed a talent for navigating enchanting realms, he had encountered only 2 individuals in this world thus far. This lady before him was the third. This was the realm of the deceased. Who could ascertain what kind of identity and past this woman held? "Who are you?" Ian discreetly prepared to flee. In response to his inquiry, the lady raised an eyebrow slightly. "That poor girl has followed your wandering friend in search of a ridiculous golden apple. How could such a ghostly place possibly yield golden apples?" Her words were laced with a hint of mockery. "Wandering friend? Ian pondered and soon realized that the individual the mysterious lady referred to must be another of his companions. This friend, like Ariana, was a wandering soul, Pandranak. A rather ordinary name. He was a passionate boy filled with a zest for adventure, which likely accounted for the lady deeming him a wanderer. Even in this ethereal realm, Pandran had tirelessly explored this world for countless years. In his own words, he had lost track of time. Thus this soul, who had existed for at least 1,000 years, astonishingly retained the appearance of a 15-year-old. Perhaps the wonder of this enchanting realm lay precisely in that. According to Ariana, who also resided in this world, Pandran had appeared with that youthful visage from the very first moment she encountered him. One could only wonder if Pandran had somehow offended the enigmatic lady before him. Was there a connection? What kind of connection? Ian's curiosity was insatiable. His understanding of Pandranak was limited, but his impression of his friend was of a sage's wisdom combined with youthful exuberance, occasionally tinged with a touch of foolishness. It seemed unlikely that he was a character from the original narrative, for Ian had never heard this name in the annals of history or from his knowledge of the source material. One could only speculate what kind of obsession had led Pandranak to linger in this enchanting realm for so many years. Adventurous quests, such as the pursuit of the Golden Apple, indeed seem to align with the character of Pandero, especially when he enlists Ariana as his companion. Ian recalls how Pandero once took his 5-year-old self by the hand, eagerly proclaiming their intention to seek out the nefarious wizard Halbo, the most infamous dark sorcerer of the realm. Me, at 5, confronting the despicable Halbo? Ian still finds this memory utterly absurd. Is this golden apple akin to the one from the fairy tales I know? As he gazes upon the elegantly dressed lady in her luxurious black gown, Ian strives to adopt a more humble demeanor, attempting to conjure an expression of innocent naivety. Can one genuinely expect a golden apple tree to blossom in this world? The noblewoman continues her mockery, regarding Ian with the incredulous gaze one might reserve for a fool. The last apple tree I had long since fell while I was alive, let alone the fact that such a fantastical realm could never possibly bear golden apples. The woman's tone was resolute. Are there truly golden apples in this world? Ian felt a twinge of astonishment. At that moment, the enigmatic lady turned her head, her stunning visage drawing closer to Ian, taking 2 steps forward. A wave of rose fragrance enveloped him, prompting Ian to instinctively retreat. The mysterious woman exuded an overwhelming aura, both commanding and oppressive. What do you consider a fairy tale? Do wizards count? Her question left Ian momentarily speechless. Observing Ian, the mysterious lady suddenly smiled. Though you may indeed be a simpleton, as foolish as a pig, who could deny that you are uniquely different? She raised her fair finger, pointing toward a castle that seemed to shimmer in the distance among the woods. If you wish to learn magic, seek me there. Following her gesture, Ian's gaze fell upon the ancient, foreboding castle, weathered by time, and a sense of revelation washed over him. This woman was indeed the witch from the castle that Ariana frequently mentioned. It was clear now. His impulse to flee was not cowardice, but rather an instinctive response to the presence of a powerful sorceress. Yes, this must be an innate sensitivity to formidable magic. What must I give in return? Ian pondered, treading cautiously in response to the witch's invitation, for there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The witch regarded Ian with astonishment, even circling around him, allowing her black robe to glide over the muddy ground without a hint of dirt clinging to it. It appears you are yet unaware of just how extraordinary you truly are. The witch let out a scornful laugh, and then swiftly transformed her expression. Of course, at your tender age, if you can comprehend the rules of the wizarding world, it merely indicates a temporary folly, which is not necessarily a detriment in the mundane realm. She halted in her tracks, gazing intently into Ian's eyes. If you truly wish to adhere to the principle of equivalent exchange, then return my magic mirror to me. Upon uttering these words, Ian glimpsed a flicker of nostalgia in her enchanting gaze, yet quickly reverted to a frigid demeanor, the hint of reminiscence vanishing without a trace. Retrieve my mirror, and you shall learn the most powerful sorcery from me. The mirror? Ian furrowed his brow, puzzled. The witch offered no reply, merely displaying a smile laden with significance. In truth, even if you do not procure the mirror, you may still seek me out for instruction. Her laughter held a hint of mystery, leaving one to wonder if she was intentionally trying to unsettle Ian. Who could resist the temptation of toying with young boys? The witch's words dripped with a slight malevolence. As soon as she finished speaking, Ian felt the passage of time drawing to a close. In his final moments of vision, he beheld the resplendent witch, quietly observing him as he gradually became transparent, then vanished. With the sounds of their discourse fading away, the entire town once again succumbed to silence. The witch's expression grew solemn as she turned, her high heels clicking against the cobblestone path as she strode into the tranquil forest, returning before her castle. The castle stood majestically in a clearing of the woods. Vines entwined around its weathered stone walls, which bore the scars of time, while sharp spires pierced the overcast sky. Here, the atmosphere contrasted starkly with that of the town, ominous and heavy. However, upon pushing open the imposing doors and stepping inside, one would be greeted by the opulence of the castle's interior. In the center of the spacious hall stood an intricately carved marble table, draped in a vivid crimson silk cloth, adorned with gilded cutlery. The roaring flames in the fireplace cast flickering shadows upon exquisite frescoes, bringing to life tales of knights and princesses. With each graceful step the witch took, the items around her began to animate of their own accord. Candles ignited one by one. The tablecloth fluttered down from the air to settle perfectly upon the table. The cutlery arranged itself neatly, and a variety of delectable dishes floated forth from the kitchen, landing tidily on the dining table. Among these was a golden-brown roasted suckling pig. The witch merely cast a fleeting glance at it and, breaking her silence, remarked softly, "Today I have encountered one foolish pig. I wish not to see another." Upon completing her words, the little piglet returned to the kitchen as if flying through the air. Soon after, a lamb ascended the dining table in a similar fashion. The witch's garments sparkled with an invisible magical radiance, becoming impeccably tidy and pristine. She refrained from partaking in any food and instead glided slowly into the bedroom. Magic mirror, who was the fairest of them all? In the desolate room, the witch seemed to be conversing with herself, seated before a vanity devoid of a mirror, murmuring softly with a hint of self-mockery and complexity in her tone. The night was as dark as ink. Gentle moonlight streamed through the window, casting a serene glow upon the tranquil bedroom. Ian's long eyelashes fluttered open under the moon's tender caress, revealing bright, jewel-like green eyes that shimmered with brilliance. As he transitioned from a state of daze to clarity, he instinctively glanced at the clock in the bedroom, and unsurprisingly, the antique pendulum clock's hands were frozen at 12:07. This had been the case for many years. Emerging from the hazy realm, time always remained the same. The hour hand might point to varying numbers, yet the minute hand eternally rested on that enchanted numeral, 7. Ian was unaware of the secrets hidden within this phenomenon. He only knew that every week, he would inevitably encounter an eerily similar experience. In previous instances, the figures he met within the dreamlike illusion were solely Ariana and the occasionally appearing Pandero. However, this time, an enigmatic noblewoman emerged, a witch of mysterious origin. She requested his assistance in retrieving a mirror she had left in the mortal realm. Ian did not discern whether the noble witch was benevolent or malevolent. Perhaps it was overly simplistic to judge a soul merely by the dichotomy of good and evil. His primary curiosity lay in the identity of this enigmatic witch, a sorceress residing in a mystical castle within the dreamscape. Had she once been a formidable figure in the realm of sorcery? After all, her regal demeanor suggested a presence far beyond that of an ordinary witch. Was she a practitioner of magic from the last century, or a being active during the medieval era? Ian's understanding of the fantastical world he inhabited was limited to a few mediocre special effects films and a handful of conspiracy-laden fanfictions. Consequently, his grasp of the myriad mysteries concealed within this realm was merely superficial. The only mirror he could recall was the enchanted sunglasses belonging to the sorcerer, Elizmus, which had been hidden at the story's inception, gold-framed, capable of revealing one's innermost desires with utmost clarity. If the mysterious witch sought the mirror that would ultimately manifest at Hogwarts, perhaps Ian indeed had the chance to retrieve it from the dreamscape and present it to her. He merely wondered if he could transport such a substantial object as effortlessly as one would carry a piece of candy. Ian found himself somewhat at a loss, as he had never attempted anything akin to this before. To be frank, he remained utterly perplexed about the extraordinary gift he had possessed since childhood. He had yet to comprehend why the candy could be drawn into the dreamscape, while his own bed, where he slept, could not. Undoubtedly, the ability to traverse into a surreal realm during slumber was an exceptionally rare talent, akin to the mysterious words of the enchanting witch within that dream. Ian was indeed unique. However, the true significance of this uniqueness perhaps lay solely within the knowledge of that witch. He could distinctly sense her keen interest in this matter. The notion of learning magic from her was undeniably enticing to Ian. Yet he struggled to discern whether her benevolence was merely a facade to achieve some ulterior motive or if it genuinely related to his distinctiveness. If she were indeed the former possessor of the Mirror of Eris, she was undoubtedly an ancient spirit, a ghostly matron whose thoughts might be more inscrutable than those of a living woman. Moreover, she was a strikingly beautiful specter, a fact previously noted by Zhang Wuji's mother. There was no necessity for him to take such a risk. Magic was something he could acquire within the confines of his school, where the professors were not necessarily inferior to the aged witch in the realm of dreams. Rationality triumphed over greed, and Ian suppressed the restless stirrings within his heart. He recalled the wisdom passed down from his ancestors. The Empire of De Ing had long-cherished traditions, including a peculiar culture of copper smelting alongside its customs regarding male intimacy. What if she truly was a witch who delighted in the manipulation of young boys? Or what if her notion of playfulness differed from his own? This was a gamble Ian was unwilling to take. Praying to the revered Gatling Merlin, he recognized that this endeavor was fraught with peril. After weighing the pros and cons, Ian readjusted his pillow, closed his eyes, and once more sank into the depths of genuine slumber. In the years devoid of opportunities to learn spells, the most significant advantage of his wizarding lineage had been his effortless mastery of the art of lucid dreaming. With dreams gracing his night, Ian awoke the following day, feeling invigorated, every movement imbued with a touch of spirited elegance and effortless grace, leaving no one to suspect the enchanting dream he had conjured for himself the night prior. In the tranquil moments before the dawn's first light, Ian diligently commenced his daily studies, particularly devoted to enhancing his proficiency in the art of language. After all, within the recesses of Ian's mind resided a fervent aspiration to harness the extraordinary qualities bestowed by this skill, enabling him to tap into a unique talent possessed by only a select few within the realm of magic, the ability to communicate with animals. He did not seek to become an interspecies communicator akin to Parseltongue, but rather to understand the emotions and intentions expressed by creatures, much like Newt Scamander. Of course, he would not decline the chance to hear the voices of all living things. Forgive Ian, for his previous literary pursuits had been eclectic, and last night he dreamt of being a bandit king. As he momentarily allowed his thoughts to drift, perhaps attaining a modest increase in his language proficiency, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed in the corridor outside, accompanied by the sound of clattering. It was unclear which unfortunate soul had knocked over something in the hallway. Ian, come here. The teacher from school is back. Catherine's voice rang out, breathless, with several small hands knocking hurriedly on the door. It seemed these children were more concerned about attending school than Ian himself. Was someone from Hogwarts arriving? A sense of confusion and surprise washed over Ian as he approached the door and opened it. With a clatter, a group of children nearly collided with the door as they tumbled into the room in a disheveled heap. Ian, Ms. Eilina is calling for you. Are you going to school? Will you come back? Can you bring us a teacher too? You could charm those female teachers with your looks. The children clamored around Ian, their voices overlapping in a cacophony, interspersed with some rather precocious remarks. Orphans often matured more swiftly than their peers in various aspects. Will you return to teach us? Catherine, who was privy to the true essence of Hogwarts, gazed at Ian with hopeful eyes. Clearly, she was referring to the wonders of magic. If the opportunity arises, then of course. Ian gently ruffled the hair of a few nearby children, hesitant to make any genuine promises. Perhaps Catherine might have a chance to attend Hogwarts. But for most, crossing that threshold remained a formidable challenge. I'll take you to find Ms. Eilina, Catherine exclaimed, brimming with excitement, as she tugged Ian along out the door. The other children, though only vaguely aware of the situation, eagerly followed in a jubilant flock. Ian, I no longer wish to attend that school. From now on, I shall await your instruction on conjuring sweets. The teacher who came today resembles the witch of the West you described. On the way, Catherine leaned closer to Ian, lowering her voice with a hint of trepidation. Her words tightened the knot of curiosity in Ian's heart regarding which professor had arrived. A resemblance to the witch of the West? Quite frightening. A sense of foreboding washed over him. At that moment, surrounded by a throng of children, he found himself before the door of the headmaster's office. The door was ajar, allowing Ian a direct view of the figure seated opposite the headmaster, seemingly shrouded in an aura of gloom. Even from behind, the presence exuded tension and oppression, reminiscent of the dark wizard he had encountered before. How could it be him? Where was my grand, fluffy Dumbledore? Instead, I am faced with this dark bat. Not only was Dumbledore absent, but there was also no delightful surprise of an owl delivering messages. Ian lamented that his journey into the realm of magic was undeniably fraught with complications. While others had gentle guides like Professor McGonagall or the endearing Giant Hagrid, why was he met with Hogwarts' most unpopular half-blood prince? Indeed, the man before him, clad in a billowing black robe and sporting perpetually unwashed, greasy hair, was none other than Severus Snape, the current head of Slytherin. This professor bore many titles, potions genius, a sufferer of chronic melodrama, or even an ultimate, invincible champion of pure love. However, perhaps the most notorious label attached to Snape was that of a former Death Eater. Having once served the Dark Lord, Ian was aware that he now operated as a double agent for Dumbledore. Yet such truths could not obscure the fearsome reputation he had once held. The aura that instilled fear was genuine. Thus, the fact that Snape had become his guide was hardly auspicious news for Ian. Ian Comyn, the director of the orphanage positioned directly across from the door, was the first to spot Ian amidst the crowd of children. She smiled warmly and beckoned him. Ian stepped inside, closing the door behind him, which was followed by a chorus of lamentations from outside. Poor little Ian was finally on the brink of a better life. Thanks be to the heavens. With a cheerful demeanor, Ms. Elena began introducing Ian to the shadowy Snape, saying, "This is Ian, our most understanding and beloved child. I firmly believe that, despite his humble origins, he is destined to become one of the most exceptional children in your midst. Indeed, I would argue that even those scions of nobility pale in comparison to Ian's intellect." Lady Elena is unreserved in her praise for Ian, which renders him somewhat bashful. After all, he possesses the soul of an adult who has traversed realms, making comparisons with mere children rather unfair. May this indeed be the case. Seated opposite Lady Elena, Severus Snape scrutinizes Ian intently. From the moment Ian entered, his gaze remained fixed upon Ian's countenance, an expression of complex emotions etched upon his features, leaving Ian somewhat perplexed. Is this a sentiment of guilt? This extraordinary trait of thought perception, derived from psychology, endows Ian with the ability to discern the most fervent emotions and deepest desires within others. In that moment, Ian immediately sensed Snape's unrest. Such an anomaly reminded him of Dumbledore's words. Does the professor who will soon arrive feel an overwhelming sense of indebtedness towards him? Is this professor indeed the very Snape before him? Ian felt an inexplicable sensation. He was neither Harry Potter nor the illegitimate child of Lily Potter. So, from whence does Snape's emotion arise? What are you doing? How is this possible? Suddenly, as doubts swirled in Ian's mind, a flicker of incredulity crossed Snape's eyes, his expression transforming into one of uncertainty. His gaze sharpening upon Ian with a piercing intensity that rendered Ian momentarily startled. Huh? Ian stumbled back a few paces, equally perplexed by Snape's reaction. Lady Elena, too, was left with a look of bewilderment. Mind reading, Mr. Prince, Dumbledore never informed me that you possessed such a talent. Snape's eyes flickered with intensity. Was it surprise? Unease? Concern? His expression remained stern as he gazed at Ian, yet the emotional turmoil he exuded became increasingly evident. These perceptive insights deepened Ian's confusion. What on earth was the potion master experiencing? Surely, he could not be the product of a liaison between Snape and a muggle. Had he been abandoned in an orphanage because Snape, unable to attain Lily Potter, sought solace in a muggle resembling her? That seemed utterly implausible. The very thought was explosive, lacking any semblance of logic. The more curious Ian became, the more pronounced his perceptive abilities became. Thus, I declare, enough. Snape's voice suddenly escalated several octaves, resonating with authority. I cannot control. At this moment, Ian was exceedingly anxious. He had not anticipated that Snape could perceive the probe of thought detection, nor did he foresee that this ability would be mistaken for the magic of legilimency. Professor, perhaps if you could temper your emotions, it might alleviate the current situation, he suggested quietly, given Snape's irritable demeanor. With a displeased expression, Snape inhaled deeply. After a moment of closing his eyes to compose himself, Ian's clear perception began to fade. What did you see? Snape inquired upon reopening his eyes, disbelief still etched on his face. I did not glimpse your memories. I merely sensed your emotions. Perhaps your heart is somewhat unsettled? Ian candidly responded. Since the other party had already detected his unusual ability, it was evidently futile to conceal it. For wizards, possessing certain innate talents was not particularly troublesome. A natural legilimens, how splendid, Mr. Prince. Do you believe you possess a certain gift of fate, allowing you to act with impunity? Snape's gaze was imbued with unmistakable irritation, his tone as frigid as ice. It seemed as though he was forcing the words out through gritted teeth, his voice loud enough to draw Ian's instinctive glance towards Ms. Elena, who was watching the exchange with a smile, occasionally nodding in response. Clearly, the reality of Ian and Snape's conversation, as perceived by Ms. Elena, diverged significantly from the actual events. Confounding charm, Ian observed Ms. Elena, who appeared isolated in another realm. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable tightness in his chest. I'm asking you a question, Mr. Prince. To disregard a professor before even enrolling is quite audacious. Were we at Hogwarts, I would certainly ensure you received your due reprimand. Snape's tone, sardonic and cutting, faltered abruptly, his shadowy visage contorting as if he had swallowed something unpleasant. Apologies. Professor, I truly cannot control it, Ian replied, exasperated. Cannot control it? Then you must learn to master it. Snape barked sternly. Perhaps Ian's display of innocence had an effect. Observing Ian's pitiful demeanor, Snape clenched his jaw, and his tone softened slightly. As a professor of this institution, I shall kindly warn you this once. Until you possess sufficient power, any actions that might provoke other wizards are foolish provocations. Hogwarts has always been quite lenient towards its students, provided that one behaves like a well-mannered child and does not create disturbances like those insufferable Gryffindors. Severe as Snape's voice was imbued with an unmistakable gravity. However, when the subject of Gryffindor arose, his tone betrayed a blatant disdain. What is Gryffindor? Ian sought to divert the conversation, wearing an expression of ignorance and bewilderment. Merely a group of simple-minded, brawny fools at Hogwarts. The wise would do well to keep their distance from them, lest they find themselves in unfortunate circumstances. Snape's sarcasm was palpable. Yet, such a response epitomized the adage that one learns more from listening than from speaking. He did not bother to explain that Gryffindor was, in fact, a house. Very well, Professor. Ian refrained from probing further or rebuffing him, instead adopting a compliant demeanor that somewhat eased the furrow in Snape's brow. Madam, I must take this child with me to attend to some necessary formalities. He addressed Ms. Eilina without casting another glance at Ian. In the next moment, as if emerging from a prolonged stupor, Ms. Eilina's eyes and expression returned to normal, and she greeted Snape with a warm smile. Of course. The headmaster has already taken care of all the arrangements. Ian can accompany you at once. With that, she urged Ian to gather his belongings. As he had been preparing for this moment, most of his possessions were already packed into a large trunk. Thus, he soon found himself dragging an oversized suitcase out the door, standing just slightly taller than it at the tender age of 11. Upon exiting the bedroom, Ian spotted Ms. Eilina, along with several other orphanage staff members and nearly all the children, waiting for him in the courtyard. Snape stood at a distance, radiating an air that discouraged any approach, even from acquaintances. Ian, will you bring us back chocolate? Don't worry, Ian. I'll take care of your room and the little cart. Wah, big brother Ian, please don't die, okay? They say we won to see you again. The children expressed their reluctance at Ian's impending departure. As the unofficial leader of the orphanage, the bond they shared with Ian was profound. Even the 5-year-old girl who misconstrued the notion of absence as a matter of life and death held him in significant regard. Perhaps, one day, the weight of this bond and friendship may wane with the passage of time, as each individual ages and pursues their separate paths. However, the reluctance expressed at this moment will undoubtedly remain undiminished. Ian, do not look back. Your future is bound to be bright. Ms. Eilina gently caressed Ian's cheek, her eyes brimming with tears, imparting a deeply meaningful counsel. The other children may not grasp the significance of her words, but that does not imply that Ian is oblivious to it. Professor, I can return during the holidays, right? He called out to Snape in the distance. That is your concern. Do not trouble me with such foolishness. Though Snape's tone was laden with impatience, he remained quietly stationed in the shadows by the wall, not pressing Ian in any way. I shall certainly return. This is home, is it not? Ian stepped forward to embrace Ms. Eilina. Without your dedication and transformation, this orphanage would not resonate with such joy and laughter as it does now. We all have futures, I promise. Ian's voice was earnest. Ian, you need not be so serious, Ms. Eilina replied, her voice slightly choked as she held him tightly. The other children began chattering excitedly. It's my turn to hug Ian. Anna, you've held him too long. Alan, you've wiped your snot on Ian's clothes. After bidding farewell to nearly everyone, Ian declined further assistance and dragged his suitcase towards Snape. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ian exchanged a few words with Snape, who then led Ian out through the great iron gate, gradually vanishing into the fog-laden streets of London. Ian is sure to excel. He is a considerate and endearing child. The kitchen cook was sobbing inconsolably, her voice filled with unwavering conviction. Indeed, I never doubt this, Ms. Eilina affirmed, wiping the corners of her eyes. She turned to comfort the children, only to feel a heavy sensation in her pocket. It was as if she had sensed something. Hastily, she reached in and pulled out a thick envelope. When did this happen? Ms. Eilina exclaimed in astonishment. She opened the envelope, her hands beginning to tremble uncontrollably. This child. Her voice quivered. Inside the pristine envelope were numerous pound notes, though individually modest, collectively amassed into a substantial sum, enough to ensure that the children of the orphanage would have a warm and fulfilling winter. 10. The place where dreams begin. The city is shrouded in a delicate veil. On this foggy day in London, it seems as though layers of gossamer float through the air. On the tranquil streets, Ian remains engulfed in the melancholy of parting. Though he has longed to truly learn magic, as he steps out of the orphanage to pursue his studies, he cannot help but feel a sense of reluctance towards this place and its inhabitants. After all, this is where Ian has lived for 11 years since his journey began. Ah, it appears, Mr. Prince, you possess a remarkable knack for endearment. Snape's voice pierced the oppressive atmosphere. For reasons unknown, his seemingly ordinary words, when paired with his languid tone, always impart a peculiar flavor of sarcasm. Ian offered no response, merely trailing behind Snape while dragging his suitcase. His spirits were rather low, rendering him disinclined to engage with the professor before him. Ultimately, no matter how obedient a student may appear, it would not elicit any fondness from the Master of Potions at Hogwarts. In response to Ian's silence, Snape spoke once more. You left your money with them. That is not the action of a wise individual. Clearly, Ian's earlier indiscretions had not escaped the notice of Snape, the wizard. I retained a small amount, which will suffice for conversion into the currency of the magical realm. Ian glanced up at Snape, whose demeanor seemed incongruous with his established persona. The man of few words, it seems, is not entirely foolish. Snape emitted a derisive snort. You do realize that you are merely an orphan taken in by this place, someone in need of care, do you not? Snape slowed his pace, squinting at Ian beside him. In my youth, my health was quite frail, possibly due to the awakening of my magic, and I was considered weak and sickly. Ian, however, did not directly address Snape's query. Ms. Eilina would take me to the city hospital for treatment. During that time, the orphanage's financial situation was far more dire than it is now, yet she would still procure expensive medicine for me. The food at the orphanage was also scarce, and when I fell ill, Catherine would share half of her bread with me, while Daniel would venture out to gather wild herbs for my remedy. Although Daniel's grandmother, a healer, perished from her own potions, it did not deter him from believing that his concoctions would restore my strength. Meanwhile, Mia, a child even younger than I, would pray to God throughout the night whenever I fell ill. Everyone was exceptionally kind to me. Ian's voice was calm and gentle. TSK, are you attempting to evoke my sympathy? Snape remained unmoved. Not all, Professor. Ian did not expect Snape to comprehend the depths of his heart. He had heard that those destined to become Death Eaters were oblivious to the essence of love. Thus he could only attempt to explain himself from a different perspective. They have considered me greatly, so it is only natural that I, when capable, must also consider them. Ian spoke softly, but with unwavering conviction. It is my rightful duty. His youthful voice echoed in the desolate streets, his small figure shrouded in mist trailing behind Snape. The calmness of his words rendered Snape enveloped in his dark robes, silent for a long while. Ah, such a young lad, yet so many profound thoughts, truly worrying about matters that do not concern him. Snape finally scoffed, his expression impassive. Despite the years of anonymous donations from a wealthy benefactor, the purchasing power of the pound had recently plummeted, and without that funding, life would be exceedingly difficult for everyone. Ian's daily endeavors at the market served not only to hone his psychological skills, but also to earn a bit more to alleviate the burdens of Ms. Eilina, the head of the orphanage. Even without the matter of Hogwarts, the money would ultimately transform into eggs, milk, vegetables, and meat, which he would find ways to bring back to the orphanage. In truth, an 11-year-old child does not require much for himself. Ian was no saint, yet he was far from being an ungrateful deity. So, do you wish for me to call you the savior of the orphanage? Snape continued to regard Ian with a sidelong glance, his slow drawl inciting an urge to strike him. No, professor. If you could demonstrate some generosity and donate a sum to the orphanage, then you would indeed be the true savior, the genuine hero. Indeed, Ian's ulterior motives had been laid bare. He turned his vibrant green eyes towards Snape, believing that perhaps their resemblance to Lily Potter's might evoke some influence. Moreover, although he remained perplexed by Dumbledore's previous remarks, he distinctly sensed Snape's feelings of guilt through his perceptive faculties. If he could leverage this sentiment to prompt Snape to contribute, it would undoubtedly be a fortuitous turn for the orphanage, with Ian's meager earnings merely sustaining them for a while. Yet here stood Snape, the potions master of Hogwarts. Even a small fraction of his wealth could profoundly benefit the orphanage. One must not underestimate the financial prowess of a potions master. You truly are a... Snape paused, his black eyes locking onto Ian's with a piercing and incomprehensible intensity. A proper Slytherin, it seems. Ian's petty tricks could hardly deceive Snape. who almost instantly grasped the emotional manipulation Ian had employed to achieve his true objective. Unfortunately for Ian, he did not comprehend the essence of Snape. He was no benevolent soul and would not part with a single galleon to donate to some ludicrous muggle orphanage. Snape smirked coldly, and as he observed the disappointment in Ian's eyes, he resumed his stride, guiding Ian into a deserted alleyway. "Drink this." Snape suddenly produced a vial of emerald green potion, his tone brooking no refusal. Ian, burdened by his suitcase, hesitated slightly, eyeing the bubbling liquid within the bottle, swallowing hard as a sheepish grin crept across his face. "Professor, what is this?" He suspected that the other intended to poison him. Even if the potion were not lethal, it would likely leave him with lasting psychological scars. Everyone knew that potions in the magical realm were notoriously unpalatable. "You don't genuinely believe I would need to resort to trickery to make you drink a potion, do you?" Snape regarded Ian with a look of disdain. "Well, I suppose that is a valid point," Ian weakly retorted, though he found the prospect rather unappealing. Nevertheless, Snape paused, his expression inscrutable as he stared at Ian. Very well, very well." Gritting his teeth, Ian accepted the potion and, like a child taking medicine, swallowed it all in one go. To his astonishment, the aftertaste was not bitter, but rather sweet, reminiscent of coconut milk, a surprisingly pleasant flavor. This was unexpected. Had he not been led to believe that Snape's potions were notoriously vile? Ian continued to savor the potion's taste. "I have never encountered such a cowardly fool as you." Snape suddenly seized Ian by the neck with one hand, while the other brandished his wand, casting the disillusionment charm. Instantly, their figures vanished from the alley. Ian felt a disorienting blur engulf him. When his vision finally cleared, the surroundings had undergone a remarkable transformation. Before him lay a cobblestone street that seemed to stretch into infinity. Alongside the road, an array of eclectic shops beckoned, while people donned bizarre yet extravagant attire, frolicking and laughing in the streets. Feather dusters swept dust autonomously, while brooms cleaned the litter from the thoroughfare. Various creatures, owls, snakes, and mice, perched adorably on the shoulders of the wizards. The scene, once merely a spectacle in films, now unfolded before Ian in a manner far more exhilarating than any cinematic experience. He realized, with a sense of awe, that he stood in Diagon Alley. He, like many others, found himself at the inception of a dream. 11. Ian's bewilderment. A film is ultimately just a film. It is constrained by special effects and camera angles, merely presenting a glimpse of Diagon Alley. Only when he truly set foot here did Ian realize it was far from the quaint market town that many mocked, nor a relic of a bygone, dilapidated era. It was the most bustling hub of wizards in the British Isles. Truly enchanting. Ian felt a surge of excitement. He did not experience the nausea typically associated with his first encounter with apparition. In hindsight, it must have been the effect of that potion, far superior to milk, concocted by Snape. To his surprise, Snape exhibited such meticulousness, which somewhat upended Ian's perception of Snape's character, prompting him to recall Dumbledore's words. What debts could compel Snape to demonstrate such an uncharacteristic attentiveness? Could it be that his parents in this life perished during Snape's tenure as a Death Eater? Ian pondered, his mind racing with thoughts. At that moment, Snape had already released his grip on Ian's neck and strode forward without looking back. Ian quickly dragged his cumbersome suitcase to follow. The street bustled with people. Snape did not glance back, yet maintained a pace that allowed Ian to keep up, ensuring he wouldn't be lost in the throng. "Professor, where are we headed?" "Is it the bank?" Ian inquired curiously. "That is Gringotts." "Do not presume to apply muggle foolishness to comprehend the rules of the wizarding world," Snape replied with an icy tone, yet he still offered a cautionary reminder to Ian. "Rein in your thoughts. This place is teeming with wizards. They will not show leniency simply because you are a child. Dark wizards may seize you for their nefarious experiments at any moment." Snape ominously warned Ian, clearly cautioning him against using his thought perception to provoke other wizards. "I will try." Ian attempted to clear his mind, which indeed dulled the extraordinary acuity of his thought perception. He genuinely struggled to fully control this ability. To divert his attention, Ian began to marvel at the magical creatures cohabiting with wizards. Beyond fantastic beasts, beings such as giants and dwarves, straight from the realms of fantasy, existed in the wondrous world Ian now inhabited. He was immensely curious about the true, hideous visage of fairies. However, Snape did not lead him to Gringotts. "Provide me with all the textbooks required for a first year at Hogwarts." The first destination that Snape took Ian to was the Leaky Cauldron, a bookstore that sold an array of magical tomes. Behind it, one could only speculate which pureblood family monopolized the rights to educational materials within the British wizarding community. Much like the institutions Ian had attended prior to his journey, which would direct students to specific bookstores for acquiring workbooks and texts. Ian could hardly believe that such a striking similarity did not involve some form of vested interest. Very well, Professor Snape. The shopkeeper, clearly familiar with the Hogwarts instructor, exhibited a hint of trepidation in Snape's presence. Perhaps he was a former graduate of the esteemed institution. I still do not know which textbooks I require. I have yet to receive my acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Ian murmured from behind Snape. Do you place such significance on a mere piece of worthless parchment? Snape replied, casting a sidelong glance. I merely feel that something is amiss. Ian blinked in response. Ah, such a ridiculous fixation, Snape scoffed, producing a crumpled piece of paper from his robes and tossing it towards Ian as if discarding refuse. Ian hastily extended his hand to catch it. Upon closer inspection, the most prominent feature on the paper was a large letter formed by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake. This was indeed Ian's acceptance letter. Dear Mr. Prince, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed you will find a list of required books and equipment. The term will commence on September 1st. We await your owl with your response by July 31st. Sincerely, Professor Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Following the letter was a lengthy appendix detailing various items that new students were required to procure, which Ian swiftly skimmed through to grasp the essentials. Now, are you satisfied, Mr. Nitpicker? Snape's voice was as drawn out as ever, and he even bestowed upon Ian a somewhat irksome nickname. I had expected to see Hogwarts Owl, Ian retorted, pouting slightly, instead of fixating on trivial vanities. It would be wiser to contemplate how you might acquire useful skills at school, lest you find yourself leading a life as dismal as those Hufflepuffs. As Snape delivered this remark, the shop assistant, burdened with a stack of books, approached. From the shopkeeper's disgruntled yet restrained demeanor, Ian surmised that Snape's admonishment was likely a veiled jab at the assistant as well. This individual truly possesses an exceedingly unpleasant disposition. Thank you. Ian was eager to avoid being associated with Snape's ill repute, so he promptly expressed his gratitude to the shopkeeper with a sincere demeanor as he accepted the hefty stack of books from their hands. One should not be swayed by Snape's assertions. Hufflepuff has nurtured many remarkable wizards, such as the esteemed Master Newt Scamander, the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. To be a member of Hufflepuff is indeed a matter of great honor. As the shopkeeper crouched down to hand the books to Ian, they quietly defended Hufflepuff's reputation. I share your sentiments, Ian softly replied with a smile. The shopkeeper, feeling a surge of relief, gently ruffled his hair. 15 galleons, please. At that moment, the front desk of the bookstore also addressed Ian, but before he could respond, Snape produced a small pouch and approached the counter to settle the payment for the books. Is this a student loan, Professor? Ian mused, still wishing to exchange money at Gringotts himself. That is not your concern, Snape coldly retorted. After completing the transaction, he noticed Ian struggling to fit the textbooks into his already cramped suitcase and raised his hand, casting a spell upon the clothes and miscellaneous items within Ian's storage box. Shrink quickly. In the next instant, as various items diminished in size, Ian effortlessly placed the books into the suitcase. How marvelous! Ian's expression was one of pure excitement. Allow me to offer you a word of caution. This enchantment will only last for 24 hours. If you fail to remove your belongings when the time elapses, you would not wish to witness the consequences, Snape warned before sweeping his cloak and striding towards the door. Ian hurriedly followed suit. Remarkably, with Snape's spell in effect, the suitcase felt significantly lighter. The wonders of magic indeed seemed to defy the laws of physics. Is conservation of mass no longer applicable? How unscientific! I adore it. Ian's yearning to learn magic intensified. Professor, wait. In an effort to keep pace with Snape's quickened strides, Ian had no choice but to hastily propel his considerably shorter legs forward. Subsequently, Ian accompanied Snape as he began procuring additional essentials, observing the professor continuously draw coins from his pouch to make payments, even when purchasing a cauldron for potion brewing. While the shopkeeper had already presented the standard student starter set, Snape instructed them to exchange it for a brass cauldron, far more expensive than the ordinary variant. Professor, the notice states that one must procure a tin crucible of standard size number 2, Ian hesitantly remarked while holding his notification. Unexpectedly, Snape retorted with a tone steeped in sarcasm at the time of payment. It seems, Mr. Prince, that you believe you have mastered all knowledge and now presume to instruct me, the potion's master, on what constitutes the correct choice. His words dripped with venomous mockery, leaving Ian momentarily speechless. Were it not for Snape consistently reaching into his pockets, Ian would have mustered the audacity to retort with a few bold comments. Instead, he found himself even more perplexed than before. Could it be that Snape, during his time as a Death Eater, had callously slain his own biological parents? If not, how could Snape, as preferential treatment, be so remarkably peculiar? The conundrum left him utterly baffled. Approximately 3 hours later, under Snape's guidance, Ian had completed the majority of his purchases. The items required for first-year students at Hogwarts were not particularly numerous, beyond the essential textbooks. Only additional equipment for potions and herbology was necessary. 3 plain work robes, a simple daytime pointed hat, and a pair of protective gloves made of dragon hide were all that was needed. The gloves Snape procured for Ian were crafted from the hide of a Hungarian horntail, both costly and of exceptional protective quality. Lacking even a single galleon, Ian had no say in the selection of gloves, merely observing as Snape paid for most of the essentials. To be frank, although Ian had entrusted nearly all his savings to Madame Eilina for the welfare of his siblings this winter, he had indeed set aside a reasonable sum in pounds for himself. He had intended to exchange it at Gringotts for currency in the wizarding world. However, Snape showed no inclination to escort him to Gringotts. Consequently, Ian found himself clad in a currency useless in the magical realm, compelled to watch as Snape dictated the entire list of items he required for school. Many of the items Snape purchased bore little resemblance to those listed, often veering towards the extravagant and costly. Yet, every time Ian considered voicing a question, Snape adeptly deflected his inquiries with caustic remarks. There must be a rationale behind the expense. As a first-year student about to embark on his journey at Hogwarts, Ian certainly lacked the grounds to contest Snape's decisions, resigned to watch as Snape determined all that he needed to acquire. Whenever Ian witnessed Snape extracting his purse to make a payment, his skepticism towards Snape intensified. The persona of Snape that Ian had come to know was far from such warmth and responsibility. As often depicted in numerous fanfictions, while Snape might possess a certain charisma, his qualifications as a professor at Hogwarts were evidently lacking. Apart from his habitual mockery of young wizards from other houses, his blatant biases, akin to racial discrimination, rendered him a figure of poor reputation among most. Yet, during this essential shopping trip to Diagon Alley, Ian, despite being subjected to Snape's acerbic tongue, simultaneously sensed the professor's seriousness and meticulousness regarding his studies. The cauldron had to be of the finest quality, and the protective gloves and plain working robes were no exception, crafted from the best materials available. Even the initial batch of textbooks purchased were entirely new, without a hint of discount. Clearly, this was beyond the scope of Hogwarts student loans. To be frank, the items Snape procured for Ian, disregarding the notion of them being brand new, were nonetheless exquisite in their craftsmanship. Whether it was the brass cauldron worth dozens of galleons or gloves fashioned from Hungarian horntail dragon hide, these were indisputably premium goods among their kind. While Hogwarts is indeed a venerable institution of magic, Ian, possessing a basic understanding of economic principles, could not entertain the idea that Hogwarts student loans could be so generous. The issue of economics is one that is easily comprehended, applicable in any context. If Hogwarts student loans were ample enough to enable an orphan young wizard to acquire such luxurious items, one must ponder the staggering economic impact Hogwarts would generate in the wizarding world annually. Hogwarts was not so affluent. Ian's judgment was not unfounded. If Hogwarts student loans were indeed so bountiful, then Ron, the close friend of the savior Harry Potter, often portrayed in fanfictions as a figure of misfortune, would surely not find himself in such dire straits. Consider this. By the second year, he was still using a wand discarded by his elder brother. Could such a scenario arise if Hogwarts student loans were sufficiently prosperous? It is worth noting that Ron's sister had to settle for second-hand books and supplies upon her enrollment. As a member of a pure-blood family, the Weasley family could not possibly be ineligible for student loans. Given their financial circumstances, it was only reasonable to conclude that their loans could barely cover a selection of second-hand goods. It seemed that the family, having squandered their lottery winnings on travel, returned home only to rely on student loans for their children's educational expenses. Born into a family beset by poverty, a young wizard struggles to acquire a modest collection of second-hand textbooks through student loans, which ought to align with the most reasonable and sociologically sound expectations. Yet, at this very moment, the items that Snape procures for Ian are, without exception, luxuries among necessities, compelling Ian to engage in excessive speculation and conjecture. What profound debt does Snape feel towards himself to justify such extravagant expenditures? If his parents were not deceased, Ian would find the gloves crafted from Hungarian horntail dragon hide uncomfortably warm to the touch. Professor, is Hogwarts truly so relentlessly perfectionistic? Unable to suppress his curiosity, Ian ultimately dares to voice his inquiry after Snape has purchased a limited edition telescope for him. As a student, contemplating how to extract more knowledge from Hogwarts is far more pivotal than indulging in trivial and meaningless musings. Snape, with an impassive demeanor, responds coldly, watching as Ian stuffs the acquired items into a suitcase before striding briskly towards the next destination for essentials, Ollivander's wand shop. This locale could be deemed more crucial than any textbook. It stands as the sole wand shop in Diagon Alley and the entirety of the British Isles, an essential stop for countless magical world newcomers. The ravages of time have left the shop's sign weathered and worn, and its small, dilapidated facade belies its status as a legendary site obligatory for all young wizards to visit. In stark contrast to the opulence of Gringotts and Flourish and Blots, Ollivander's wand shop appears unremarkable. Nevertheless, it remains one of the territories that even Voldemort never dared to conquer. Unique and irreplaceable, its business model stands resilient against the ravages of time, akin to the illustrious families of ancient China, impervious to the passage of years. This is the final stop. Snape displays a commendable readiness when it comes to paying, yet his words are few and far between. Ian has long anticipated this moment, gazing at the shop's unassuming, time-worn sign, his eyes brimming with a blend of excitement and an indescribable tension. It is no wonder he feels such trepidation. After all, based on his limited understanding of this world, apart from Harry Potter and the captivating Hermione, this place is undeniably one of the most enigmatic locations. It is said that the entire Harry Potter narrative is inextricably linked to prophecy, and whether in the original text or fanfiction, Ollivander's wand shop emerges as a site of chilling foreboding. The failures of the mysterious figure, the death of Dumbledore. These prophecies concerning others can be considered mere trifles. In Ollivander's wand shop, where wands choose their wizards, resides the most profound and chilling prophecy of our world. Powerful entities like Dumbledore and Voldemort find their futures irrevocably bound by the proclamations of this establishment. Even Harry Potter cannot escape the fate foretold at the moment of wand selection. One might wonder if the proprietor of Ollivander's wand shop possesses extraordinary prophetic gifts. Ian would be the first to express disbelief. The first book subtly hints at this truth. Who can rival your own prophecy? The destined choice. Ollivander's wand shop has been crafting exquisite wands since the year 382 AD. Ian stood at the threshold of the shop, his heart brimming with indescribable excitement. If one were to daydream like this while brewing potions, only the fervent protection of Merlin could spare them from a catastrophic explosion. Snape's acerbic wit may be delayed, but it is never absent. Observing Ian lost in contemplation, Snape employed his characteristic sardonic tone to mock him. "Professor, I was merely reflecting on some intriguing matters." Ian replied with a sheepish smile. "Indeed, Mr. Prince, you seem to possess the intellect of a troll, much like those foolish Hufflepuffs," Snape scoffed, before retrieving 7 gleaming gold galleons from his purse and tossing them to Ian. "Take your money and procure your wand. I shall await your return here." Snape appeared disinclined to enter, merely providing funds for Ian's wand acquisition. In contrast to the expenses incurred by other wizards when changing wands, the price for a first-year studentess wand at Hogwarts remains remarkably fixed, a figure of great significance in the magical world. "Are you not joining me, Professor?" Ian inquired, his gaze clear and earnest. "Are you a child in need of supervision?" Snape retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Ian. "Very well." Ian accepted the galleons from Snape, inhaled deeply, and pushed open the door that, in both the original narrative and fan fiction, symbolizes the commencement of dreams. The door chimed with a bright copper bell, resonating with an unmistakable sound as Ian entered, heralding his arrival to the shopkeeper. The modest establishment, though somewhat cramped and unassuming, belied its esteemed status among countless wizards. Thousands of wands lay stacked upon the inexpensive counters, and one could scarcely imagine that this was the embarkation point for all wizards. The unremarkable storefront appeared exceedingly plain. "Good afternoon," a rather distinctive face greeted a voice. A frail voice emerged from a hunchbacked elder, whose disheveled mane of silvery hair was offset by a pair of piercing, luminous eyes that commanded attention. "Good day, sir," Ian greeted the proprietor, the current Ollivander, with a hint of awkwardness, his gaze lingering upon the array of diverse wands. Indeed, once again it is the season of new beginnings. "Are you here alone, young wizard?" Ollivander scrutinized the diminutive figure before him. "I was brought here by a professor from Hogwarts. Is there a problem with that?" Ian replied earnestly. "Of course not. Consider it the musings of an old man." Ollivander chuckled softly, casting a glance out the window. "I should have realized it was he who would bring you, yes. Birchwood, phoenix feather. I recall it as though it were yesterday." Ollivander began to murmur cryptically. Is this a prophecy concerning Snape? If Ian recalled correctly, this Death Eater's wand was indeed crafted from birchwood. It seemed the wand seller possessed a certain prowess. Do you possess the gift of prophecy? Ian, emboldened by his youth, inquired innocently. Merely experience, a sense of intuition, my child, Ollivander replied with a jovial smile. Seizing a measuring tape to assess Ian's height and arm span. Each wand selects its most suitable master. This is the wand's most enchanting attribute. As Ollivander extolled the virtues of wands, he continued measuring Ian's dimensions while also posing the perennial question, Mr. Prince, which hand do you favor? Indeed, there was something uncanny about this. Ian had not introduced himself, yet Ollivander had discerned his surname. You know my name? Ian asked, curiosity piqued. That is not a query I am obliged to answer, Mr. Prince. I am simply here to sell my wands, Ollivander chuckled in response. My left hand. I favor my left hand, Ian replied somewhat resignedly to Ollivander's initial inquiry. Such a rare inclination, Ollivander remarked, retracting the measuring tape and approaching the cabinet where the wands were displayed. Many believe that wizards choose their wands, yet in truth, it is the wands that select their masters. A humble disposition is a virtue every wizard should embody. Ollivander commenced his customary indoctrination of Ian. Do you impart such wisdom to every young wizard? Ian felt an overwhelming sense of déjà vu, as if he were reliving a scene from the original narrative, reminiscent of overused tropes in fanfiction. The impolite child. I am merely imparting the proper understanding of a merchant's affairs. How can this be deemed indoctrination? Ollivander cast a displeased glance at Ian. Subsequently, he selected a wand from the shelf and presented it to Ian, a wand of rosewood with the core of a dragon's nerve. Almost as soon as he placed the wand in Ian's hand, Ollivander abruptly yanked it back with a force difficult to imagine emanating from a man of his advanced years. No, let us try this one instead, a birch wand, 17 inches long. Yet, before Ollivander could finish his introduction, he snatched the wand back again. This one is also unsuitable. Ollivander returned to rummage through the shelves. Ebony, 10 inches, dragon's nerve. Cedar, 12 inches, thunderbird feather. No, perhaps this fir wand. 15 inches, phoenix feather. Such a discerning customer. Let us try this special combination. A willow wand, 14 inches, with the hair of a vela. It must be said, the process of selecting a wand far exceeded Ian's expectations in its complexity. He wondered if every young wizard underwent such a torturous selection process. Ultimately, with his arm growing weary, Ian could no longer restrain himself. Sir, perhaps I should try a wand made by your grandfather, or even your great-grandfather. Ian felt an uncanny sense of déjà vu regarding the unfolding events. Drawing upon his years of experience as a bibliophile, he made this suggestion. However, did he strike Ollivander as a child fond of antiquities? Ollivander regarded Ian with a puzzled expression. Indeed, I am such a person. Ian endeavored to appear earnest, genuinely believing that the trial of various wands was exceedingly arduous. Perhaps a similar circumstance could only be resolved in this manner. After all, many protagonists in fan fiction ultimately wield wands crafted by Ollivander's grandfather. Perhaps he, too, possessed akin qualities to those time-traveling predecessors. Mr. Prince, I regret to inform you that each generation of Ollivanders only sells wands of their own making. This is a matter of pride, as well as a respect for our ancestors. Ollivander's response shattered Ian's hopeful musings. A grimace of disappointment crept across Ian's face as he reluctantly continued to experiment with the various wands offered by Ollivander. It was a rather tedious process. It seemed that almost every wand, in Ollivander's eyes, did not quite suit Ian. After testing dozens of wands, Ollivander remarked, "How rare. I have never encountered such a particular customer. Perhaps you possess some rare qualities." The expressions of Ollivander and Ian were two stark extremes. The more elusive the wand, the brighter Ollivander's murky eyes seemed to shine. For the young wizard with a penchant for ancient artifacts, perhaps it was time to consider that particular wand. Ollivander appeared to recall something significant, and he hurried towards his back room with a look of astonishment. Moments later, he emerged, cradling a dust-laden box. "Is this your grandfather's wand?" Ian could not restrain his curiosity. "No, this is my creation, an ambitious endeavor from my early years. Inspired by a tale, I felt a surge of determination. You may be unaware of the legends surrounding old wands. Indeed, this was my attempt to craft something that could rival that legendary wand, a naive and ignorant endeavor." Ollivander's gaze and expression were steeped in nostalgia. "I failed countless times, and by the final attempt, I had grown numb to failure. Perhaps the elderberry and the essence of beauty could never truly align. I began to waver in my convictions. Yet, perhaps aided by Merlin, that last time, on a stormy day, I presumed I would fail once more. In 1980, yes, July 7th, during that lightning strike, I am uncertain of its success. For years, I have been unable to find a suitable wizard for it. Ollivander's gaze towards Ian was imbued with fervor. I have a premonition that you are the wizard I have awaited. Remarkably, he employed anachronistic honorifics, his eyes reflecting a mix of excitement and anticipation. Give it a try. He extended the wand towards Ian. July 7th, that day, Ian accepted the wand from Ollivander, his expression somewhat peculiar. The moment the wand touched his palm, he felt an inexplicable union with it. No exquisite words could adequately convey this sensation as the surging magic coursed through him with clarity. A silvery thread erupted from the wand's tip, swirling and drifting like mist, swiftly enveloping the entire shop, with countless ethereal visions undulating within. Shadows flickered as if beasts roared. It was truly possible, a destined miracle. Ollivander's exclamations reverberated throughout the modest dwelling, infused with a fervent reverence. Pure blood descendant. The silver light intertwined for a fleeting moment before gradually returning to the wand, leaving only a faint glimmer that slowly dissipated. I never imagined it would truly await its master. By Merlin, I am evidently witnessing the dawn of a historical epic, destined for glorious achievements that shall be inscribed in the annals of time. Ollivander's murky gaze fixated on Ian, his stooped frame appearing even more bent than before, as if he were slightly bowing. Is this the Elder Wand? Ian cast his eyes down upon the wand that seemed to resonate with his very essence. Uncertain whether this was a characteristic of the Elder Wand, he felt an extraordinary surge of magical energy coursing through him. The Elder Wood is the rarest of wand materials, more challenging to wield than any other, and few would choose to craft a wand from it, for it selects only those with extraordinary destinies. Each owner of an Elder Wand inevitably garners the world's attention throughout the tides of history. Thus, you are sure to become an unparalleled figure in the future. Ollivander appeared exceedingly delighted. Perhaps the harmony between Ian and this wand signifies that his previous endeavors were not in vain. This wand is one that can be wielded effectively and is remarkably attuned to its wizard. Thank you for your blessings. I too hope to achieve great things as I mature. Ian was thoroughly satisfied with his wand, unable to part from it. This is not merely a blessing, Mr. Prince. It is the destiny revealed by the wand. In my quest to prove myself, I chose a unicorn's tail hair for its core. Such a combination defies common sense and stands in stark contrast to the established rules of wand-making. Though Ollivander was advanced in years, the fervor in his gaze upon Ian was intensely vibrant, imbued with the exuberance that perhaps only youth could possess. Ian found it difficult to articulate Ollivander's current state, tilting his head in confusion. Yet, Ollivander smiled with great joy. You may not yet comprehend the characteristics of this wand, but it shall guide you toward the future it signifies. Ollivander's mastery of riddles may well surpass even Dumbledore's. I possess no ability to unveil the elusive future, but you will undoubtedly overturn and transform many things. Ollivander's gaze returned to the wand in Ian's grasp. Well, the first thing I wish to overturn is the wand's exorbitant price. Given that it has gathered dust for so long, might you grant me a slight discount, sir? Ian blinked, his innocent voice initiating a negotiation. He had anticipated that Ollivander would respond with praise and astonishment, coupled with his adept bargaining skills, ensuring he would secure a fair price. However, 7 galleons, that is the standard. A businessman is indeed a businessman. The previously humble demeanor of Ollivander vanished in an instant when discussing the price. Would it be possible to reduce it by just 1 galleon? If I truly become a remarkable figure in the future, I shall appoint you as the president of the Wand Protection Association at Hogwarts, allowing you to levy an annual wand usage tax on all students. With the most innocent demeanor, Ian painted a picture of the most audacious scheme. Even the erudite Ollivander was momentarily speechless. 7 galleons, as stipulated by the Ministry of Magic. Ollivander, with a hint of resignation, declined Ian's grand proposal. Is there such a regulation in the ministry? Ian suspected that Ollivander was merely pulling his leg, akin to those so-called fated directives. Not a single galleon could he spare. You claim I will become an unparalleled figure? Indeed, this is already a discounted price for young wizards, if one wishes to acquire a second wand. Even Dumbledore would have to part with 20 galleons. Ollivander exemplified the notion of prioritizing wealth over personal connections. But what if Dumbledore promised you the authority to collect an annual wand usage tax? Ian inquired with a curious tilt of his head, his thoughts wandering into novel territories. Well, unexpectedly, Ollivander seemed to be genuinely pondering the proposition. All right, understood. Indeed, those of lesser stature are often dismissed. The notion of destiny is nothing but a farce. Ian mused, pursing his lips as he began to dutifully extract his coins. Snape had only provided him with 7 galleons, and despite his utmost efforts, not a single Canute remained. Wishing you a pleasant academic journey. After receiving the payment, Ollivander's countenance brightened with a smile as he slightly bowed to see Ian off from his quaint shop. Just as Ian was about to exit, a young girl and her parent were poised to enter. "Step aside, child." An elderly woman with a hint of aristocracy, wearing a tilted hat adorned with a delicate veil, commanded Ian with an air of superiority. Not wishing to incite trouble, Ian promptly stepped aside, inadvertently relinquishing his grip on the doorknob. The elderly woman had to push the door open anew, entering with a platinum-haired girl beside her, casting not a single glance at Ian. However, the young girl stared at Ian for an extended moment, her expression inscrutable, perhaps displeased with Ian's earlier gesture. With a countenance reminiscent of Professor Snape's, this mother-daughter duo seemed a perfect match for the old bat. Ian thought to himself, his gaze lingering briefly on the girl's delicate features. The girl possessed a strikingly high nose bridge, pronounced cheekbones, and subtly thin yet remarkably symmetrical lips. Even among the myriad of handsome and beautiful individuals of Germanic descent, her appearance was undeniably exceptional. However, it was not this that captivated Ian's attention. He was drawn to the girl's eyes, which exhibited a rare heterochromia, one a vivid blue, the other a stark white, far more uncommon than her exquisite beauty. A pure-blood noble, perhaps. Ian did not linger on this thought. After both had entered, he cast a brief, curious glance away before resuming his path and pulling open the grand door to exit. As the door swung back, the sound from within the room were distinctly audible. "Ms. Rogier, it's been a while. I never expected to see you in London, and you've brought a little sorceress for me to meet. My goodness, Merlin above. She is... Oh dear, I mustn't trouble you with unnecessary complications. I truly did not anticipate that this family had descendants, let alone one with such extraordinary talents. I am certain she is destined for unparalleled achievements." The tone and voice were strikingly familiar. Goodness, compliments were abundant. Was every visitor extraordinary and illustrious? The wizarding world as Celia had been thoroughly confirmed. 15. Magic, I am here. The air was somewhat chilly. Ian glanced back at the door that was gradually closing, then raised his gaze to the weathered sign of Ollivander's wand shop. He felt he had uncovered the largest den of deceit in the magical realm. What cunning rogues! Ian muttered a judgment on Ollivander, surmising that Voldemort must have garnered such a following not merely through intimidation, but perhaps Ollivander bore some responsibility as well. Just consider it. If, at the tender age of 10, you encountered a fortune-teller who proclaimed you would become a great general, only to later cross paths with the likes of Chun Sheng and Wu Guang, who could withstand such a fate? Most would likely misinterpret tragedy as destiny. The chaos of the magical world had unveiled its roots. Ian believed that with this discovery, he could compose an exceptional paper. It was a pity that Hogwarts did not publish journals to showcase his brilliance. Perhaps he should contemplate the Daily Prophet. Such a renowned publication would surely offer substantial remuneration. As Ian let his thoughts wander, he glanced around in search of Snape. The unreliable professor had not abandoned him. He spotted Snape standing outside a shop and hurriedly quickened his pace toward the professor. "Professor, I have uncovered a monumental secret." Ian believes that if his article could bear the signature of a Hogwarts professor, the likelihood of being selected and published by the Daily Prophet would undoubtedly increase. Perhaps the remuneration might even see a slight enhancement. "Mr. Prince, I have no interest in the naive and foolish thoughts of children. It is time for you to select a pet that can aid in your studies," Snape remarked coldly, casting a fleeting glance at the wand Ian had tucked into his pocket. He then raised his hand to tap gently on the glass window of the establishment before them. At that moment, Ian realized they were in a pet shop filled with a myriad of creatures confined within cages: cats, toads, owls, lizards, and mice of various breeds, including some magical creatures, though none stirred any excitement within him. Indeed, Ian held a certain fondness for owls. However, considering the abundance of owls at Hogwarts, he deemed those available for free far more appealing than those requiring payment and care. In contrast, Ian yearned to tend to a more extraordinary pet. "Professor, may I purchase the pet of my choice?" Ian inquired tentatively. Snape responded with a dismissive grunt. "Then, I would like a phoenix." Ian blinked innocently. "A lion would also suffice. They embody a sense of gravitas, though I doubt I could voice such a request." Snape's eyes twitched slightly in response to Ian's fanciful notions. "Are you certain you Haven Tea consumed an excess of calming potion and remain in a state of slumber?" Snape was genuinely taken aback. He had never encountered such unabashed absurdity. "A phoenix? I wish someone would procure one for me. Birds with phoenix lineage would do as well," Ian added, noting that the shop even crafted wands from phoenix feathers. His implication was clear. He presumed phoenixes to be quite commonplace for a child raised in a Muggle orphanage. Such a perception was entirely understandable. Nevertheless, Ian truly yearned for a phoenix. How splendid it would be, aside from the Dumbledore family. No wizard this century has garnered the favor of a phoenix. I strongly advise you to abandon such unrealistic fantasies. Snape rolled his eyes, continuing in a deliberately slow tone. Of course, perhaps Mr. Prince possesses enough influence to persuade Dumbledore to part with his phoenix. It was evident that this was merely a jibe directed at Ian. Why not speak to him on my behalf? Dumbledore would surely oblige you. It is not that Ian lacks audacity. Rather, he has discovered a method to counter severe Snape. As anticipated, with merely a single remark, Snape found himself at a loss for words, utterly speechless. What a sharp-tongued fellow. In the end, Snape merely shot Ian a fierce glare. If your intellect diverged even slightly from that of a troll, you would not entertain such impossible notions, but would instead prudently opt for a cat or a mouse. Both creatures would serve as the most suitable companions for your potion experiments. Clearly suppressing his ire, Snape nonetheless sluggishly offered his suggestion. However, this counsel was evidently misaligned with the common perception of pets. Surely, what you propose resembles an experimental subject, not a pet. Ian sighed in resignation. Is there truly a distinction? Snape coldly scoffed. Perhaps the foolish Gryffindors would be the only ones to harbor sympathy and affection for such creatures. Mea mediocrities. Once again, he disparaged the very house he detested. Ian chose to ignore him. Never mind. I have already spent enough today. I do not wish to adopt any creature, as I can hardly manage my own existence. Ian leaned against the glass wall for an extended period, yet ultimately failed to discover an animal that piqued his interest. Possessing the soul of an adult, his inclinations towards pets were naturally distinct from those of ordinary children. This is your own choice. Snape refrained from further persuasion. With a flick of his robe, he turned to depart. If I cannot care for a phoenix, could I perhaps tend to a snake? Ian hastily grabbed his suitcase, which Snape had been overseeing. First-year students are prohibited from bringing such perilous pets. Snape slowed his pace to await Ian's arrival, regarding him with a disdainful, sidelong glance. Did you not say it was settled? Are you reconsidering? Unfortunately, you have forfeited your opportunity to purchase. A slight smirk appeared at the corners of Snape's lips. His usually impassive face exhibited a hint of emotion. No, I intend to acquire one in my second or third year. Ian was uncertain whether Harry Potter was in the same year as himself. To secure a satisfactory pet, he might need the assistance of a savior. Indeed, Ian wished to adopt a basilisk. This was the pet desired by a soul of maturity. Size equates to truth. It seems Mr. Prince does not shy away from the idea of a pet, but rather believes that the creatures in the pet shop do not befit him. I hope you do not come to regret this foolish decision made today. Do not blame me for failing to forewarn you. Even a pet with a trace of magical lineage will undoubtedly carry a price far beyond what a novice wizard such as yourself can afford. Snape regarded Ian with a piercing gaze, as if he could see through him. Thank you for the reminder, Professor, Ian nodded, revealing none of the discomfort that Snape had anticipated. This elicited a slight furrow of his brow. Meanwhile, Ian remained unfazed, casually admiring the various enchanting shops around him. Suddenly, Snape halted. Before Ian could turn to inquire, Snape's hand clasped the nape of his neck. In the next moment, Ian felt the world spin around him. He recognized the sensation as that of apparition, yet unlike the previous experience devoid of any feeling, he now sensed a mild dizziness and nausea, though not severe. Perhaps the efficacy of Snape's potion had diminished? As Ian's thoughts wandered, the scenery abruptly sharpened into focus, marking the conclusion of their journey. The bustling streets of Diagon Alley vanished, replaced by a serene and tranquil village. The distant sound of a babbling brook intertwined with the occasional hoot of an owl, while the air was perfumed with the delightful aromas of magical foods and sweets. This was Hogsmeade, a hidden magical village nestled amidst the Scottish Highlands, where he had resided before the start of term. Snape guided the inquisitive Ian to a secluded wooden cottage. Before Ian could feign confusion and ask about their destination, Snape produced a key and tossed it, along with the remaining half-bag of gold galleons, into Ian's hands. If I catch you running amok again, you shall face dire consequences. Snape warned with a stern glare before swiftly turning away, his demeanor suggesting urgency, as if he were hastening to attend to some pressing matter. Surely he had not forgotten to extinguish a precious potion simmering on the stove before departing. Ian pondered Snape's unusual admonition to refrain from wandering. However, gazing at the stack of textbooks in his suitcase, his foremost desire was to become a true wizard. All else seemed secondary in comparison. Magic, here I come. Hogwarts has never been devoid of exceptionally gifted students. It must be noted that despite Professor Snape's acerbic tongue and somewhat unappealing demeanor, he possessed numerous commendable qualities, such as leaving Ian with a generous sum of galleons. Today, although the acquisition of various necessities proved to be rather costly, the purse was evidently influenced by the subtle expansion charm, leaving an astonishing wealth of 150 galleons. One must not underestimate this figure. A mere clerk at the Ministry of Magic would likely require 2 months to amass such a salary, assuming they abstained from all expenditures and saved every last canute in Gringotts. It is worth noting that the Weasley family struggles to afford even 7 galleons for a wand. Thus, 150 galleons is undeniably a sum that would evoke envy in both young witches and wizards alike. Hiss! Even if I were indeed the offspring of parents who perished, I could hardly feel guilt to such an extent. Ian increasingly sensed that the situation was rather peculiar. Could it be that his mother was truly a clone of Lily Potter? Surely not. It is only the 1990s. The Muggle and wizarding worlds cannot possess such technology. The implications are chilling. Though Ian felt a twinge of unease, his focus remained primarily on the study of magic. After moving his belongings into the tidy little cottage provided by Snape, Ian eagerly retrieved his wand and picked up the indispensable Hogwarts textbook, Standard Spells, Beginner Level. As dusk fell and the last traces of twilight vanished beyond the horizon, the encroaching night led Ian to choose the simplest, most frequently utilized spell, Lumos. Following the instructions in the textbook, Ian concentrated intently, syncing his thoughts with his wand. After taking a deep breath, he softly uttered the incantation. In the next moment, a glimmer of light shone from the tip of his wand, but it was fleeting and extinguished swiftly. This was clearly an unsuccessful attempt at casting a spell. However, Ian felt no discouragement. Instead, his eyes sparkled with excitement. In the realm of learning, many individuals are hindered by various factors, finding it difficult to progress or recognize their advancements. This is often the primary reason why many struggle to persist in their pursuit of knowledge. Yet for Ian, this was not a concern. Lumos level 0, 350. Following his failed attempt, a new skill appeared on his status panel, a process Ian had experienced on multiple occasions before. It seems my magical aptitude is quite impressive. Gazing at the information displayed on the panel, Ian was filled with exhilaration. With a single attempt, one can attain 3 points of proficiency. After no more than 20 endeavors, he shall master this spell, achieving the most fundamental and rudimentary level of skill. When the learning of a skill can be quantified numerically, it is akin to a deity revealing its health bar. The fluorescent glow pulsates. The fluorescent glow pulsates. The fluorescent glow pulsates. Within the vast wooden cabin, a white light flickers on and off. The relentless attempts reflect Ian's passion for magic, as well as his anticipation for the extraordinary traits that may arise from it. In the office of the headmaster at Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore, the most formidable wizard in the present magical realm, sits like an ordinary elder, clad in a worn, floral nightgown, behind a sturdy wooden desk. The desk lamp, devoid of any electrical wiring, emits a steady glow reminiscent of an old-fashioned oil lamp. At the center of the desk lies an open tome titled Aurora Grindelwald. Dumbledore's gaze remains fixed upon a particular name among the myriad of illustrious titles, his silver-rimmed spectacles framing eyes that shine with both age and clarity. Tap, tap, tap. His fingers rhythmically strike the desk, as if engaged in profound contemplation. It is late at night, and for an elderly individual, such wakefulness surely reflects a mind burdened with perplexities. A rumbling sound echoes as mechanisms were into motion. Dumbledore does not raise his gaze as a hurried figure strides into the office. Albus, you did not inform me beforehand that Ian is a born seer, Snape exclaims, his face a mask of fury, adopting an accusatory posture. In response to the resounding inquiry that reverberates throughout the office, the portraits lining the walls cover their ears. Though a few lean in, eager to witness the unfolding drama. I believe some discoveries are best made independently, for therein lies true surprise. Just as I did not disclose to Mr. Prince the inseparable bond that exists between you two, Dumbledore finally lifts his head, his voice remarkably steady, yet imbued with warmth. With a fluid motion, he gently sweeps his hand, causing the tome on the desk to close automatically. The Book of Admission, this is the name of the book. Every student entering Hogwarts has their name inscribed by the quill of acceptance, and the admissions system has long relied on these two alchemical artifacts for its operation. Naturally, the book placed upon Dumbledore's desk is not the original Book of Admission, but perhaps a replica linked to it in some manner. After all, the Book of Admission and the Pen of Acceptance had always been kept in a locked tower that had never been visited by students. His situation was far from ordinary. Snape stood in the center of the office, his expression tinged with a hint of trepidation. The mental occlusion technique proved utterly ineffective despite my relentless attempts. He claimed he could only sense my emotions, yet I felt he was capable of much more. Albus, I have never witnessed such an unreasonable legilimens. Snape's gaze was fixed intently on Dumbledore. It became evident that some individuals could indeed excel beyond imagination. Severus, I trust you can understand this. Dumbledore's expression remained unchanged, clearly having already discerned Ian's unusual nature. I have encountered natural legilimens before, yet none possessed such an aggressive invasion of the mind. His talent was exceedingly perilous. Snape's demeanor was grave and earnest, his voice betraying a hint of undeniable concern, his eyes never leaving Dumbledore. The intensity of his gaze, as if he wished to consume Dumbledore whole, prompted the latter to sit up straighter, feeling somewhat uneasy. Exceptional talent is not inherently a detriment. Dumbledore's voice retained its gentleness. We had agreed upon this. All he needed was to attend school normally and then lead an ordinary life after graduation. Damn it. Next year, you intend to bring that individual to the school. At such a time, what he least required was extraordinary talent. He merely needed a mundane existence, akin to those mediocre students. Snape's speech often seemed as though he were gritting his teeth. I believe Mr. Prince's life does not require any of us to dictate its course. Dumbledore understood Snape's somewhat anxious response. However, he did not concur with Snape's arrangements. This was a right that even parents did not possess. I know what you are thinking, and I advise you to relinquish such notions. Dumbledore gazed directly at Snape. Snape remained silent. After a moment, he will resent you. Dumbledore spoke softly. Do you think I would care? Snape scoffed. Severus, if the long years have taught me anything, is to never assume oneself to be absolutely right. One must understand that attempting to impose one's will upon another's life is exceedingly foolish. No matter how potent the magic, it cannot alter the consequences sown by such actions. Dumbledore's silver glasses reflected the light from the desk and Snape's form. We are all failures. What right do we have to determine what constitutes a correct life? Dumbledore's words caused Snape's expression to shift dramatically, akin to a theatrical transformation. You are not a failure. You are the greatest wizard in this world, the headmaster of Hogwarts. Even now, many in the wizarding community tremble before your immense power. Albus, excessive humility only serves to render you disingenuous. Snape scoffed, speaking without courtesy. Dumbledore merely shook his head in silent dissent. In truth, my intention in revealing his existence to you is not to urge you to alter anything about him. Rather, I wish to witness how this will transform you. Severus, it is you who needs him, not the other way around. Dumbledore's words provoked Snape's ire. What nonsense are you spouting? Snape's tone rose several octaves. Dumbledore responded with a serene smile. I do not require your orchestration of my life. Snape fixed his gaze upon Dumbledore's eyes. Regardless of whatever schemes you may be contemplating, you must swear to me an unbreakable oath, affirming that he is not a part of your plans. Snape evidently harbored significant distrust towards Dumbledore. Firstly, you and many others overestimate my wisdom. Secondly, if such a pledge brings you solace, then so be it. Dumbledore shrugged helplessly, retrieving his wand. For in this realm of magic, the unbreakable vow is a significant arcane principle. It necessitates that two individuals, in the presence of a witness, point their wands at one another and articulate the contents of their oath. Once uttered and accepted, this vow forges an almost indissoluble bond between the two. Should the oath-taker attempt to breach their vow, they would face dire repercussions. Are you satisfied now? He sheathed his wand. Dumbledore exhibited no trace of anger. I am uncertain of your motives in wishing to admit that individual into the school. However, I sincerely hope you can fulfill the responsibilities expected of the headmaster of Hogwarts, to safeguard the well-being of every student. Under the weight of the unbreakable vow, Snape's expression softened somewhat. Nonetheless, it was clear that he continued to harbor a degree of dissatisfaction and skepticism regarding certain of Dumbledore's decisions. That is my duty. Dumbledore's voice resonated with calm authority, instilling a sense of trust. Once he is admitted, I will keep a watchful eye on him. Snape swept his cloak, and, with a scowl, turned to leave, his figure soon vanishing from the office. Dumbledore returned his attention to the copy of the admission book on his desk. Dumbledore, that man has truly changed. Indecisive, a disgrace to Slytherin. I feel he should have been sorted in a Hufflepuff. I am indeed quite eager to observe that child. Francis's mind-blocking technique has always been formidable, and yet there exists a naturally gifted seer capable of instilling fear, even in him, no matter how exceptional one's talents may be. Can they surpass mine? Hogwarts has never been short of remarkably gifted students. After Snape's departure, The portraits of former Hogwarts headmasters began to engage in animated discussions. The clamor did not disturb Dumbledore's contemplations. He gently raised his hand once more, and the books on the table swiftly opened. It was the same name, the same profound reflection, Auror Grindelwald. Upon first encountering this name in the enrollment book, Dumbledore visited Nurmengard to meet an old friend. This surname evidently originates from the first Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald. The individual listed in the enrollment book is not a direct descendant of Gellert Grindelwald, yet for reasons unknown, they have inherited his rare gift. In fact, not long ago, Dumbledore imparted to Snape a principle that had been subtly influenced by his visit with Gellert Grindelwald. Albus, both your failures and mine stem from our desire to change too much and too many, without realizing that we are merely more powerful wizards. Wizards can bend fate, but they should not aspire to dictate it. I now wish for this child to embark upon her own path as a witch, guided by the reflections I have undergone. These words echoed Gellert Grindelwald's own, imbued with a hint of pleading that made it exceedingly difficult for Dumbledore to refuse. Nevertheless, his current hesitation and uncertainty stem from an inability to discern whether Grindelwald's words conceal ulterior motives. Indeed, while Grindelwald may not deceive him, he is certainly capable of actions that could mislead. There is perhaps no one more adept at the art of language than Gellert Grindelwald. Previously, when he claimed to be less intelligent than others imagined, it was not merely Dumbledore's humility or supposed hypocrisy. Throughout his life, he had harbored numerous regrets born from his own cleverness. It is for this reason that Dumbledore resonates with Grindelwald's sentiments. Likewise, it is this very reason that leads Dumbledore to worry about what schemes Grindelwald may be concocting. His suspicion is not unfounded, primarily after years spent in Nurmengard. Grindelwald's transformation is far more profound than Dumbledore had anticipated. Dumbledore recollected that the most significant transformation in Gellert Grindelwald occurred in the year 1980. On a fateful day of that year, the disheartened Grindelwald seemed to regain the vigor of his youth. It was the first time in many years that Dumbledore, astonished, rushed to Nurmengard to visit this old friend. Albus, I hope you will witness the changes in this world alongside me, rather than impede them. You may thwart me, hinder many things, and even stop that foolish jester named Tom, but Albus, neither of us can prevent the rise of legends. It was indeed that year. With a renewed vitality, even his abode was redecorated, and as he savored steak, Grindelwald appeared to have shed 2 or 3 decades, imparting a profound warning to Dumbledore. And this year marks the entry of the children born in 1980 into their schooling. The legend you speak of, is it your descendant? Dumbledore gently traced the name on the book of admission, whispering a soft murmur that perhaps only he could hear. 17. Comprehend magic. The essence of the panel. The moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the ancient castle of Hogwarts and the serene village of Hogsmeade. The glow flickered. A brilliant light dispelled the darkness within the wooden cabin, revealing the minimalist furnishings, and even the little spider in the corner of the web was rendered distinctly visible. Once more, it was an attempt in practice of magic. Yet, this time, the radiance did not extinguish as it had before. Through repeated practice and gradual mastery, Ian finally grasped the essence of this novice wizardry. The tip of his wand shone not with the brilliance of the sun, but with the manifestation of the light within the wizard's soul. Indeed, this is the essence of the Lumos spell, at least as Ian currently understands it. The idealistic world. Even with a mental preparation for the unscientific nature of magic, upon genuinely encountering and mastering his first spell, Ian could not help but express a heartfelt sigh of wonder. All magic originates from the wizard themselves, from the power of belief. This was an explanation Ian had once heard regarding magic, and now, the rudimentary essence he had discerned closely mirrored that sentiment. Perhaps, as Ian learns more spells and elevates his magical proficiency, he will uncover the secret of magic's birth, unraveling the long-standing curiosity about its origins. However, to achieve this, the journey ahead remains long. At this moment, Ian felt a slight heaviness in his head, which could largely be attributed to the depletion of his magical energy. However, in reality, Ian did not experience a clear sensation of exhaustion or depletion. The magical energy within him had not diminished at all. Instead, it resembled the fatigue one might feel after a prolonged night of wakefulness. It was evident that the consumption of a wizard's magical energy was not akin to the definitive increase or decrease of mana points commonly depicted in video games. Rather, it was more accurately described as a softening of magical energy, akin to a waning vitality that required time and rest to rejuvenate. Much like physical stamina that can be restored after a period of rest, this feeling of fatigue was, in fact, somewhat beneficial for Ian. Otherwise, given the events of the day and the exhilaration brought about by his encounter with magic, Achieving a restful slumber would be quite challenging, much like a child's first encounter with a gaming console. The sensation of softened magical energy completely supplanted the need for sleep aids. The bed in his bedroom was immaculately arranged, imbued with the subtle fragrance of lavender. It had clearly been freshly made, saving Ian the trouble of arranging the sheets. After a brief shower, Ian tucked himself under the covers and lay down. Outside, the sound of flowing streams harmonized with the croaking of frogs. Despite his awareness of the fatigue from magical energy expenditure, he found himself unable to resist checking his status panel once more. It was a somewhat childish fear that the magic he had learned might quietly vanish. Name, Ian Prince. Occupation, Bloodline Sorcerer. Magic level, 4. Skills, Illumination Spell, level 1 1100. Linguistic Proficiency, level 4 743,800. Biological Anatomy, level 5 691,600. Free Fighting, level 3 86,400. Psychology, level 6 843,200. Extraordinary Trait of Psychology, Thought Perception. Extraordinary Trait of Biological Anatomy, Butcher Instinct. The Illumination Spell had successfully advanced to level 1, bringing him a step closer to awakening an extraordinary trait. Although a magic level of only 4 might not be deemed exceptional, Ian felt neither disheartened nor disappointed. With age, young sorcerers typically experience substantial increases in their magical prowess. Magic itself was not the issue. Rather, the ability to learn and apply spells was the true measure of a wizard's excellence. Thus, the words of old by the wand seller rang true. He was destined to be a remarkably proficient wizard. Ian's confidence swelled slightly as a result. Indeed, it is a fact. With such a remarkably potent ability at his disposal, the acquisition of magic becomes significantly simplified for Ian. After all, each enhancement in skill level brings him a deeper understanding. The elevation from level 0 to 1 in spells like the Lumos Charm allows Ian to experience a profound epiphany, as if the once distant and nebulous concepts are now within his grasp. This is undeniably an extraordinary ability, a gift that countless wizards dare not even dream of. While other wizards may master a spell merely by adhering to the descriptions in their textbooks, replicating the processes distilled from the experiences of their predecessors, Ian's approach to learning magic diverges sharply from this method. With each attempt, he gains a clearer comprehension of the magic underlying the spell. In truth, he is not merely learning the incantation, but rather the very essence of the magic it embodies. This is what sets Ian apart. He is engaged in the study of magic itself, while the majority of wizards, even those of mature age, are limited to the superficiality of the incantation alone. Take, for instance, the study of the Lumos Charm. Most wizards, even upon graduation, likely remain dependent on the experiences of those who came before them, struggling to grasp the fundamental nature of this introductory spell. The reason why wandless magic is often deemed a fanciful notion by the majority of wizards lies in this very fact. The incantation serves as a shortcut. Uttering the corresponding spell triggers the magic connected to it, leading to an inevitable reliance on this shortcut over time. To achieve wandless magic, one must fundamentally comprehend the essence of the magic contained within the incantation. Perhaps many years ago, numerous wizards sought to uncover the true nature of magic. Yet in this era of advancement, those who are restless in spirit are not solely the so-called muggles. Just as muggles no longer rely on letters following the advent of telephones, many wizards, equipped with easier means to wield magic, naturally abandon the tedious and challenging pursuit of knowledge. The pursuit of truth has always been the domain of a select few, and magic is no exception. It remains uncertain how many levels of understanding Ian must achieve before he can cast spells without a wand. With a hopeful heart for the future, Ian gradually drifted into slumber. This night, he chose not to control his dreams, resulting in a far more vivid and fantastical dreamscape than usual. As the sun rose, the village of Hogsmeade was alive with a serene yet bustling atmosphere. Between the villages, wisps of smoke gracefully rise, intertwining with the delicate morning mist. Although it is still early, numerous wizards leisurely stroll along the streets, enjoying drinks and engaging in playful banter. The windows of the quaint wooden cottages, though modest in size, are adorned with transparent glass. When sunlight pierces through the clouds and gently cascades down, it casts a mosaic of light and shadow within. Occasionally, tendrils of vines entwine the window frames, with a few nameless blossoms nestled among the green leaves, swaying gently in the breeze, exuding a faint fragrance mingled with the earthy scent of soil. Time to brush my teeth and face, welcoming a brand new day. This is not Ian's second day in Hogsmeade. In fact, he has resided here for several days, and during this time, Snape, who had unceremoniously abandoned him, has yet to make an appearance. Were it not for Ian's exceptional self-sufficiency, a boy just over 10 years old, living in an unfamiliar place, would undoubtedly find the challenge akin to surviving in the wilderness. Savoring a honey-filled pastry, he embarks on a day defined by discipline. Ian has become thoroughly acquainted with the various facets of this locale. He first procured breakfast at Honeyduke's sweet shop and then meandered to the Three Broomsticks in search of a refreshing lemonade. Delighted to see you, young Ian. The barmaid, Rosmerta, exudes an enduring charm that has captivated many regular patrons, yet it seems to have no effect on Ian, who prefers the company of sprightly young girls. If you could sell me a mug of butterbeer, I would be equally delighted to see you, Madame Rosmerta. Ian's gaze remained fixated on the liquor cabinet behind her. He has long held a fascination for the butterbeer, which is praised by all who indulge in it, yet his attempts over the past few days have yielded no success. Occasionally, even the allure of galleons wanes. If only you could magically age to 13, I would gladly treat you to a drink. This was yet another of Rosmerta's polite refusals. Rules are rigid, but people are adaptable. Understanding how to navigate these nuances is the key to prosperity. Undeterred, Ian replied, "Your perspective is intriguing. However, in comparison to the elusive prospect of wealth, I feel that the fines from the Ministry of Magic may be more imminent." With a smile, Rosmerta handed Ian a glass of lemonade. The unsweetened lemonade caused Ian's face to contort in reaction to its sourness. He could hardly blame anyone but himself for not being accustomed to the milk and broth-infused teas prevalent here. This batch of lemons must have been treated with some souring agent. Ian's previously sleepy expression brightened considerably. "Ha, I don't sell such lemons. I simply squeezed in a couple of extra ones for you." Rosmerta laughed merrily, snatching the coins Ian had placed on the table. This was likely a precaution against any potential return of the beverage. Ian faced the palpable malice emanating from the adult wizards. What could he do? Naturally, he could only mumble a self-soothing mantra about having earned 2 lemons, while hastily popping 2 peppermint candies into his mouth and making a swift exit from the lair of the malevolent sorcerer. In recent days, he had become quite familiar with several shops in the town, integrating into the environment with remarkable speed and adaptability rare among lesser wizards. To be candid, Ian had yet to fully acclimate to the lifestyle of the wizards here. The cost of living was significantly higher than that in the Muggle world. Were it not for the cold, hard galleons left by Snape, he might have found himself reduced to a street urchin selling wild vegetables, prompting pity even from Ron. Little Ian, care for a game of wizard chess? The cobblestone streets were lined not only with shops, but also with a variety of vendors. A middle-aged wizard, adorned with a ludicrous hat, waved enthusiastically at Ian. He specialized in challenging passers-by to chess games, charging a modest fee of 1 silver sickles per match, with a reward of 5 silver sickles for any victory. You might as well go and swindle someone else. I'm merely a child, Ian thought, his gaze lingering briefly on the animated pieces on the chessboard. He resolutely declined, having already been duped out of several galleons by this chess player. This cunning opponent had a knack for psychology, always creating the illusion that one had merely fallen short of victory. Whether it was novices like Ian or seasoned players immersed for years in the game, they invariably ended up with a resigned sigh, surrendering a silver sickles. Initially, Ian fancied himself a prodigy in wizard chess, but upon witnessing an international competitor similarly yield a silver sickles with a regretful lament, he discerned the nefarious strategies employed by the chess player and abandoned any thoughts of challenging him again. Honestly, you have talent. With more practice, you might just win, the vendor remarked earnestly. Ian pretended not to hear and scampered away from one of the unforgivable vices of gambling. Flames ablaze. The incantation resonated as a flicker of flame sprang forth from the tip of his elder wand. Just as Ian had planned, upon returning to his humble abode, he commenced a day of self-discipline. Among the basic spells he had mastered, comprising the illumination charm, levitation charm, unlocking charm, and repairing charm, all at an entry-level proficiency, he was now practicing his 5th spell, a rare utility charm from his first-year textbook that possessed the potential for minor offensive effects, the Incendio spell. It is a spell capable of conjuring forth flames, utilized primarily for igniting objects. Most often, it serves as a substitute for Muggles' lighters or flamethrowers. However, should the flames emitted by the spell come into contact with a person, it is inevitable that they will incur some degree of burns, making it one of the few offensive techniques available to a first-year wizard. Flame on, flame on, flame on. The flickering light of the fire alternately blazed and dimmed. Ian's proficiency on his personal panel continued to rise. Arson spell, level 1 1100. As his skills reached the 1st level, A familiar wave of fatigue enveloped Ian's body, signaling that it was time to pause his studies for the day. There were chores to attend to, such as tidying up and doing laundry. Although life devoid of a television may lack some of the joys brought by technology, it offered a unique sense of fulfillment. As night fell, Ian retired to his bed earlier than usual. The reason was simple. It was that special day again, the one where he would enter a dreamlike realm in his sleep. He was eager to see if Ariana had returned. As his consciousness crossed a certain threshold into slumber, he gradually opened his eyes to a world completely detached from the mundane. The scene before him slowly came into focus. Yet, instead of the dreamlike meadows and skies, or the familiar sight of green trees and chirping birds welcoming him, he found himself in an utterly alien place, a palace, resplendent and magnificent. Upon Ian's arrival, countless pieces of furniture seemed to spring to life, sprouting arms and legs, scurrying away in a panic. People. It's people. How terrifying. Help. Amidst the cacophony of chaos, only a golden long bench remained unchanged. This was truly unexpected. A witch sat gracefully upon it, lifting her gaze to the visitor. Witch, teacher. Ian's sudden appearance clearly interrupted the witch's meal. Not only had the table and utensils before her fled, but even the food on the plates had vanished. In the brilliant hall, akin to a grand palace, even the chandelier hanging from the ceiling had disappeared, and the knife and fork the witch had been holding sprouted tiny wings and took flight. My apologies. Taken aback, Ian recognized the witch not far away. She was the mysterious lady who had spoken to him in the small town, still clad in her exquisite black gown. Like a shadow that quietly descends amidst the night, an ineffable aura of mystery and profundity envelopes her. Although her entrance took me by surprise, I need not feel any embarrassment, for I had once extended an invitation to you. The witch conjured a napkin, elegantly dabbing at her crimson lips. With each delicate movement, the grace and poise of an ancient aristocrat naturally unfolded. This was not a mere pretense, but rather a depth that seemed to be seamlessly woven into her every gesture. I had no intention of intruding upon your meal. Ian, still struggling to regain his composure, wished to express that he had not considered responding to the previous invitation. Yet he understood that such a statement would be exceedingly impolite. The souls within this phantasmagoric realm do not require sustenance. I merely adhered to the habits cultivated in my former life, as the food offered no semblance of pleasure. The mysterious witch let out a soft laugh, her gaze playfully scrutinizing Ian. Her words caused him to swallow hard, his inner tension and trepidation becoming increasingly palpable. Food cannot provide joy? Then what could possibly bring this enchantress delight? The thought of trifling with young boys? The witch's appraisal was not particularly intense. Yet Ian felt as though ants were crawling over him, standing there in an awkward daze. Fortunately, the enigmatic witch broke the awkward silence once more. It appears you have embarked on the path of seeking magic. I wondered how she discerned this, for Ian had not brought a wand into this realm. Yet she spoke with unwavering conviction. Indeed, madam, Ian replied, nodding in earnest under her gaze, which seemed even deeper than Dumbledore's. This was not a matter requiring concealment. In the presence of such an unknown soul, the attempt to disguise the truth might lead to unnecessary complications. It was an instinct, a perception born from thought. Ian found it difficult to sense the witch's emotions, akin to facing Dumbledore, yet this extraordinary quality influenced his sixth sense as well. Upon hearing Ian's candid response, the witch appeared quite pleased. You should address me as teacher. It was unclear whether she genuinely misunderstood Ian or was being deliberately provocative as she corrected his form of address with a hint of emphasis. Ian hesitated for a considerable time, gathering his courage before finally speaking to the witch. I do not quite understand why I have suddenly found myself in your presence. Every time, I find myself in the same place, on the meadow outside the village. The reality of his existence is an undeniable truth. Whether it is Ariana or Panduro, they both discerned immediately that Ian was not a departed spirit, and the enigmatic sorceress before him certainly could not overlook this fact. So what now? The witch's piercing gaze fixed intently upon Ian, causing him to feel a trickle of sweat as he stammered in response. I have indeed been contemplating learning magic from you. However, I have not yet firmly resolved to do so. This time, I merely wished to see if my friend had returned. Ian endeavored to present a more innocent smile, genuinely believing that the mysterious which did not resemble a white mage, and feeling compelled to adopt a more submissive demeanor. They have not returned. Merely 3 days have elapsed since your last departure. The enigmatic which propped her right hand on the edge of her chair, supporting her chin with her palm. With her other hand, she gently tapped on the opposite armrest, speaking to Ian in a languid tone. The dreamlike realm is an exceedingly peculiar place. responding to the most authentic desires and obsessions of the heart. This is the reason for the change in your location of appearance. Her words clearly aimed to elucidate Ian's confusion. Yet, I apologize, I still do not comprehend. Ian admitted, his expression still one of bewilderment. What a dull-witted little pig, the sorceress mused, her brows slightly raised, a hint of exasperation gracing her exquisite features. I never anticipated that I would ultimately find myself with such a sluggish apprentice. Although the sarcasm was far milder than Snape's, the mysterious which exuded a touch more pride, maintaining an air of superiority throughout their conversation. Not overtly domineering, yet undeniably conveying her elevated status. Ian, who had gleaned some experience from Snape, pondered how to respond to someone of such stature. Shall I take my leave? Though tinged with caution, Ian merely voiced this sentiment. The witch opposite him visibly faltered, akin to Snape, her eye twitching slightly. What a cunning little imp, the witch remarked, shaking her head in disbelief. In the past, you yearned for friendship. Now you seek magic. Ultimately, she provided an answer. Ian contemplated this, finding a semblance of truth in light of his current circumstances. Yet, why was it that the dreamlike realm had drawn him here, specifically in his yearning to learn magic? Because deep within your heart, you know that I can impart powerful magic and knowledge that those schools are reluctant to share, enabling you to swiftly acquire the strength necessary to confront impending crises. The enigmatic which spoke unexpectedly, almost as if in response. Yet, Ian had not voiced the doubts that lingered in his mind. Can you read minds? Ian exclaimed, taken aback. In that moment, he felt an uncanny empathy towards Snape, reminiscent of a boomerang from the wizarding world. It was not particularly difficult magic to learn, but within the bewildering illusion, he found himself stripped of the powers he had once possessed, along with the magic that had accompanied him in life. The mysterious which chuckled with delight. I am merely adept at observation. Ian found himself irked by riddlers. He preferred to be the enigma himself. Fortunately, while the mysterious which was tainted by the less savory habits of wizards, her penchant for riddles was not overly severe. Upon seeing Ian's bewildered expression, she provided a detailed explanation. You and that young girl have often conversed by the riverside about a dark wizard named Tom, discussing the perils of attending that school known as Hogwarts. Perhaps next time, you should speak a tad more softly. The witch had evidently grown accustomed to Ian's lack of insight. This was indeed an answer Ian had not anticipated, yet it felt so logically coherent. Observation? Eavesdropping would be more fitting. Ian silently scoffed at her while forcing a strained smile. Little did he know, she had been quietly assessing him for quite some time. What could he possibly say? The only recourse was to regurgitate some classic responses from the path of civil servant promotion. He had learned them before his journey, and now found them applicable in such an unusual context. Assessment, indeed, when the mysterious witch squinted. Her eyes resembled crescent moons, not innocent or sweet, but rather cunning like a fox. We have conversed for quite a while, and I have answered many foolish questions from you. Yet, I have yet to hear you address me as teacher. Her tone remained languidly gentle, yet beneath that calm facade lay a subtle sharpness. That is because you have not yet revealed your esteemed name to me. Ian suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine, slightly bowing to indicate that he was not truly as dull as he appeared. You may call me Teacher Mara. The witch Mara's lips curled into a slight smile, her expression rich with hidden meaning, akin to a flower blooming in the rainforest, beautiful yet thorny. Teacher Mara, Ian blurted out, adopting the demeanor of an obedient child. However, meanwhile, he found himself pondering the well-known tale of Harry Potter, wondering if there ever existed a renowned witch by the name of Mara. Was it a pseudonym? Or perhaps this teacher's name had been shrouded in the mists of time, obscured by the dust of history? It seemed that she was not an overwhelmingly powerful sorceress. After all, the names of the legendary figures of Hogwarts and Merlin himself had never faded with the passage of time. Of course, it was possible that Professor Mara hailed from an even more distant era, or that this was not her original name, but rather one she had adopted as memories began to fade. With this thought, Ian recalled some of the words spoken by Professor Mara moments earlier, stirring within him a blend of curiosity and uncertainty. Professor Mara, you mentioned that you no longer possess the powers and magic of your living days? Ian inquired cautiously, yet his question elicited a penetrating gaze from the witch that filled him with a sense of pressure. Do you believe I cannot teach you anything? She responded with a smile that sparkled with amusement. Of course not. I am merely curious about the missing cutlery. Were they not enchanted? Ian attempted to divert his gaze from her intense stare by surveying the surroundings. The mundane can strip away my magic, deprive me of my strength and lineage, she said, leaning back against the bench and gesturing toward her head with her slender fingers. but knowledge will never betray its possessor. My apprentice, remember, knowledge is our most treasured asset, accompanying us on every journey until the very end. For the first time, the witch imparted a profound lesson to Ian with a serious demeanor. Until the end? Ian echoed, looking toward her. For me, and for all souls here, it signifies the unknown ahead, she replied with a smile that held a hint of anticipation. Every soul lingering in the haze of illusion carries remnants of obsession. Truthfully, Ian was deeply curious about what kind of fixation plagued this expectant Professor Mara. Yet, he hesitated to inquire about why she remained trapped in this ethereal limbo, fearing it might touch upon some scar within her soul. Professor Mara, then what knowledge can I learn? Now that he had addressed her as teacher, Ian was eager to absorb every bit of wisdom. Magic and potions. Which would you prefer to study first? The witch Mara exuded confidence in her abilities, her tone and demeanor reflecting this assurance. You can brew potions? Ian asked, somewhat surprised. He could not help but wonder how Mara compared to Professor Snape in this field. It must be Severus Snape, many years after the evolution of the times. Indeed. The witch Mara nodded non-committally, then suddenly shifted her tone, stating that it is a field with a high threshold, rarely comprehended by many. The slow simmering cauldron emits white smoke, revealing the true essence of its fragrant wonder. It is even more challenging for anyone to genuinely perceive the magical potency contained within the liquid that flows through one's veins. Her elongated voice seemed to harbor the mysteries of ancient legends. However, Ian found it oddly familiar. Are you about to tell me that as long as I'm not a fool, you can teach me how to enhance my reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death? How could it not be familiar? This was the opening speech that Snape delivered to the new students each year. Do you all share the same script in potion making? The witch Mara was initially taken aback, but then let out a light laugh, suggesting that a trace of her past still lingered in this world. What does that mean? Ian's thoughts raced. He immediately understood her implication. Snape was a literary plagiarist. Have you ever penned such words? Ian's eyes sparkled with excitement, as he felt he had uncovered a significant secret about Snape. Of course, I must have left behind a book, Mara whispered softly, seemingly lost in recollection, yet unable to grasp the memories that had faded with time. A fleeting expression of sadness crossing her delicate face. However, Ian remained oblivious to this subtlety, still engrossed in the astonishing revelation that Snape was a literary thief. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed plausible. Snape must have come across the books left by Professor Mara. Perhaps he sought them out deliberately? After all, Snape harbored a passion for potions and would certainly seek out those obscure ancient texts. The potion books left by Professor Mara could very well have fallen into his hands. Just like the phrases a king must not be insulted and bearing the weight of the world, our half-blood prince might have encountered the stirring words that ignited his youthful fervor within Mara's writings, leading him to excerpt them as his annual opening lines to the new students. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it became. Ian felt he had grasped Snape's significant secret. After all, just as Wu Qingyan could not have written Journey to the West without the influence of the Black Myth, Professor Mara, an ancient spirit long departed, could hardly have stolen Snape's classic quotes. Could she? Reversal of heaven and earth. Reversal of heaven and earth. Severus Snape may possess an unparalleled mastery of potions, yet it is unequivocally impossible for him to wield the power of inverted causality. Ian is convinced he has unearthed the undeniable truth. Snape is a mere plagiarist. This undoubtedly serves as a significant leverage against Professor Snape. Perhaps not as scandalous as his past entanglement with Lily Potter, but certainly a revelation potent enough to bring about his social demise within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. Its impact is akin to that of a middle schooler, exposing to the entire school that his online moniker is the scorn of kings, along with a personal motto declaring, "Let the world feel pain. Your laughter is indeed foolish." The witch is perplexed as to why Ian stands there, grinning vacantly. I was merely reminded of a delightful thought. Ian, sensing the witch's scrutinizing gaze, quickly regained his composure. Does threatening others bring you joy? Her profound eyes seemed capable of discerning all truths. Professor Mara, you previously claimed you lacked the ability to read minds. Ian gasped in astonishment once more. You just inquired about that particular phrase, and now you stand here, chuckling foolishly. Any reasonable person would surely deduce the mischievous thoughts swirling in your mind. The witch, with a weary expression, rubbed her temples as if exasperated by Ian's foolishness. Speak. Who has acquired my book? She seemed to care quite a bit about the remnants of the earthly realm. It is one of my professors, every year during class. He commences with the same opening line, a phrase penned by you in a certain book. Ian hastily provided his answer. The professor who teaches you potion lore at that institution known as Hogwarts? The witch observed Ian nodding and responded with a somewhat indifferent tone. It is not entirely a disgrace. What exactly constitutes a disgrace is self-evident. It pertains to the knowledge authored by this proud witch. Can potions genuinely prevent death? Ian posed a question that has perplexed many Hogwarts students throughout their lives. Indeed, they can, though your professor at school is certainly incapable of achieving such a feat. The witch's light laughter was non-committal, her tone imbued with an intriguing certainty. Why? Ian pressed for clarification. Because I have severed the last golden apple tree existing in this world, and the primary ingredient necessary for a potion that can avert death, or even reverse, is the golden apple. The witch patiently elucidated the matter for Ian, adding that if your professor possessed sufficient genius, perhaps he could discover a substitute for the golden apple within this realm. Though she stated such a possibility, her tone dripped with disdain, reflecting a complete disbelief that contemporary potion scholars could unearth an ingredient that might serve as a viable alternative to the golden apple. Ian shared her skepticism. After all, if Snape truly possessed the ability to thwart death, he would not be the subject of mockery for merely boasting. It is evident from the original narrative that he is incapable of concocting such a potion. However, now that we are aware of the origin of that oft-repeated opening statement, we can trace its lineage. He cannot achieve it, yet there were those in the past who could. Professor Marfa, why did you choose to fell the golden apple tree? Ian had heard the witch mention the act of chopping down trees more than once, and he wondered if this was connected to her lingering obsession within the elusive dreamscape. Because I desire to, the witch replied with a beaming smile, her demeanor betraying no hint of peculiarity. Ian realized that extracting the true reason from her would likely be futile. Potions differ from magic. The various ingredients are ever-changing, and if you wish to learn, you must bring me some text regarding the potions of your era. The witch deftly shifted the topic. Do not need to bring some ingredients? Ian blinked in surprise. My dear apprentice, although I have been dead for quite some time, I believe that even in your time, the materials for potions are not trifling in value. So, if I were to require them, can you afford them? Lies do not wound. It is the truth that cuts like a knife. Ian felt the blush rise on his youthful face, having been exposed as a pauper. As long as the school has the materials, I should be able to procure some. He conceded, acknowledging his financial constraints, though Hogwarts was certainly no impoverished institution. I would rather not see you hunted by your own potions master. The witch, clearly a master of potion making, understood well the significance of potion ingredients in the eyes of such experts. Professor Snape is quite kind to me. Perhaps if I plead pitifully, he might lend me some materials. I already owe him quite a bit. Ian spoke with uncertainty. Being so generous to you, and you still wish to threaten him? TSK, you certainly possess some qualities of a dark wizard, the witch remarked, her gaze appraising Ian with newfound astonishment. Ian found himself at a loss for words. He merely felt that having leverage was akin to possessing a nuclear bomb. One could certainly manage without it, but having it was undeniably preferable. Very well, I shall not tease you further. The witch waved her hand with a chuckle. Do not underestimate your teacher. I have simply not engaged with this knowledge for a while. You just need to bring me contemporary texts. Before long, I shall catch up with your era and then surpass it. Her unparalleled confidence radiated, and in that moment, the witch's pride was unmistakable. Ian felt a swell of excitement. Who would not desire a teacher who was so audaciously grand? The more exceptional the teacher, the more the students inevitably learn. It was as if he could already envision a luminous future for himself. Praise be to you, Professor Mara. Ian began to applaud enthusiastically, lavishing compliments upon her. Surely you will achieve great heights. The witch, in a good mood, offered her assessment of Ian. Indeed, how could I not excel with such an outstanding teacher like you? Ian eagerly replied, exuding sincerity. However, I refer to your talent for flattery, which will undoubtedly pave a smooth path for you in your pursuit of power. The witch continued, her smile unwavering. Is that a compliment? It certainly does not sound like one. Genuine praise cannot be equated with mere sycophancy, Ian exclaimed with wide, earnest eyes, as if he had heard something utterly astonishing. See, I told you that you possess remarkable talent. The witch was clearly unimpressed by his response, which left even the thick-skinned Ian feeling somewhat awkward. Focus on mastering magic. When you become sufficiently powerful, you will no longer need to don a facade, the witch advised Ian with a weighty significance. I understand, Ian replied, his expression turning serious. Now, my dim-witted apprentice, let us commence our lessons in magic. The witch suddenly rose from her bench, her long legs gracefully striding toward Ian. You are far too weak at present. Standing beside Ian, the witch towered over him, exuding an aura of authority that instilled in him an undeniable sense of pressure. I do not possess a wand, Ian nervously stated. A wand is merely a tool, the witch remarked, observing Ian's bewildered expression. She could not help but sigh. Your era is truly perplexing. She offered her critique, then raised her hand, breaking the metallic frame of a painting that adorned the hall. Almost simultaneously, without incantation or any other gesture, the metallic frame gradually transformed into the shape of a standard wand as it was handed to Ian, the type of wood indiscernible. Magic? Ian exclaimed in astonishment. It is knowledge, the witch responded, her voice steady. Just as Ian pondered whether this seemingly unorthodox teacher was deceiving him, the witch had already moved behind him, raising her finger to rest against the back of his head. Let us begin with some simpler spells. Almost instantaneously upon her words, Ian felt a chilling terror surge through him. Feel the essence of this murderous intent. The witch's soft voice alerted Ian to the anomaly in the situation. What simple magic necessitates the perception of such lethal energy? Attune your heart, and then recite with me. The witch's finger pressed against the back of Ian's head. A peculiar emotion coursing from her fingertips into his mind, igniting an overwhelming surge of impulse within him. Avada Kedavra. In the opulent hall, flames danced in the fireplace. The witch imparted the first spell to her apprentice. Talent and a gift. Ian felt akin to a balloon, inflated with an abundance of foreign essence. I am tainted. The tumultuous, murderous intent surged within Ian's small mind like a roaring ocean, his reason nearly obliterated, as the boundless malice demanded an outlet to unleash its flood. Perhaps it was Professor Mara guiding him, or perhaps it was instinctive. After hearing Professor Mara's teachings, Ian, without the slightest hesitation, began to chant the incantation. Avada Kedavra. It was almost a roar. Ian had never imagined he would unleash the killing curse under such circumstances. As the incantation resonated, magical energy and murderous intent converged and intertwined within Ian, flowing to his fingertips, surging into the unknown wand, the green light illuminating the entire castle. It shone like a meteor, dazzling and formidable. Regrettably, the target of Ian's wand was devoid of any creature or soul. Only an ancient, mottled gray wall remained. This was a spell effective only against living beings, and thus, it would not mar the wall's texture. Nevertheless, the green light spread across the wall like a spider's web, flickering for quite some time before gradually dissipating. As the murderous intent infused by Professor Mara was released, Ian's reason reclaimed its dominion. Beside him, the witch appeared exceedingly pleased with the outcome. It seems your dullness is confined to certain aspects. At least in terms of magic, you possess a talent superior to many. The witch generously bestowed her praise. My goodness! Ian gazed at the fading green light on the wall, unable to fathom that this was the spell he had unleashed. He, the 11-year-old young wizard, yet to step foot in Hogwarts, how could he possibly wield such a fearsome and malevolent curse? The killing curse, the foremost of the 3 unforgivable curses, a spell that turned many pale at its mere mention. Did one truly learn so effortlessly? In this world, there are those born to nobility. Could there truly be individuals destined to be prisoners of Azkaban? Ian was acutely aware that the potency of his killing curse was primarily derived from the murderous intent instilled in him by Professor Mara. It is universally acknowledged that the power of such spells is intricately linked to the wielder's intent. Nevertheless, regardless of this rationale, it remains indisputable that he had indeed mastered the killing curse. Name, Ian Prince. Occupation, Bloodline Sorcerer. Magic level, 4. Skills, Luminosity Charm, level 176,100. Levitation Charm, level 111,100. Killing Curse, level 1, 7,100. The panel does not deceive. With Professor Mara's guidance, Ian had performed a spell release and astonishingly commanded the level 1 Killing Curse, achieving a proficiency of 7 points. What does level 1 signify? It indicates that, even without further assistance from his mentor, he could still cast the most fundamental form of the Killing Curse. And the myriad insights regarding this spell now resided within his mind as knowledge. The unforgivable curse. Professor Mara, do you truly consider this a mere, simple spell? Ian found himself engulfed in a mix of horror and bewilderment, leaving little room for the elation typically associated with mastering new magic. In my time, such definitions did not exist. The witch approached the wall, gently caressing it. The lingering green remnants and fragments faded entirely. A wizard venturing outside, without the ability to cast the killing curse, is often but a lamb awaiting slaughter. Her explanation was unexpectedly compelling and difficult to contest. In Ian's view, Professor Mara must have been a sorceress from before the Middle Ages. For wizards of that era, it seemed somewhat reasonable to learn the killing curse before stepping outside. Remember the feelings of today, the witch instructed Ian. This magic demands intense murderous intent. Although you may not grow into a virtuous individual, for a wizard of your age, acquiring such profound murderous intent is no simple feat. I suggest you practice hunting some creatures. This too can help cultivate the necessary intent for spellcasting. Of course, it pales in comparison to taking a human life, which would invoke far greater malevolence. Should you ever kill a person with your own hands, you might truly master this magic. The witch evidently failed to grasp Ian's learning pace, yet her patient instruction carried an almost beguiling undertone. Indeed, what benevolent wight which would teach her apprentice the killing curse so readily? Ian's previous instincts regarding this instructor were likely not misplaced. Very well, I shall take on the role of part-time animal butcher. Ian, of course, would not heed the witch's seemingly casual suggestion, for he is not one to pursue power by any means, like Voldemort. Moreover, he has already mastered the killing curse and does not need to cultivate any further murderous intent to cross the threshold. Yet, Ian felt it prudent not to disclose this astonishing fact to the witch. It is not a matter of keeping a trump card in the realm of illusions. Why should one ponder such intricate dilemmas? Apart from Ian, he had never heard of anyone being able to communicate with the souls within the hazy illusions. Any secrets exposed in this place would have no bearing on Ian's life in the corporeal world. His reluctance to share this remarkable truth stems solely from the witch's already unfavorable perception of him. He does not wish to exacerbate her belief that he is not of good character. It is worth noting that even with the witch's unique teaching methods, a wizard capable of mastering the killing curse in one go could certainly be deemed exceptionally gifted in the dark arts. Perhaps even Voldemort might acknowledge such prowess. Observing his panel displaying a proficiency of 7 points, Ian yearned for a similar rapid advancement in his studies of other spells. Teacher Mara, could you impart to me another spell? Perhaps one that is not so perilous? Ian mused, considering that his progress with the killing curse might merely be a peculiar anomaly. Agreed, the witch replied coldly. However, in the next moment, she unexpectedly chuckled. Yet, a thirst for knowledge is not a vice, nor does it inspire disdain. Clearly, Ian's curiosity aligns with the very qualities the witch greatly admires. Nonetheless, in response to Ian's eager gaze, the witch refrained from beginning her instruction. Instead, she smiled playfully and teased. Are you certain you have enough time to learn a new spell? Perhaps this teacher possessed some means to discern the duration of Ian's stay within the hazy illusion. Almost as soon as her words fell, Ian began to feel the surrounding blur. His figure gradually grew faint, and everything around him seemed to recede. At the moment his soul was on the brink of departing the sanctuary, Ian could only vaguely see the witch tearing off a corner of her gown. Inscribed with some words, she promptly placed it into Ian's hand. Consider this your homework, dear apprentice. Do not disappoint me. As the illusion faded, reality returned. When Ian opened his eyes to glance at the clock, the witch's expectant whisper echoed in his ears as if it still lingered nearby. He sat up and raised his hand. As he crossed the threshold between life and death, fragments of an ancient knowledge-laden garment lay quietly in his palm, shimmering with a silvery luster beneath the moonlight. It was only 2300 hours. The school year had yet to commence, yet he was already delving into the depths of knowledge. Astonishingly, he was able to extract objects from the ethereal realm. Ian seemed to have uncovered a remarkable secret. It made sense, after all. If he could bring candies and chocolates into the enigmatic dimension, then retrieving items from that realm should not be overly surprising. Indeed, it was a fantastical world. As Ian gazed at the garment fragment in his hand, he could not help but express his awe and wonder. How could this world be anything but idealistic? There were countless mysteries yet to be discovered, were it not for Ian's fortunate endowment. Who knows how many more years it would take for the living to touch upon matters related to the ethereal realm. The living remains stagnant. Only the departed may enter. It is likely that even if Ian were to share his findings with other wizards or scholars studying the ethereal dimension, they would lack the capacity to validate such discoveries. For most wizards, everything within that realm is an adventure only accessible after death. Consequently, even the greatest wizards in the world know little of the ethereal dimension, as a territory only accessible by spirits. The fact that Ian could bring back garments from the souls within compelled him to reassess his understanding of the ethereal realm. It was not merely a shadowy afterlife. Logically, spirits are simply forms of energy, yet the garment fragment in his hand possessed an unmistakable tactile reality. The distinction between the illusory and the tangible had evidently blurred. Ian could only rely on his memories to speculate that perhaps such gifts from the present world were not easily acquired. He noted that Professor Mara had intentionally torn a piece from her garment. Given her abilities, she could have easily transformed any object nearby into a convincingly realistic parchment. However, her choice to rend her own beautiful, Appropriate attire suggested that perhaps only through such means could Ian bring it back from the ethereal realm. This was quite possible. Ian glanced at his other hand. Moments before his silhouette vanished within the ethereal dimension, he had distinctly held the wand transformed from metallic frame by Professor Mara. However, that wand had not been brought back with him. Much like the experiments Ian had conducted with the enchanting flora of the ethereal realm upon first acquiring his gift. He initially believed that since the items belonged to the world of the deceased, it was only natural that the flowers and such could not be brought back to the living realm. He had long held the notion that the ethereal realm might be a world composed purely of energy. However, this perception was now being challenged. The fragment of a gown in his hand, still imbued with a hint of warmth, compelled Ian to re-evaluate his understanding of the ethereal realm. Even if extracting objects from this realm necessitated certain conditions or rules, it ultimately suggested that the boundary between life and death was not insurmountable. If the garments of the deceased could transcend this boundary, did it not imply that the departed themselves might also return to the mortal world? What a bold notion! The more Ian pondered, the more his heart raced. This was undoubtedly a subject steeped in taboo. Yet, if there truly existed a means to bring the deceased back to the earthly realm, setting aside ethical dilemmas and other convoluted factors, it would surely be an achievement worthy of historical acclaim. Perhaps even the famous chocolate frog cards would record his illustrious deeds. Fame and fortune were secondary. If he could locate and retrieve the soul of Lily Potter, would not Harry Potter be obliged to bestow upon him a fortune from his vault? With a little cheerleading from Lily Potter, who would care for the traditional quests of Harry Potter? They could leap straight to Snape's epic confrontation with Voldemort. Such musings might simply reflect Ian's youthful imagination running wild. Yet, who could claim to possess absolute clarity? This world operates under a certain principle. Love is the most potent magic. The fervent devotion of a lovesick admirer is, after all, a manifestation of love. There is potential. There is promise. The more Ian contemplated, the more he felt this was a direction worth his energy and study. Perhaps, during his next venture into the ethereal realm, he could consult Professor Mara, who seemed to possess a wealth of profound knowledge. Though the witch of the castle did not appear to be benevolent, she was, after all, genuinely imparting magical knowledge to Ian. Regardless of her motivations, he had become her apprentice. The nature of their teacher-student relationship in the future remained uncertain. At least at this moment, having someone to illuminate his path was certainly not a misfortune for Ian. As for the mirror that Professor Mara desired, he could not help but wonder if it was the enchanted mirror from the school. Ian had not forgotten the request she made during their first encounter. Despite not having acquired the mirror, the other party accepted him as an apprentice. Yet he could discern that the witch held a considerable interest in that elusive mirror. There was a demand, and naturally, one must reciprocate. This principle guided Ian's interactions with others. No one was inherently indebted to him, nor were they obliged to offer him unconditional support. Even the pouch of gold coins left by Snape, along with the galleon spent on books and necessities, were merely perceived by Ian as borrowed items from Snape. He harbored no fondness for, nor did he relish, the notion of taking advantage of anyone. Perhaps if he were to find the magical mirror and present it to Professor Mara, her delight might compel her to teach him the remaining 2 unforgivable curses. Having already acquired the killing curse. After all, Azkaban was already a foregone conclusion. Ian felt somewhat at a loss for not possessing the complete set, akin to a game of Genshin Impact, where one yearns to collect all character cards. The extraordinary success of Chocolate Frogs paralleled the marketing strategies of magical card collections in Ian's memories, both tapping into a similar compulsive psychology. This homework assignment surely could not be associated with dark magic. Having clarified some conjectures regarding the bewildering illusion, Ian finally redirected his attention to the fragments of the gown. The moonlight outside was resplendent, yet it failed to illuminate the faint inscriptions upon the gown fragments. Suddenly, a flicker of fluorescence. Ian retrieved his Elder Wand, successfully casting a spell that illuminated his surroundings, while simultaneously gaining 3 proficiency points in the Lumos spell. He was learning new magic. Excitedly, Ian brought the light closer to the gown fragments. The next moment, he was left dumbfounded. The inscriptions on the gown fragments were etched in a manner unknown to him, twisted, contorted, and bizarrely assembled into a text he could not comprehend. Ancient script? Ian sensed something amiss. He felt he had encountered an introduction to such writing before. The textbook. With a sudden spark of inspiration, Ian sprang from his bed, rushing to the pile where he kept various textbooks and items, extracting one of his tomes from the clutter. Magical Theory, authored by Abby Wolfen. Drawing upon his memory, he flipped through the pages until he halted at the section detailing the origins of magic, where he discovered the information he sought about ancient magical scripts. just as twisted, contorted, and peculiar as the inscriptions he had seen. This was indeed ancient magical writing. As he regarded the first-year textbook, which provided only a vague overview of the subject matter, Ian finally grasped the witch's notion of a homework assignment. It is not merely the study of magic. Rather, it necessitates the comprehension of the ancient magical script that documents this new sorcery. Indeed, the spells inscribed in this script may be secondary, but it is the intricate, winding characters of the script that constitute the true challenge. Old sacrifices of the past, indeed. Regardless of location, certain elements possess a commonality. Since it is an assignment, how could it possibly be completed with ease? Ian felt certain he would become the least popular student at Hogwarts, and even Hermione, the star of the trio, was merely competing with her peers and classmates. Yet here he was, still not officially enrolled, already embarking on studies that were meant for third-year students at Hogwarts. Courses primarily offered to those exceptional students who manage their academics with apparent ease. The diligent scholar, indeed. Alas, those who excel must learn more. What else could one expect from a clever mind? Ian carefully set aside the fragments of his robe, extinguished the glowing light, and crawled back into bed. A night of vivid dreams ensued. As dawn broke the following morning, Ian hurriedly tidied himself and dashed towards the bookstore in Hogsmeade. Many may not realize that there exists a bookstore here. In fact, most young wizards attending Hogwarts might remain oblivious to this fact until their graduation. Behind the Featherquill shop in Hogsmeade lies an inconspicuous second-hand bookstore. Though this bookstore is so modest that it lacks even a sign, it receives a substantial influx of unsold textbooks and various outdated tomes from the Leaky Cauldron's nearby shop each year, reselling them to students who meander through the village on weekends. Of course, few young wizards visiting Hogsmeade think to explore a bookstore. After all, most come merely to unwind. Nevertheless, this does not hinder the existence of the bookstore. Heaven knows how the proprietor manages to make a living. Excuse me, do you have any study materials on runes? Ian, having resided in Hogsmeade for about a week, entered the bookstore for the first time today. Inside, he spotted an elderly man reclining in an antique rocking chair. The old man's complexion was rosy, his hair sparse, silvery white, reminiscent of pine branches covered with the first snow of winter. And he wore a pair of slightly worn round glasses perched upon his nose, exuding an aura steeped in literary charm. You are the young wizard who has recently taken up residence in the village? The bookstore owner seemed to have heard of Ian, for it was indeed rare for a pre-enrolled wizard to temporarily reside in Hogsmeade before the school year commenced. Yes, sir, Ian replied, maintaining his usual politeness. For a young wizard of your age, it may be a tad too early to delve into the study of runes. The bookstore owner remained reclined in his rocking chair, seemingly unmoved. My keen interest in this subject compelled me to engage in some preliminary study. I firmly believe that I shall become a distinguished scholar in the field of ancient magical texts in the future. Ian, leveraging his youthful advantage, assumed a posture filled with hope and ambition. Indeed, lofty ideals. The bookstore owner scrutinized Ian once more before finally sitting upright. However, aspirations and reality often diverge. Most young wizards struggle with basic courses. Although he muttered to himself, the bookstore owner nonetheless ventured inside to search for books for Ian. His movements were somewhat sluggish, his form swaying slightly. Yet, despite his seemingly frail actions, there was no sign of age upon his countenance, a rather peculiar circumstance. You mentioned that was the case for most. But what of the minority? Ian inquired, smiling to reveal his immaculate white teeth. The bookstore owner turned to glance at Ian again. Young and handsome, perhaps a touch arrogant, yet you may possess some talent. It seems you're destined to become a Slytherin, he assessed. Subsequently, he began rummaging through the store. Let me search thoroughly. I've only taken over this shop 3 months ago, and the previous owner was not one for meticulousness, though I suppose I am quite similar. The bookstore owner jested about himself. I'm in no hurry, sir. Ian patiently awaited. He had grown accustomed to cloaking himself beneath the guise of a well-behaved child. Found it. Right here, the bookstore owner exclaimed. He exerted himself slightly, yet quickly became breathless, perhaps a remnant of past injuries that impacted his physical capabilities. As he spoke, he sifted through a pile of books that were not arranged on shelves, but rather strewn across the shop floor, selecting 3 volumes with hands that trembled slightly, which he then offered to Ian. Ian noticed a vividly intricate tattoo on the inner arm of the bookstore owner, a golden snitch that captivated him as a representative of the enchanting essence of his heritage. It's truly beautiful, Ian remarked, aware of the owner's gaze upon him, and he hastily sought to amend his apparent rudeness. Indeed, it once was beautiful, the bookstore owner replied enigmatically. However, Ian perceived a hint of melancholy in his eyes and chose not to further inquire about the story behind the tattoo. It was likely not a tale of melodramatic romance, but rather a poignant bond of brotherhood. The intricacies of England's past are often elusive, indeed. How much is it in total? Ian was not one to indulge in gossip about the past of strangers. He effortlessly shifted the conversation. 6 gold galleons. The bookstore owner reclined once more in his rocking chair. Goodness, how exorbitant. Ian gasped, taken aback. This was the price of a rare antiquarian tome. Purchasing a new book from Diagon Alley would cost nearly double. The owner seemed to imply that this elective course was not merely challenging. Ian began to comprehend why. In every era, a select few monopolized knowledge. Indeed, the profits from selling wisdom were astonishing. Well, thank you. Ian chose not to suspect the man of overcharging him, for such doubts were futile. He had no means to venture to Diagon Alley himself, and there was no need to harbor ill feelings toward others. Carefully extracting his considerably diminished purse from his pocket, Ian counted out 6 gold galleons and placed them upon the counter the owner had indicated. Should you decide to forego your studies, I offer a buyback price of 3 galleons. The proprietor chuckled, seemingly confident that Ian would abandon his pursuit of learning. I believe that scenario is unlikely, Ian replied with a polite smile, gathering 3 books before making his exit. Within the tranquil confines of the bookstore, only the aging proprietor remained, sinking back into a profound silence. After a considerable time, perhaps stirred by Ian's earlier words, the owner sighed softly in his rocking chair, raising his somewhat withered arm to brush lightly at the golden snitch tattoo on his skin. Under the sun's warm embrace, it seemed to transport him back to a time of unwavering loyalty. To learn the limits of magic, the bookstore owner, though physically frail, exhibited no decline in his expertise when it came to selecting literature. His ability to manage a bookstore in Hogsmeade was a testament to his pure passion for books and knowledge, even if he lacked acumen in commerce. The 3 textbooks he selected for Ian were perfectly suited for beginners, designed to facilitate a swift transition across the threshold of learning. 1. The Phonetics of Ancient Runic. This tome serves as a phonetic guide to ancient runes, compiling texts, meanings, and their accurate pronunciations. 2. An easy introduction to ancient charms. True to its title, this book is invaluable for those wishing to grasp the foundational knowledge of ancient runes after mastering their reading. 3. Advanced Runic Translation. This volume is a comprehensive compilation of knowledge crucial for understanding the application of ancient runes, enabling learners to truly comprehend texts crafted in this ancient language. 3 progressively structured textbooks are sufficient for Ian to gradually step into the realm of ancient magical script. Naturally, even with a well-defined learning pathway, the threshold for acquiring knowledge, such as ancient magical script, is undeniably formidable. Just as the bookstore proprietor remarked, most individuals find it exceedingly challenging to master. This is truly arduous. Ian, cradling the tome titled Magical Phonetics, sat by the window of the quaint wooden cabin, engrossed in his reading. The golden sunlight permeated the sheer curtains, casting a warm glow upon every corner of the room, enveloping the tranquil space in a golden veil. Yet it did little to alleviate Ian's melancholy demeanor. He had diligently immersed himself in study for quite some time, yet the simplest pronunciations of the magical script remained elusive, resulting in a stagnant personal panel devoid of new skills. How shall one express it? It is indeed quite challenging. Upon reflection, one can comprehend that if ancient magical script were not so intricate and difficult to learn, it would not have been swiftly supplanted by the incantations favored by contemporary wizards. Indeed, ancient magical script, alongside modern spells such as luminescent flicker and forgetful oblivion, merely serves as mediums for the release of magic. The transition from ancient scripts to more accessible incantations undoubtedly underwent a process of natural selection. To speak candidly, the potential of ancient magical script far surpasses that of modern spells, which explains why many powerful wizards engage with it during their development. However, this potential is accessible only to the exceptionally gifted. For the mediocre, the foundational barriers posed by ancient magical script are astoundingly low. In ancient times, numerous fledgling wizards perished due to the instability of magic. Similarly, many wizards like Ian at present remain ensnared at the threshold of entry, allowing time to slip away. And by the time they age, they may struggle to conjure even a handful of respectable spells. In earlier days, many witches and wizards faced execution at the hands of ordinary folk, largely due to the prevalence of ancient magical script as the dominant form of magical medium. The advent of incantations alleviated the learning difficulties for mid-tier and lower-tier wizards, which stands as the paramount reason for the replacement of ancient magical script. After all, they constitute the most populous group among wizards. A comparison between ancient magical script and modern incantations is akin to the distinction between automatic and manual transmission vehicles. Ian fervently hoped that the magic bestowed by Teacher Mara would be formidable, otherwise his arduous efforts would be in vain. Ian's tongue was not particularly agile. The language of runic, belonging to the earliest group of creations, is inherently evolved from the characteristics of magical creatures and plants, imbued with syllables that are challenging for the human vocal cords to replicate. This caused Ian considerable discomfort. Nevertheless, he did not abandon his studies, and thus, the heavens did not disappoint those who are earnest. Successfully comprehended the phonetics of runic, achieving runic proficiency level 1. Ancient magical script is notoriously difficult to master. Fortunately, while Ian's talent may not be among the most exceptional, it certainly qualifies him as a standout, ensuring that he would not squander his life without learning a few runic characters. Through diligent research, he made progress. As Ian mastered the phonetics of his first runic character, a new skill appeared on his personal interface, activated by the insight granted by the panel. Successfully comprehended the phonetics of runic, achieving runic proficiency level 1. Language proficiency level 12. Successfully comprehended the phonetics of runic, achieving runic proficiency level 1. Successfully comprehended the phonetics of runic, achieving runic proficiency level 1. Language proficiency level 12. Some endeavors, once the first step is taken, become significantly easier due to the presence of external aids. This principle holds particularly true for Ian, as each increment in proficiency grants him new insights. However, in comparison to the advancement of other skills, the progress in runic proficiency has evidently been much slower. Thankfully, learning this ancient script seems to concurrently enhance language proficiency as well, with substantial increases in value. Perhaps this is because ancient magical scripts are indeed a form of language, specifically one of the most challenging to learn, which presents a unique skill state, likely because it transcends mere language. Ancient magical scripts, most commonly represented by ancient runic, were secrets unearthed by human wizards during their initial explorations into the mysteries of magic, serving as the bridge through which they first engaged with and harnessed magical powers. Most ancient magic and alchemy stemmed from this foundation. In the untamed era of the magical age, magical scripts were the best medium for conveying and releasing magic. One might consider it a special circuit through which magical energy flows, giving rise to ancient magic that is quite unfamiliar to contemporary wizards. Similarly, when engraved upon ancient alchemical creations, these artifacts naturally acquire this characteristic, enabling ancient wizards to capture time through their alchemical creations. As magical scripts evolve, this exceedingly challenging and precarious magical medium, which can incite deviation and lead to catastrophic instability with but a slight misstep, has fallen into obscurity due to the advent of two remarkable inventions born from the progression of the times. The first of these is undoubtedly the wand, an epic-defining creation designed to stabilize magical release while mitigating the inherent dangers of learning magic. It serves as a stabilizer of sorts, rendering the casting of spells more reliable and accessible. With the further evolution of the era, the introduction of wand cores has significantly enhanced the wand's significance, infusing the sorcery wielded by wizards with unique attributes and effects. This development has amplified the potency of magic, but it has also escalated its peril, resulting in a surge of disastrous magical incidents. In response, modern spells, simplified from ancient incantations, emerge from the scholarly pursuits of wizards, driven by the demands of the age. These spells have streamlined the flow of magical energy, considerably diminishing their power. However, their ease of learning and enhanced safety have rendered them the darlings of the era. With the presence of the Ministry of Magic, most wizards find little need for more formidable spells, thus leading to the gradual replacement of ancient magical scripts by these seemingly less potent incantations. Yet, for those wizards who aspire to attain higher levels of magical proficiency, the study and application of ancient scripts remain an unavoidable journey, transforming what was once a cornerstone of the magical world into a celebration for a select few with extraordinary talent. Whether this shift is deemed beneficial or detrimental remains ambiguous, and the possibility that spells may eventually retrace the path of ancient scripts in the course of time is equally uncertain. Perhaps certain historical currents have already begun to unfold unnoticed, for change invariably commences in silence. As time slips away, swift as an arrow, when a person's life is sufficiently enriched, they perceive time as fleeting. Ian exemplifies this, feeling markedly transformed compared to just a few days prior. As the saying goes, intense effort yields miraculous results. when Ian temporarily paused his endeavors to enhance other skills and concentrated solely on mastering the intricacies of linguistic proficiency. His innate talent harmonized with his system panel, producing extraordinary outcomes. Indeed, the rapid elevation of a skill that typically progresses slowly to level 1 is also linked to the concurrent advancement of his linguistic proficiency skill, now at level 5. As this skill, highly anticipated by Ian, reached the pivotal milestone of level 5, its extraordinary attributes naturally began to manifest. Linguistic proficiency extraordinary trait. You'll find it significantly easier to learn previously unfamiliar scripts and languages. It is a remarkably simple expression, yet the effects of this extraordinary trait are undeniably potent. Although it did not bestow upon Ian the awe-inspiring communicative abilities he desired, it granted him a novel talent. His speed in learning the language of runes accelerated considerably, and this extraordinary trait also endowed him with a unique capacity to learn the languages of animals and magical creatures. In his leisure time, Ian attempted to decipher the language of the sparrows outside his dwelling. It was a sensation that could only be fully appreciated through experience, and his efforts to listen and discern quickly led him to recognize the various tones and subtle variations in pitch that the sparrows employed to express their joys, sorrows, and emotions, an innate ability that Ian had lacked prior to acquiring this extraordinary trait. Perhaps, should he master it to level 10 and awaken a legendary trait, he might indeed gain the ability to communicate with all living things. Ian harbored boundless anticipation for the legendary traits he had yet to encounter. Nevertheless, he understood that his immediate priority was to complete the assignments left by the witch. After all, in merely 2 days, he would re-enter the enigmatic dreamscape. And who could say what medieval punishments the witch might impose if his work failed to meet her expectations? Fortunately, with his accelerated learning of the runic language, he should be able to accomplish the interpretation of magical scripts and the study of spells by his next visit to the dreamscape. Ian quietly plotted his course. The successful initiation into runic proficiency had already equipped Ian with the fundamental ability to interpret simple runic scripts. However, the reason it was merely a rudimentary understanding lies in the fact that the structure of runic magic differs starkly from that of most languages. It is unlike the lexical connections in English or the character combinations in Chinese, as it serves as both a language and a medium for magical communication. Being able to recognize and pronounce all runic characters does not signify the ability to decipher the magic they convey. The difficulty in mastering it is intricately linked to this very characteristic, even if identical runic characters are arranged in the same sequence. The different connections between each character may convey entirely distinct meanings. If one does not thoroughly comprehend the links between the characters and rashly interprets magical scripts based on their assumptions, the fate of a wizard is likely to be ensnared within the dreamscape, perhaps even resulting in a lifelong disability or the loss of limbs. Regardless of the outcome, Ian was reluctant to experience such sensations. Thus, he approached the assignments left by Professor Mara with exceptional caution. This, of course, resulted in a sluggish pace. At present, he had deciphered only the majority of the text on the fragments of the gown. Fear descends. It is said that ancient wizards excelled at weaving curses in runic script, and from the magical inscriptions Ian had interpreted, it was evident that the enchantment inscribed upon the gown fragments was indeed a curse. Its principles even involved certain methods of mental implantation, likely designed to instill a hallucination that would plunge the target into fear. Perhaps it could also implant other illusions, which Ian found intriguing. Notably, this magic was not obscure. It had played a role in the creation of the renowned magical creature in the wizarding world, the boggart. This creature possesses the ability to morph freely, manifesting the form of a person's deepest fears. Through Ian's inquiries and unnamed bookstore in the village, he discovered that the boggart's origin lay in biological alchemy, utilizing a specific runic spell known as the Fear Curse. This was a fascinating tidbit of knowledge and led Ian to realize that, alongside the refinement of laws within the wizarding realm, the development of such biological alchemy appeared to have stagnated, akin to the situation surrounding genetic editing research in the Muggle world. After all, it touches upon ethical considerations. Ian held little interest in biological alchemy. Rather, he lamented the disappearance of spells like the Fear Curse that had faded alongside the decline of biological alchemy. Of course, with Professor Mara, an ancient witch, imparting her knowledge, Ian might have the opportunity to resurrect many lost spells. However, he was uncertain whether such archaeological endeavors would yield any monetary incentives. Reputation was secondary. Money was what Ian truly needed. He pondered whether the remaining funds would suffice to purchase potion-related texts for Professor Mara. Naturally, Ian was troubled by financial matters. as he had not forgotten the previous concerns raised by Mara. Whether for himself or for other reasons, Ian felt compelled to be diligent about acquiring books. Yet, knowledge in the wizarding world came at a steep price. While he still possessed some gold galleons left by Snape, it was undoubtedly insufficient to procure all the necessary potion-related volumes. Perhaps opting for a few secondhand textbooks would serve as a compromise? Though the books were pre-owned, the knowledge contained within remained the same. With this thought in mind, Ian secured his coin pouch, clutching the 3 magical tomes that had become of little use to him, and hastened along the cobbled streets, once more towards the nameless bookstore behind the feather quill shop. The modest facade remained unchanged as ever. Inside the bookstore, shielded from the sunlight by awnings, not a single customer could be seen perusing the shelves. Ian stepped inside, searching for the elderly proprietor, yet his efforts proved fruitless. "What are you looking for?" Suddenly, a youthful and inquisitive voice interrupted, startling Ian. He quickly turned towards the source of the sound. There, behind the counter responsible for registration transactions, sat a girl with strikingly refined features. A book rested on her lap, and beneath her platinum hair, 2 eyes of contrasting colors were fixed intently upon him. "I've seen you before," she proclaimed, her tone tinged with surprise, not his own. The awning hung partially down, allowing speckles of sunlight to dance upon the girl's hair, enhancing the already resplendent sheen of her platinum locks. Yet, even more captivating than her golden tresses were her eyes, one a deep blue and the other a pure white. The unique heterochromia was unforgettable, and at that moment, the white eye seemed to whirl slowly, perhaps an illusion created by the sunlight's refracted rays. The girl was undeniably beautiful, even through Ian's discerning gaze. Akin to an unfiltered camera, he could find no flaws, surpassing the beauty of any so-called beauty warriors he had previously encountered on various platforms. Her skin was as fair and delicate as porcelain kissed by fresh snow, emanating a subtle glow. Her exquisitely crafted visage radiated an air of cool elegance, and her platinum hair accentuated her ethereal allure. Golden light flickered among her strands. "I have seen you before," she reiterated, her voice youthful and melodious. I believe it was in Diagon Alley. I purchased my wand before you did." Ian almost immediately recognized the girl before him. She had been in Ollivander's wand shop, where he had nearly collided with her aloof guardians. "Is that so?" he inquired, seeking confirmation. The girl remained silent, her gaze unwavering upon his face, her heterochromatic eyes shimmering like precious gems. "Yes, that is indeed the case," Ian replied, feeling somewhat bashful under her intense scrutiny. It seemed her attention had not wavered from his visage. In the past, some young girls had gazed at him similarly, yet none possessed the striking allure of this girl. Ian found her mesmerizing, and despite his own handsome features, reminiscent of a youthful Leonardo DiCaprio, he felt a tinge of self-consciousness in her presence. "How may I assist you?" "Kraft has temporarily stepped out to attend to matters, and I am currently overseeing this place in his absence." The girl finally averted her gaze. "The Kraft she mentioned is likely the name of the bookstore owner. I intend to resell these 3 books to him and subsequently select some texts related to potions." Ian endeavored to present a gentle and sunny smile. It was not due to any burgeoning feelings of youthful affection. After all, he possessed the soul and intellect of an adult, and it was inconceivable for him to harbor any notions towards a girl merely in her preteens. The aim was to leave a favorable impression, simply to secure a good price. Well, what could possibly be more alluring than a golden gallon? With regard to selling and purchasing books, there were certainly no issues. The girl's gaze fell upon the 3 hefty tomes Ian clutched to his chest, volumes on the world of wizards, so substantial and broad that they nearly obscured a considerable portion of his torso. "So, it is you, the insignificant little wizard whom Kraft referred to?" The girl discerned the titles inscribed on the spines of the books, and her astonished expression returned to Ian. From her rather impolite remarks, it was evident that Ian had become a source of amusement for the bookstore owner. Ian's smile stiffened considerably. "Apologies." At that moment, the girl realized her words were rather inappropriate, and she quickly stood, as if having committed a faux pas, to offer her apologies to Ian. With a thud, the book that had previously rested on her lap tumbled to the ground. Consequently, the girl hastily crouched to retrieve it, even in her flustered state. She did not forget to offer Ian a heartfelt explanation. "I did not intend to mock you. Those were Kraft's exact words, and I merely reiterated his expression. I believe he was indeed mocking you." "Goodness, your explanation is worse than no explanation at all. The magical texts are, admittedly, somewhat challenging for me." Ian maintained his forced smile, taken aback by how the girl, appearing so aloof and haughty, evoked an indescribable sense of peculiarity in their conversation. "Yes, it is the same for me. The girl placed the books she had gathered onto the table and accepted the 3 volumes Ian offered. At that moment, Ian noticed that the book she had been reading was also related to magical texts, analysis and study of rune language. It was a title he had never encountered before. Or perhaps it was not a book at all. Typically, book covers bore gilded printing. Yet the title on the cover of the text she was reading was inscribed in handwritten script with a quill. Could it be a notebook? It belongs to an elective course for the 3rd grade, and I am merely a bit curious. Ian feigned a sigh, refraining from boasting about his novice level. Although during the academic tenure at Hogwarts, instances of standing out and facing adversity are rare, Hogsmeade Village remains a place of mixed company. Deceiving appearances is not Ian's style. Yet neither is it customary for him to draw attention to himself in any setting. Are you a first-year student at Hogwarts? The girl's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Indeed, I am Ian Prince. If all goes as expected, we shall be classmates. Ian recalled that this girl had recently acquired her wand. Perhaps. But the headmaster has yet to approve my enrollment. I am called Aurora Grindelwald. As she introduced herself, it was evident that she felt a tinge of nervousness. Her mismatched eyes gazed intently at Ian, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Was she waiting for him to initiate a handshake? With this thought, Ian extended his hand towards her. The girl appeared momentarily taken aback, then promptly raised her hand to shake his. A lovely name, Ian offered politely, finding her surname vaguely familiar. Though he could not quite place it, perhaps she belonged to the so-called pure-blood aristocracy. Thank you. You possess quite a bit of courage as well. Aurora seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. Her comment puzzled Ian. Noticing Ian's bewilderment, Aurora's gaze flickered away, hastily diverting her attention to the 3 books Ian had placed on the table. Kraft mentioned that if you come to sell books, you could receive 3 galleons for them. This was clearly an attempt to change the subject, though Ian remained oblivious to it. He felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. The old man had even given specific instructions. Ian had initially intended to weave a small lie to secure a higher buyback price, but it turned out that the bookstore owner was remarkably astute. I've kept them in excellent condition and have only perused them for a few days. Perhaps they are worth 4 galleons. Ian, still somewhat hopeful, ventured to suggest. Unexpectedly, you make a valid point. Then 4 galleons it is, Aurora readily agreed, leaving Ian somewhat flabbergasted. Could you also fetch me some secondhand textbooks on potions? Ian pondered a plethora of retorts, but they fell silent in his throat. All right, I believe potions is. Aurora glanced around, her eyes growing increasingly bewildered amidst the disarray of stacked books. I shall find them myself. Ian discerned the other's embarrassment, yet he had become quite familiar with this bookstore. Soon, he managed to unearth the potions textbook for grades 1 through 7 from a heap of scattered volumes. How much? Ian pondered, gazing at the towering stack of books that loomed nearly half his height. A sense of trepidation washed over him as he wondered if the remaining coins in his pouch, coupled with the proceeds from selling his own magical tomes, would suffice for his expenses. Curse this knowledge monopoly. Is there not a wizard in the realm who could stand up and reduce the prices of these magical texts? Aurora wished to inspect the price on the back of the books, yet most of these were old textbooks, and the price tags had long since been worn away or torn off. The girl, with her coldly beautiful visage, appeared almost comical in this moment. What do you think they are worth? After a lengthy pause, Aurora feigned calmness and ventured to inquire. I would say 1 golden galleon. Ian, adhering to the belief that audacity knows no bounds, replied. Goodness, at that price, if Croft were to hear it, he would undoubtedly leap up in indignation and strike his own face. Aurora gasped in astonishment. Her peculiar description left Ian feeling a wave of confusion. However, it was clearly not the moment for him to ponder why Croft would not confront Aurora. I'm not purchasing, I am renting. I will return them in due time. Ian was certainly hesitant to part with a golden galleon for books worth far more than that. He considered that he could simply copy the contents of the books with a quill. After all, the wizarding world possessed quills that could transcribe automatically. Surely, he would be able to manage that. Aurora's tone was rife with uncertainty. Renting? It seems the shop does not offer such services. There were an uncountable number of books in the store, and he had only taken over a few months prior. Clearly, the inventory had never been organized. So how could he know if you had inexpensively rented some out? Ian lowered his voice and commenced his adept analysis and cunning strategy. Consider this. If even a simple organizing charm is neglected, it indicates that your elder cares little for these books, while I, on the other hand, am one who cherishes knowledge as a precious treasure. Miss Grindelwald, you must surely comprehend this principle. The purpose of knowledge is to facilitate learning, not to decay in a corner until it ultimately disintegrates into dust. During his time as a fortune teller, Ian had honed his flair for grandiloquence. His impassioned rhetoric left the girl named Aurora wide-eyed and speechless, her expression one of astonishment as she gazed at Ian with a look of wonder. I hold your eloquence in high regard. However, it is certain that Mr. Kraft would not concur, as he is exceedingly concerned about galleons. Aurora hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. Neither you nor I can decipher the pricing of these books, can we? Ian covertly glanced at the entrance, then donned a most sincere expression. As a customer, I certainly do not wish to incur a loss. His words elicited a nod of agreement from Aurora. Nevertheless, I also do not wish to suffer a loss. Aurora's delicate visage was etched with seriousness. Naturally, Ian maintained his demeanor, a smile adorning his face. Since neither of us wishes to be at a disadvantage, let us discuss the matter of renting books, perhaps slightly inconveniencing your esteemed guardian, Mr. Kraft. May I be so bold as to inquire if he is your grandfather or maternal grandfather? Ian asked in a hushed tone. Certainly not, Aurora replied, shaking her head. He is one of my guardians. The young girl seemed reluctant to disclose further information. However, it mattered little. Well, a guardian will suffice. Trust me. He will not notice which books are missing from the shop. I could even offer you 3 galleons for you to secretly stash away as pocket money. Ian resorted to the most unscrupulous tactics one might employ against a child. Aurora's expression suddenly became quite animated, her breath catching as she regarded Ian with an indescribable incredulity. You actually wish to bribe me? Aurora's voice held a hint of disbelief. This is not a bribe, Miss Grindelwald, Ian corrected earnestly, lowering his voice further. It is merely a transaction between you and me. I will discreetly return the books, and it will be as if nothing ever transpired, a win-win situation. I gain the knowledge I seek, while you acquire enough galleons to purchase numerous chocolate frogs. Ian believed that no child could resist the allure of sweets. Indeed, Aurora's expression revealed a distinct wavering. The cool demeanor that her beauty typically exuded seemed to dissipate considerably in that moment. I am unsure if this is the right course of action, but it appears I have never engaged in such rebellious behavior. Perhaps this is what my grandfather referred to as something I must learn at Hogwarts? Aurora seemed to mutter to herself. Learn what? Ian queried curiously. The exquisitely beautiful girl raised her gaze to Ian, uttering 2 words, cunning. She rendered her judgment. Ian regretted his decision to inquire further. However, fortunately, the unfolding of events has not deviated from his expectations. I can agree to this transaction with you. Ultimately, Aurora was persuaded by Ian. Perhaps it was not merely the allure of galleons that swayed her, but rather the belief that such actions could procure her desired possessions. It is indeed difficult to fathom why one would wish to become cunning. A wise choice. Ian felt a surge of excitement. Here you go. Aurora produced a piece of paper, inscribing the titles of each book. Subsequently, she retrieved a galleon from the counter and handed it to Ian. The remainder after deducting the rental fees for the 3 returned books. Thank you. This is immensely helpful. Ian expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Had his wallet not been so stringent, he would not have resorted to deceiving the young girl. Alas, a penny can indeed thwart even the most valiant. He had not anticipated the plethora of textbooks for 7th grade to number in the dozens. You're welcome, Aurora replied with a melodious tone. Suddenly, she inquired, do we consider ourselves accomplices? For some reason, Ian sensed a hint of excitement in the young girl's voice. We are friends. Ian responded with a smile. Friends? Aurora's gaze momentarily turned bewildered. However, she quickly redirected her focus to the books. To be honest, I do not recommend immersing yourself too deeply in the study of potions. It will not bestow upon you formidable power. Aurora earnestly offered her counsel. I'm merely curious. Ian began to stack the books for easier transport, while Aurora moved to a corner, retrieving a tome from a white backpack. My grandfather once advised me that to win the hearts of like-minded friends, one must offer gifts. I believe this will suit you. Aurora approached Ian, clutching a book whose cover exuded an air of elegance. What is this? At this moment, Ian was balancing a heap of books, and he noticed Aurora placing the tome atop the precarious stack of potion texts, now towering above his head. I possess a certain intuition. I can sense that it is far more fitting for you than for me. Aurora's strikingly hued eyes fixed upon Ian's face. Thank you. Regardless of what it is, it remains a gift from another. Ian felt a peculiar intensity emanating from her uniquely colored eyes. I shall take my leave now. I will see you in a couple of days. Ian prepared to depart. You're the most persuasive peer I have ever encountered. You do not belong here, but rather should reside in Azkaban, for you may eventually find yourself imprisoned for fraud. Aurora, too, bids farewell, albeit with genuine sentiment. Her remarks are, as always, unreserved, expressing her thoughts candidly. I shall take this as a compliment. Azkaban, despite its notorious reputation, is not without its merits. However, if given a choice, I would deem Azkaban merely a place of further education, while Ilvermorny represents the true culmination of one's studies. Ian jested, struggling under the weight of an imposing stack of books as he approached the doorway. Were it not for his adeptness in free combat, which afforded him commendable physical prowess, his slight frame might have faltered under such a burden. "Are you familiar with Ilvermorny?" Aurora inquired, her surprise evident as she abruptly lifted her gaze from behind the counter. "I have only heard whispers of it. It is the prison that once held the first Dark Lord, a name I cannot recall." Ian was aware that such knowledge was documented in the history of magic textbooks. However, he had been preoccupied with his studies of ancient runes lately, having neglected to peruse any of the other first-year Hogwarts textbooks aside from standard spells. Beginner. The information he conveyed was derived from films and fan fiction he had consumed prior to his journey here, memories that had yet to fade after more than a decade. "Gellert," Aurora spoke in a hushed tone. "Is that it?" Ian continued on his way, confident he would not err in this matter. The Dark Lord's name was Gellert Grindelwald. As Aurora's words settled, a flash of hazy recollection ignited in Ian's mind. Goodness, no wonder, he thought, realizing that the name Grindelwald rang familiar. Indeed, the first Dark Lord bore that name. How foolish he had been to utter such words in front of another's family. "Miss Grindelwald." Ian managed to turn his head awkwardly to glance behind him. He noticed a German girl gazing at him with a profound expression. "Would you believe me if I said that the title of Dark Lord is a term of endearment?" Ian offered a rather forced smile. "You should count yourself fortunate that Kraft is not present." Aurora suddenly laughed lightly, gesturing a farewell to Ian. "But he shall return shortly." This served as a reminder, prompting Ian to hastily clutch his books and dash back to the modest dwelling that Snape had arranged for him, panting heavily as he went. With arms sore from exertion, Ian unceremoniously deposited the stack of books onto the table. With a clatter, a multitude of volumes sprawled across the surface. Among them, the book, with its peculiar design and jet-black cover adorned with wisps of purple, stood out distinctly from the other worn textbooks. Revelations of Dark Sorcery, a title that perhaps bore a unique enchantment, seemed to writhe and twist in its own right. As Ian departed, the chaotic bookstore gradually reclaimed its serene solitude. The sun dipped lower in the sky, painting the horizon in gentle hues of orange and red, while the earth quietly donned the elegant garments of night. Aurora Grindelwald switched on the lamp and continued her reading of the tome titled Analysis and Study of Niven. Light and shadow danced among the shelves, and the subtle sound of pages turning occasionally punctuated the air. Although the German girl had informed Ian that the bookstore owner, Kraft, would return shortly, it was only when the stars adorned the deep night sky that his figure finally appeared. With the arrival of nightfall, Aurora had secured the bookstore's entrance. The elderly man pushed the door open, gently removing his old hat, which still bore traces of dust and creases from the outside breeze. "Miss, have you not yet taken your rest?" Kraft's tone was marked by a certain respect, devoid of the demeanor typically expected from one of his age, though a hint of fatigue was unmistakably present in his voice. "It's still early," Aurora replied without looking up. Her curiosity piqued as she continued to peruse the notes spread across her lap. "Moreover, I am eager to learn what message my grandfather conveyed to you that prompted such a hasty departure, only for you to return in the dead of night." Looking utterly exhausted, in the presence of the heir of the Grindelwald family, Kraft simply pursed his lips and shook his head, refraining from providing the answer Aurora sought. "Some matters are not yet for you to engage with," he responded, a reply that Aurora had anticipated. Her expression and focus remained unchanged as she continued to delve into the book resting on her knees. "Fatigue is to be expected. My fellow saints and I have aged, no longer brimming with the vitality of our youth, uncertain if we shall ever witness the day our ideals come to fruition." Kraft Sayed Havili, slowly shedding his weighty cloak and hanging on the coat rack by the entrance. Even this simple action left him somewhat breathless. "My talents do not shine as brightly as my grandfather's, nor do I possess his grand ambitions. To place your hopes upon me will only lead to disappointment and unfulfilled regrets." Aurora lifted her gaze, her mismatched eyes locking onto Kraft's with an intensity that spoke volumes. Kraft felt a wave of disorientation. For a fleeting moment, he believed he had returned to a bygone era, a time when dreams and passions coexisted. Alas, Aurora's words pulled him back to reality. Everything had changed. The great leader had lost his freedom, and the once glorious saints had become but flickering candles in the wind. "No, it cannot be so." Kraft, undeterred, spoke with unwavering conviction. "Your grandfather believed you could complete the unfinished business. You shall surpass him." He has paved the way for you, and under our protection, you will attain success. His voice was imbued with fervor. Aurora fell silent, yearning to refute him. Yet, she understood that for the saints, their grandfather was akin to a deity. To oppose him, even slightly, would incite the saints' resistance. Is it not cruel to place such a burden upon a child? Aurora sighed softly, a hint of sorrow glimmering in her eyes. The very fact that you can voice such thoughts indicates you are no longer a child, Kraft replied, his tone consistently humble. However, this humility stemmed not from loyalty to Aurora, but from unwavering fidelity to her grandfather. Bearing the name Grindelwald from the moment of your birth, you were destined to shoulder an extraordinary mission. This was a weighty truth, one that could not be dismissed. Aurora recognized this reality. I do not believe I can lead you to greatness, she spoke earnestly. Kraft led lightly, unperturbed. Lord Grindelwald envisioned such a future. For us saints, that is sufficient. His murky eyes sparkled with an unusual brightness. That light was perhaps named hope. Perhaps the self-imposed confinement he currently endured and the burdens he had previously borne were all in preparation for you, obscuring Dumbledore for the sake of a greater good. Such is the nature of the zealot, who can always conjure a seemingly harmonious explanation for truths they find difficult to accept. Aurora knew she could not change Kraft as perspective, just as she had been unable to alter the views of the other saints who had grown alongside her over the past decade. At times, she genuinely admired her grandfather, pondering the extraordinary charisma he must have possessed to inspire unwavering loyalty from a group even after his long absence. Still believing that he possesses a godlike prowess, we should perhaps discuss other matters. Aurora preferred not to delve into the reasons behind her grandfather's imprisonment. To this day, she had only encountered him 3 or 4 times. Powerful, elegant, gentle, these were the most profound impressions Aurora held of Gellert Grindelwald. As for familial bonds, has Dumbledore yet consented to my application for admission? Aurora shifted the topic. Dumbledore is a rather despicable fellow. However, given that we are currently in his domain, one ought to maintain a semblance of respect for your future headmaster. Kraft offered a serious reminder, then responded with unwavering assurance. Rest assured, you need not worry about your inability to enroll at Hogwarts. Although we do not believe this institution is worthy of nurturing your talents, your grandfather wishes for you to study here, and thus Dumbledore shall not be an impediment to your admission. That wretched man will ultimately acquiesce. Kraft's demeanor turned grim at the mention of Dumbledore. Such a sentiment can nearly be found in any saint. Aurora had grown accustomed to it. Very well, she resumed her reading of the notes in her hand. The bookstore returned to a serene hush. Kraft raised his wand to tidy his coat, and as he prepared to make his way to the back room, he caught sight of 3 potions textbooks still piled on the counter. Has that young boy come by? With a keen interest, Kraft picked up the 3 books. Noticing they bore little evidence of having been perused, it appeared they had not been read for long after being purchased. He came to sell books, Aurora replied succinctly. That little rascal is quite cunning, far cleverer than his peers. You weren't deceived by him, were you? Kraft tossed the 3 books in the direction of a shelf. With a clatter, lacking magical guidance, his aim was rather poor. All 3 books tumbled to the floor, but Kraft did not entertain the thought of casting a spell to rescue them. Aurora looked up, contemplative. I gave him a gold coin. Her voice, retaining its usual clarity and youthful timbre, remained steady. To think, you actually managed to outsmart that sly little rascal. Kraft, taken aback, glanced at Aurora in surprise, then broke into a broad grin, raising his withered arm to give her a thumbs up. I think he's rather nice. He said he wanted to be my friend. Aurora's cold visage revealed no emotion. However, she typically preferred to rest a book upon her knees, yet at this moment, she held the entire notebook aloft. Kraft had not noticed anything amiss. His attention was drawn to another matter. Did that boy know your identity, miss? The smile that had adorned Kraft's face had vanished, replaced by a narrowed-eyed vigilance. Indeed, Aurora elevated the notebook slightly. We exchanged names. He is called Ian Prince. The girl's tone remained as serene as ever. It seems he is a wizard of Muggle origin. Kraft's brow furrowed slightly. His concern was not a doubt in Aurora's social aptitude, but rather the legacy of her grandfather, whose surname Grindelwald had long instilled a sense of reverence among wizards. While Grindelwald may not evoke the same terror as Voldemort, any young wizard from a magical lineage would undoubtedly grasp the significance behind that name. Both of his parents are wizards, the girl suddenly interjected. Kraft paused in surprise. Is that what you discerned? His gaze shifted to Aurora's eyes, rekindling fervor within him. He understood what Grindelwald represented, and Aurora recalled her conversation with Ian before his departure earlier that day, as she lowered her head to reread her notes, maintaining a calm tone that belied the gravity of her revelation. He expressed a desire to become the Dark Lord. The audacity of young wizards these days. This truly is a statement that defies belief. Kraft's eyes widened in astonishment. What did you say? He suspected that his ears, perhaps due to age, were suffering from an outrageous auditory hallucination. He expressed a desire to become the Dark Lord. Aurora thoughtfully revisited her dialogue with Ian, then added, "Oh." He also mentioned wanting to attend New Monger to study under his grandfather, claiming it would aid his graduation. Aurora felt she had articulated her summary quite aptly, succinct and clear. After speaking, she resumed her reading of the notebook. Throughout, the German girl's tone remained remarkably tranquil, as if recounting mundane family matters. However, Kraft's emotional state was evidently less composed than hers. He was utterly astonished. His understanding of Hogwarts was rather limited. Nevertheless, he did not believe that the challenges of graduating from Hogwarts would be so formidable as to compel one to seek Gellert Grindelwald in Ermengarde. And what is this desire to become the Dark Lord? Are young wizards nowadays so audacious? To think that yet another ambitious soul has emerged from Dumbledore's institution. How utterly laughable and ironic that the world's most esteemed white wizard should spawn such aspirations. After overcoming his initial shock, Kraft erupted into uncontrollable laughter. He harbored no doubts regarding the veracity of Aurora's claims. After all, this was precisely the scenario he and many of the saints had longed to witness. Dumbledore had nurtured a Voldemort, and now another boy aspiring to be the Dark Lord had surfaced from his school. Could there be anything more delightful for the saints? Absolutely not. This was the ultimate testament to Dumbledore's profound hypocrisy. Otherwise, why would his school continuously produce such anomalies? Well, it appears I have underestimated that little fellow's audacity. However, this could prove advantageous for us. You might very well attempt to win him over with some minor favors. I have observed that his magical talent is commendable. Kraft laughed so heartily that he struggled for breath, settling into an old rocking chair to rest while earnestly offering his counsel. His murky eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. Anything that could tarnish Dumbledore's reputation was something the saints would eagerly amplify. Winning hearts? My grandfather taught me this, hence I gifted him a book. Aurora paused before adding, "My own book." The girl was keen to emphasize this point, perhaps to clarify that Kraft should not assume it was a book from a shop. However, Kraft was indifferent to such nuances. His interest lay solely in Aurora's initiative to forge connections. "Excellent. You have applied your learning. This is a sign of growth." Kraft clapped his hands in delight. "For children of your age, winning their hearts is not particularly challenging. I dare say you have already acquired your first follower." Kraft held great confidence in Aurora, not only because she had inherited remarkable talent, but also due to his awareness that her striking beauty possessed an allure akin to moonlight for most boys her age. This was indeed an advantage to be harnessed. Kraft regarded the young girl before him with hope and admiration. However, Aurora shook her head at him. "I do not believe that a mere book could compel others to pledge their allegiance." Aurora appeared remarkably composed as she neatly closed her notebook and placed it in the drawer. Indeed, this could merely be the beginning. Kraft maintained his cheerful demeanor. Perhaps the art of winning hearts might prove effective for many lesser wizards. Yet Ian Prince is fundamentally different from those small sorcerers. Aurora spoke calmly, her youthful but exquisitely delicate face marked by seriousness. "He is your first friend. Perhaps that makes him particularly special in your eyes." Kraft Undead, his expression shifting to one of vigilance. He was momentarily distracted by the alluring beauty of Aurora and nearly overlooked the fact that the young wizard was also strikingly handsome. "I know what you are thinking, but it is not as you presume." Aurora shook her head with a hint of resignation. "Indeed, as the first to dare befriend me, I hold a measure of curiosity and interest in him. Yet, that is far from the reason I deem Ian Prince special." Her heterochromatic eyes bore a tranquility seemingly beyond her years. "Oh," Kraft's brow furrowed in confusion. "You have taught me much. Thus, despite our brief acquaintance, I can discern that he is not the type to possess faith. He cannot become one of you." Aurora articulated her thoughts succinctly. However, Kraft disagreed. "That is because you have yet to instill faith in him, Mississippi. Do not overestimate the nature of others. Aspirations of becoming a Dark Lord or learning from Lord Grindelwald are merely the naive and presumptuous fantasies of a child his age. As he matures, realizing his own frailty and acknowledging his mediocrity, if he possesses enough intelligence, he will understand the importance of aligning himself with the strong." Kraft imparted his wisdom with a significant undertone. Yet, Aurora remained resolute in her stance. "You are mistaken." She first closed her eyes. He will not comprehend mediocrity, nor will he seek the strong, for he may genuinely become the Dark Lord. Aurora opened her eyes once more, turning her gaze toward the doorway. Seemingly transported back to the daylight when she first noticed the young boy as he entered, eyes wide with wonder. "I have seen him." This time, her words were directed not at Ian, but rather aimed at Kraft. Kraft was left somewhat perplexed. It was not during the daylight, but rather at Diagon Alley. Before I even set foot in that shop, I'd already witnessed certain events. Aurora spoke softly. Kraft immediately grasped her meaning. "Are you suggesting that you have seen something?" His voice trembled with uncertainty as he fixed his gaze intently upon her. Aurora slowly nodded. "My abilities may not rival my grandfather's might, yet I am occasionally able to glimpse fragments of the future. I saw him. I caught fleeting glimpses of his destiny." Aurora's tone grew somber. "Did you see him become the Dark Lord?" Kraft's voice quavered, as if he had heard something utterly unbelievable, something he wished to reject, yet could not evade in his shock. "No." Aurora shook her head, leaving Kraft with a puzzled expression. "The Riddler is not a good habit. Do not emulate your grandfather or that accursed Dumbledore." Kraft sighed in resignation. In truth, Aurora had no intention of being indirect. Her thoughts seemed to drift back in time as she murmured softly, "I saw him standing before the tower, wand raised, casting a spell." The German girl, with her legendary mismatched eyes, gazed at the bewildered Kraft. The two exchanged looks, and Aurora's utterances crashed like turbulent waves. A fog obscured my vision, yet one thing was crystal clear. Dumbledore knelt at his feet, weeping. In the tranquil little cottage, under the silvery glow of the moonlight filtering through half-drawn curtains, shadows danced upon the wooden floor, draping the serene night in a veil of silver. The air was imbued with a faint scent of pine. Ian sat at an oak desk, which perhaps bore more years than he himself, one hand raised. Clutching his elder wand, the light at its tip illuminating the pages of a forbidden tome, Secrets of Dark Magic. This dark scripture was penned by the notorious old-world dark wizard, or Block, casting its shadow over every significant event of the late 20th century. It was this very book from which the Dark Lord Voldemort drew the power he craved, laying the groundwork for the magical saga that would unfold. Many may only know that Voldemort acquired the methodology for creating Horcruxes from this text, successfully splitting his soul into 7 pieces, thus granting him the audacity to confront Dumbledore despite his failures. Yet, this book evidently encompasses more than just the methods of crafting soul artifacts. It also contains advanced content pertaining to dark magic. However, due to the limited length of the original text, those forbidden pieces of knowledge have remained obscure secrets. Today, by an unexpected twist of fate, this tome, one that could easily earn a glance and be condemned to Azkaban, lies quietly before Ian, and naturally, his curiosity is piqued by its contents. Indeed, the magic documented within this book is undoubtedly fraught with peril. After all, the reason dark magic is considered forbidden knowledge is not solely due to its formidable power and the harm it inflicts upon wizards. It is important to recognize that while many spells possess great potency, those classified as dark magic often carry with them not only the destructive consequences, but also a corrosive and threatening influence on the learner. A moment of carelessness could lead to irreparable mental degradation. The madness exhibited by most of Voldemort's Death Eaters can scarcely be disentangled from the insidious effects of half-formed dark magic, especially considering their leader has transformed himself into a noseless lunatic. One might presume that Grindelwald's writings for his successors would not harbor such terrifying dangers. Ian's understanding of the first Dark Lord is limited to the scant remarks found within the original text. He recently perused his History of Magic textbook, yet the information regarding Dumbledore's nemesis, Grindelwald, was similarly vague. The upper echelons of the wizarding world clearly prefer to avoid this chapter of history. However, one piece of information emerges from the few existing records. Grindelwald was not mad in the same manner as Voldemort. He was a dark wizard, an ambitious individual, a perpetrator of genocide, and the harbinger of chaos for an entire era. Yet, even his adversaries did not dismiss his exceptional talent, nor did they label him a dangerous and irrational madman, as they did Voldemort. This man treated his subordinates with far greater compassion than Voldemort ever did. Based on this alone, Ian surmises that Grindelwald would likely refrain from recklessly endangering his descendants with perilous knowledge. Of course, allowing a child who has just reached the age for enrollment at Hogwarts to engage with a textbook, such as revealing cutting-edge dark magic, is, in many respects, beyond the ordinary bounds of comprehension. Knowledge may be toxic, yet it is undeniably innocent. After much internal struggle, Ian ultimately opened the pages of the book, his heart filled with trepidation. Many dark wizards might spend their entire lives in pursuit of the knowledge that is now laid before them, a temptation few can resist. Ian is no exception. Although he has no particular interest in the magic of soul-splitting, he is indeed eager to gather the 3 unforgivable curses, as they could serve as a safeguard during his perilous studies at Hogwarts. The inevitability of a time when he would be without a nose looms ahead. Even if he does not intend to become entangled in the fate of a savior, the mere act of being at Hogwarts brings inherent uncertainties. Possessing additional means of self-preservation would undoubtedly grant him greater peace of mind. Viewed critically and dialectically, this is not a yearning for darkness. It is akin to General Gold's critical engagement with steam or the discerning enjoyment of a Maybach. Thus, he indulges in self-hypnosis. Ian drew his wand closer to the secrets of dark magic. In comparison to the dim oil lamp, the light produced by the Lumos spell is far more stable and radiant, allowing him to enhance his proficiency before bedtime. Most nights, he prefers this method of illumination. The wizarding world does possess convenient lighting tools, such as the alchemical creation known as the Lumos extinguisher, which can absorb and produce light. However, such invaluable alchemical artifacts are clearly beyond the means of a destitute young wizard like Ian. They are toys for the affluent. Moreover, is the Lumos extinguisher truly more effective than Lumos? It cannot enhance one's skills. He merely observes. He intends to learn as little as possible. As he muttered these dubious thoughts, Ian brought the light emitted by his wand closer to the open pages of the book, revealing the text clearly. This book is a modern compilation. While many dark spells bear the influence of ancient magic, they ultimately fall within the realm of contemporary incantations, making them less complex and challenging to read than the ancient texts. Indeed, upon opening the first chapter, Ian immediately validated his earlier suspicion. The book's front page is adorned with notes and strict warnings penned in feather quill. Furthermore, as he continued to turn the pages, he found that almost every page contained detailed annotations and instructions, seemingly more profound than the original author's understanding in the secrets of dark magic. This is evidently a textbook specially prepared by Grindelwald for his descendants, perhaps even more valuable than the original work. As Ian had imagined, the methods for creating Horcruxes are merely a small section within the secrets of dark magic, suggesting that the author may not have regarded Horcruxes with particular significance. In comparison to the knowledge related to soul vessels, other forms of dark magic constitute the most abundant content within the tome. From the very first page, the narrative unfolds gradually, transitioning from the simple to the intricate and complex. As Ian perused the initial page, his gaze fell upon a spell marked with annotations reading, "Simple, yet not perilous, and the Elder Wand is most suitable." Instinctively, he began to read with utmost seriousness. The reanimation of corpses. The young wizard, engrossed in his reading, perhaps momentarily forgot that he was wielding a wand. Simultaneously, he may have underestimated the quality of Grindelwald's annotations, as well as his own latent talents. Corpse Control Spell, Level 1, 2100. The update on the interface went unnoticed, for the flow of magical energy at that moment was astonishingly vivid. Ian was taken aback as he observed the light source at the tip of his wand transition from a warm white glow to a ghastly green hue, casting a disquieting tint throughout the room. Creak, creak, creak. The aged floorboards trembled beneath him. There's no time to explain. Quickly to the coffin. As time ebbed and flowed, the village of Hogsmeade seemed perpetually tranquil and serene. The trees outside the village flourished, their trunks entwined with vines named time. Ian, wielding a newly purchased axe, was diligently chopping down a tree of modest size. "Young Ian, do you require my assistance?" At that moment, Madame Pudafoot, the proprietor of the tea shop, returned from the outskirts of the village, her stout figure adorned with a glossy black bun atop her head. Observing the diminutive Ian laboring at the tree, she refrained from scolding him. Instead, she cheerfully produced her wand and inquired, "Madame Pudafoot, I would indeed appreciate your help." Ian had not only underestimated his aptitude for dark magic, but had also overestimated his youthful physical capabilities. Who could have imagined that merely chopping down a single tree would take half an hour without yielding results? This was not solely due to the inadequacy of the axe, but rather because Ian lacked the strength and stamina of an adult. "You are ever so sweet-tongued." Madame Pudafoot was quite pleased with Ian's address. Her tea house, adorned in youthful hues, revealed much about her inner thoughts. "Shall I assist you in segmenting it into smaller pieces?" Without uttering a spell, she merely waved her wand gently, causing the tree to fracture at the cut, followed by the application of a levitation charm that suspended the pieces in midair. "If possible, I would like them in planks," Ian said, gazing with envy at the spectacle before him. Those wizards who reside near Hogwarts and run their own shops may not be extraordinary masters, yet they undoubtedly qualify as the elite among wizards. As you wish, Madame Putafoot lightly flicked her wand, causing the raw timber to split and ultimately transform into neatly arranged wooden planks, which were then meticulously stacked before Ian. "You truly are a master of magic," Ian exclaimed, genuinely impressed. "Ha! I used to be top of my class," Madame Putafoot boasted with pride. "I wish I could be as exceptional as you," Ian promptly complimented, eliciting a broad smile from Madame Putafoot, whose laughter was robust and unpretentious, embodying the spirit of a formidable woman. "Hufflepuff would certainly welcome you," she revealed her alma mater. "I too aspire to be an outstanding Hufflepuff," Ian responded candidly, though he felt no aversion to being a member of Hufflepuff. Who wouldn't relish living next to the kitchen, able to feast on hot pot or beef at will? "Do you require assistance in transporting these planks?" Madame Putafoot inquired eagerly, her enthusiasm amplified. "The journey isn't far. I can carry them back in batches as a form of exercise," Ian replied, wishing to trouble her no more. Drawing his wand, he cast a spell upon a portion of the planks. Wingardium Leviosa. Ian's incantation succeeded, causing some of the planks to levitate, altering his demeanor as well. Successfully cast Levitation Charm. Magic Proficiency Level 3. Possessing exceptional talent in the dark arts naturally implies a commendable aptitude in other forms of magic. After all, dark magic is but a branch of the magical arts. Of course, the duration of study has been rather short. A first-level Levitation Charm cannot aid Ian in manipulating excessively heavy objects. What an impressive display of spellcasting, Madame Putafoot remarked as she observed Ian carefully guiding the floating planks toward the village, genuinely astonished by his unexpected prowess. "You will surely become an outstanding wizard in the future." This was Madame Putafoot's heartfelt conviction. After all, successfully casting the levitation charm is not particularly difficult, but maintaining it with such precision certainly poses a challenge. Not to mention, many second-year wizards struggle to achieve such control, let alone a first-year student. "I hope so too. Thank you for your assistance." Ian immersed himself entirely in the mastery of the spell, using one hand to bid farewell to Madame Putafoot, and cautiously began his journey towards the small cabin. The house arranged by Snape was situated on the outskirts of the village, not far in distance. Along the way, he successfully maintained the levitation charm, enhancing his magical proficiency. After several round trips, he finally transported all the planks back to the cabin. However, he still lacked a shovel, deodorant, plastic sheeting, and most importantly, nails. In the Slytherin headmaster's office at Hogwarts, Snape's expression was decidedly grim. As the renowned potions master of Hogwarts, he found himself in the regrettable position of having ruined a potion as simple as the Felix Felicis, akin to the foolish Gryffindors. He blamed Dumbledore entirely for this mishap. His recent insomnia had caused him to miss the crucial stirring time for the potion, resulting in an irreparably flawed concoction. Snape attributed this lapse to a remark made by Dumbledore days prior. "It is not that he needs you, but rather that you need him." Though Snape had vehemently rebuked Dumbledore at the time, the words had lingered in his mind, impossible to dispel. "I do not require anyone." Snape steadfastly believed this. Yet he understood that to vanquish the haunting specter of his nightmares, he must take action to prove himself. Thus, gazing at the now imperfect potion still simmering before him, Snape's expression shifted through a range of emotions. After a lengthy contemplation, he donned his coat, that seemingly perpetually unwashed robe. How could he expect to master magic if he could not even care for himself? It appeared he was attempting to atone for his recent neglect. He hurriedly exited his office and encountered Argus Filch, the Hogwarts caretaker, who was inspecting some equipment. Filch, patrolling at night, fancied himself a rather pitiful figure, yet undeniably one unworthy of pity. "Good morning, Professor Snape," Filch greeted him with enthusiasm. However, Snape did not so much as cast a glance in his direction, passing him by without acknowledgement. The smile on Filch's face became somewhat awkward. He dared not express his displeasure and, after Snape had walked away, muttered to himself while cradling his cat, hoping it had not succumbed to hunger. Snape arrived at Hogsmeade, standing before the quaint cottage. He required no key. With a flick of his wand, he effortlessly unlocked the door, which had been secured with 3 bolts. Snape felt a twinge of curiosity regarding the occupant's caution. After all, the safety of Hogsmeade had never been in question. With an impassive expression, he stepped inside. In the next moment, the esteemed head of Slytherin at Hogwarts comprehended the reason behind the triple locking of the door. His perpetually stoic countenance twisted in disbelief. "What are you doing?" Snape's voice sharpened to a piercing pitch. This reaction was hardly surprising, for he beheld a sight most incredulous. one he had never anticipated encountering within this humble abode. The room's floor had been excavated to reveal a massive pit. A young wizard was precariously perched on a makeshift coffin, struggling to fit two grotesquely decayed corpses into it. The already dilapidated cottage housed 3 or 4 more bodies, each in various states of decomposition, lying silently in repose. What a ghastly sight to behold in Hogsmeade. Mr. Prince. Snape's face turned ashen. He noticed the young wizard's terrified gaze, startled to the point of inadvertently tearing off an arm from one of the corpses, which only deepened Snape's pallor. I require a reasonable explanation that does not involve sending you to Azkaban. His near roar reverberated through the air. The curtains were tightly drawn, and the room was strewn with tattered oilcloth and disordered bodies. Were it not for his knowledge that this was a property of his own, Snape would have surely believed he had stumbled into the lair of a dark wizard. Are you suggesting that while strolling down the street, you accidentally collided with a dark wizard who, by sheer misfortune, dropped a note containing a dark spell, and, without realizing it, out of sheer curiosity, you unwittingly mastered the forbidden magic inscribed upon it? Snape's piercing gaze bore into Ian, his expression resembling a crumpled piece of parchment, his brows knitting into an inextricable knot. Indeed, that is precisely the case, Ian replied, nodding like a bobblehead. Professor, I am innocent. I am the victim. My tender heart was so frightened that I scarcely slept a wink last night. Ian had widened his green eyes as much as possible. His words were, of course, a blend of truth and falsehood. Even though he was not a native wizard, Ian understood that a book like Revelations of Dark Magic held a status in the wizarding world akin to that of certain controversial texts. To claim that it was a gift from Aurora, setting aside the question of whether that could exonerate him, that limited edition textbook would undoubtedly be confiscated, and he could very well be held accountable for his exposure to Revelations of Dark Magic. After all, Aurora had a grandfather named Grindelwald. He did not. While Aurora could lay claim to Revelations of Dark Magic as a part of her heritage, he would likely be branded as a second-generation Voldemort for merely possessing it. I never imagined this place was once a burial ground, Professor. You cannot fathom the terror I felt when those corpses crawled out from beneath the floorboards. It nearly sent me into a panic. Ian continued to exaggerate his plight, striving to present himself as innocent. However, Snape was evidently not swayed by such theatrics. You think I am as gullible as those orphans? Snape's expression remained grim, his voice laced with barely concealed rage. Do you believe dark wizards are a dime a dozen? He clearly did not believe Ian's fabrications. It must have been a dark wizard. I encountered one in London who relentlessly pursued me, intent on dragging me into sinister experiments. It could very well be the same one that has appeared in the village. Ian sought to bolster the credibility of his claims by recounting his past encounters. To his dismay, Snape's expression darkened even further. Silence. You fool. He reprimanded Ian sharply. Tell me the truth. The oppressive aura emanating from Snape intensified considerably. Ian's conviction began to wane. What could he do? After all, he had merely been an innocent university student before his transmigration, the kind who could be duped with counterfeit bills while selling cold noodles during summer break. Had it not been for Snape's sudden intrusion and the emotional turbulence it had stirred within him, he might not have dared to cling stubbornly to his narrative. Do you think I would believe that no one taught you? That a mere muggle orphan could emerge from such a place and successfully self-learn a complex dark spell without understanding what magic is? The Raising Dead Curse. A spell of such caliber, even 4th and 5th year students would hesitate to claim they could master it in just a few days. Snape scoffed, a derisive smile curling upon his lips. Perhaps you indeed possess certain gifts bestowed upon you by Providence. As the naturally talented Legilimens, severe as Snape, began to pace back and forth in the dilapidated sitting room, his gaze remained fixed upon Ian. Yet in this world, there exist countless individuals with greater talents than yours. Surely, you do not harbor the delusion that you surpass the Dark Lord? This was quintessential Snape, dripping with sarcasm. I never claimed such a thing, Professor, Ian quietly retorted. It is commendable that you have perused your history of magic textbook in recent days and are aware of the Dark Lord's identity, Snape continued, scrutinizing Ian's reaction. Suddenly, he shifted his tone and raised his voice. In that case, you should not employ your enormous brain, akin to that of a troll, to concoct such absurd lies, attempting to persuade me that you can achieve what the Dark Lord cannot. I can assure you that, at your age, the Dark Lord did not wield such dark magic. Snape's eyes glinted with a ferocity that suggested he might devour Ian whole. Do you know the Dark Lord's true identity? Ian attempted to divert the conversation with feigned shock. However, Snape remained unyielding, his glare still penetrating. I could easily send you to Azkaban. allowing the Aurors to extract your secrets using that legitimacy of yours that you take such pride in, and you would spend your life there, living alongside Dementors. The only reason I have refrained from doing so is to grant you an opportunity. You must understand that it is your status as a Hogwarts student that has afforded you this chance. Snape threatened Ian in a harsh tone. Professor, I do not wish to go to Azkaban, Ian exclaimed, panic etched across his face as he looked at Snape. This could be seen as a half-hearted act. He was indeed alarmed, yet not to the extent of genuinely fearing imprisonment. He was not a fool and could discern the nature of his relationship with Snape. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for Snape to have facilitated arrangements for him, including a visit to Diagon Alley to procure some second-hand textbooks, which could be considered a sign of Snape's relatively good mood that day. If you wish to avoid incarceration, then you must tell me who taught you dark magic. Snape fixed his intense gaze upon Ian. It was a dark wizard. He dropped the note in front of me. Ian maintained his original claim, for he could not bear to part with Grindelwald's annotated copy of Dark Arts revealed. Knowledge is innocent. With a resounding clap, Snape's palm struck the table in frustration. Very well. You think that because I cannot locate that dark wizard, your ludicrous statements will go unverified, do you? When Snape spoke, it was as though his mouth were stuffed with something else, his words emerging through clenched teeth, as if squeezed from the gaps between them. I was speaking the truth. Ian once again adopted a somewhat bewildered and innocent expression. Well, indeed, the truth can be considered truth, though it does not encompass the entirety of the truth. And when embellished with a touch of artistry, how could it not be regarded as truth? A clever little imp, Snape sneered. Immediately, he seized some papers and a pen from the table and began scribbling furiously. What are you doing? Ian inquired curiously. This is a note dropped by a dark wizard. Come now, Mr. Prince, prove that your talent surpasses even that of the Dark Lord. Perhaps even that of Dumbledore. Snape thrust the paper before Ian, his voice dripping with sarcasm and his gaze mocking. Are you teaching me magic? Ian's eyes brightened as he eagerly looked at the paper in his hand. Sure enough, the note detailed the principles of a spell. 33. Professor's consent. Clearly, Snape intended to employ the bizarre scenario Ian had described to demonstrate that Ian's claims were nothing but nonsensical fabrications. However, Ian did not feel anxious as a result. While it may not have been as enlightening as Grindelwald's annotations and secrets of dark magic, the spell Snape recorded was evidently not of particularly high difficulty. Was hostility required? Ian read attentively, not grasping the entirety of the spell in one go. Perhaps it was because the magic lacked sufficient darkness? Ian mused, already aware of his aptitude for dark magic. At that moment, Snape, feigning nonchalance, awaited Ian's capitulation. During Ian's reading, he drew out his wand. With a flick of his wrist, the stacked wooden boards in the corner began to assemble into coffins, while the scattered remains were drawn by an invisible force, wrapped in oilcloth and floated into the coffins. With a rustling sound, the coffins were buried one by one in the earth. The soil that had accumulated within the house began to refill the ground. Soon, the entire living room was restored to its former state. Ian struggled throughout the afternoon to accomplish a task that was effortlessly completed by magic in mere minutes. The corpses did not even require the indignity of being forcibly crammed into a coffin. Had it not been for the fact that these bodies burst forth from their graves at Ian's summoning, he would not have had to craft new coffins to appease the deceased. One could say he possesses a sense of conscience, albeit insufficient. Unfortunately, constructing coffins is no trivial endeavor. Ian merely sought to save time by contemplating the burial of multiple corpses together. After all, these bodies have now found a new home. Have they not? Mr. Prince, I do not have the luxury of waiting for you to continue procrastinating, Severus reminded Ian, who stood in the corner, with a grim expression after cleaning up the mess. Professor, Ian finally emerged from his intense studies, lifting his head. If he wished to confess freely, the opportunity had not yet passed. Severus huffed coldly. Professor, is this magic dark magic? Ian inquired, seemingly troubled. Of course, Severus replied, casting a sidelong glance at Ian. Will learning it bring me trouble? Ian continued to probe. Severus displayed an air of impatience. Were you not concerned about attracting trouble when you learned the necromancy spell? He scoffed, regarding Ian with a gaze that seemed to see through his ruse. Do not offer me some absurd excuse that you cannot actually substantiate. Did you not find a note and, out of curiosity, attempt to learn the necromancy spell? This is hardly standard dark magic. Given your inflated self-praise, I would expect that such trivial spells would pose no challenge to a magical prodigy like yourself. Severus emphasized the term magical prodigy with palpable sarcasm. I am not seeking excuses or reasons. You misunderstand me. Professor, Ian blinked, glancing at the newly acquired first-level skill on his skill panel. I merely believe Ian drew his wand and pointed it at a nearby pile of wood. Confringo, he whispered softly. As his words faded, a barely perceptible wave rippled through the air, and an invisible blade sliced through as if a phantom sword was wildly swinging, tearing apart all obstacles in its path. A harsh tearing sound resonated. Fragments scattered. Wood splinters and dust filled the entire parlor, cascading like rain. It was not particularly difficult to learn. Ian was splashed with numerous fragments. He tucked his wand away and gently brushed off his clothes, casting a slightly sheepish smile towards Snape. Perhaps, Professor, you should conjure a more challenging spell. That way, I might truly be unable to grasp it. You would also have the pleasure of witnessing my embarrassment and despair. His words brimmed with anticipation, seemingly considerate of the other. Yet, he received no response. Snape, standing at the opposite end, wore a frozen sneer upon his face. The atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar. Professor? Ian persisted, undeterred. Honestly, make it harder, just a bit harder, and I truly won't be able to learn it. His thirst for knowledge was so genuine that even insincere words seemed imbued with an earnest quality. Snape, with wood fragments clinging stubbornly to his greasy hair, was evidently preoccupied with more pressing matters than his own appearance. What is the matter with you? Snape's skin twitched violently. As you can see, I was nearly stumped by you. Ian feigned a look of dread, as ridiculous as his earlier statements. Snape, however, remained unfooled. At that moment, this professor, known for his endless mockery, found himself at a loss for words, his mouth opening yet producing no sound. It was absurd. Who would have imagined that a young wizard, recently taken from an orphanage and having acquired his wand only days prior, could so effectively slap him in the face, proving the existence of self-taught magical talent? Is this even human? What is going on here? 20 minutes had elapsed. Even Voldemort would have to hand you a wand. Snape appeared somewhat dazed. Professor, have you not yet made up your mind? I suggest you refrain from dark magic. Why not use the fire god to test me instead? Ian chirped incessantly. Silence. Snape longed for a moment of calm. Good heavens. The fire god? Do you dare to be any bolder? Ian shrank back slightly. Snape, emerging from his bewildered stupor, took a moment to reassess the boy before him, compelled to reconsider Ian's words. Perhaps, indeed, there was a dark wizard who had dropped a little note? Where's the piece of paper you found? Snape remained reluctant to admit he had misjudged the situation. Last night was truly chaotic, with a multitude of corpses emerging, and I am at a loss as to where the note has vanished. Ian immediately donned an expression of regret. You must not mention anything about yesterday or today to anyone. Snape's countenance was marked by complexity, and he refrained from further inquiries regarding the whereabouts of the note. His gaze towards Ian was not only filled with astonishment and incredulity, but also bore a hint of concern. It is hardly fortuitous to exhibit extraordinary magical talent during such a sensitive period. Voldemort is on the verge of returning, and Grindelwald's followers and descendants are active in the vicinity of Hogwarts. With this thought, Snape suddenly seemed to grasp something. Perhaps the note this young lad stumbled upon belongs to one of Grindelwald's acolytes? If it was intended to instruct young Grindelwald, that would indeed make sense. The more he pondered, the more he felt the validity of this possibility. Unbeknownst to him, Snape appeared to no longer doubt Ian's words. After all, he had witnessed firsthand the astonishing gift of this young boy. School is about to commence, and you must remember this. Do not employ the magic you just learned on any of your classmates, even if it is someone you despise. Snape began to regret why he had even revealed the killing curse. Who could have anticipated that this fellow would actually master it? All right, I understand perfectly. I have always been amicable. Ian quickly nodded in assurance. Snape's admonitions were firmly etched in his mind. After all, Snape only forbade him from using the killing curse on those he disliked, but he did not explicitly prohibit the use of the newly acquired reanimation spell on the graves of those he loathed. This must be a tacit approval from the professor. The bloodline talent is indeed a divine blessing. He has come and gone, merely waving his sleeve, leaving behind Ian, who yearned to learn fresh magic, a bag of inexplicably acquired new coins, and a tidy living room that had been restored to order. Suppress any curiosity you may harbor regarding dark magic. Do not let me discover that you are inquiring about things you ought not to know in the village. If I catch you attempting to seek out dark magic, you will be in grave trouble. Snape departed, leaving behind a stark threat, perhaps out of concern for the recent activities of the purist cult in the village, or perhaps worried that Ian might indeed find himself sent to Azkaban. I promise I will not inquire, Ian nervously responded, uncertain whether his answer would satisfy Snape. Nevertheless, Snape certainly did not anticipate that his threats would exert only a fleeting influence over Ian. As soon as Snape departed, Ian dashed into the restroom. In a swift motion, he opened the toilet tank. There lay, Wrapped in oilcloth, revelations of dark magic quietly nestled against the side of the tank. Following the commotion from the previous night, Ian had prudently concealed it. After all, amidst the chaos, a multitude of corpses had emerged, creating quite a stir. Although he had not expected to encounter Snape, Ian remained apprehensive about the peculiar occurrences in the cabin being noticed by other wizards. Every day, while wandering and foraging, he often overheard Rosmerta, the pub owner, gossiping about villagers engaged in midnight duels with wizards or multiple witches. If such sounds could draw attention, how could Ian not worry that the noise he had created might be detected? Much of what Ian conveyed to Snape was indeed truthful. For instance, he genuinely spent last night in fear, anxious that a wizard might come knocking at his door. Under such a state of unease, it was imperative to hide revelations of dark magic. Initially, Ian had contemplated smashing the toilet to conceal the book within a secret pipe, intending to use the repairing charm to restore the shattered toilet, thus ensuring no one would be the wiser. However, he ultimately refrained from this course of action. He was not only concerned that revelations of dark magic might be swept away, tainted by indescribable substances, but also that the knowledge contained within might be desecrated. While the defilement of knowledge was regrettable, Ian feared that he might inadvertently absorb such corruption during his studies. He had no desire to earn the reputation of a foul-smelling wizard upon entering school. The mere thought of such a title was terrifying. Thus, Ian opted for a more prudent solution. Concealing revelations of dark magic within the toilet tank was indeed a clever means of hiding it, as it would be challenging for anyone to discover. Time proved that Snape had completely underestimated Ian's possession of such a compendium of dark magic. Tucked away in a corner of the room, with this tome, there was no longer any need for him to inquire about dark magic from others. Ian merely checked the seal of the oilcloth before returning revelations of dark magic to its hiding place. He had matters more pressing than the study of dark magic to attend to. Successfully reading the potions textbook, Mastery of Potions I. Indeed, transcribing the borrowed tomes is of paramount importance, in comparison to the knowledge that can be pursued at any time. The meticulous transcription of the potions textbook for the 7th year is an urgent endeavor for Ian. Professor Mara is a commendable instructor, yet she evidently lacks the prowess of a skilled wizard. Heaven knows whether she will continue to impart more magic if he fails to fulfill his commitments, or perhaps allow him to personally experience the allure of dark magic. Ian has had little interaction with the enigmatic souls within this elusive realm, and thus cannot form an accurate judgment at present. In any case, he prefers to endure a bit more hardship rather than test the waters. After all, at this age, little U holds little value. It is far more beneficial to engage in fervent transcription. In the tranquil wooden cabin, the sound of the quill gliding across the parchment resonates continuously. The rising proficiency serves as Ian's motivation to write, with the quill capable of autonomously transcribing the text. The village offers such quills for sale, and having been generously provisioned by Snape, Ian finds himself in a position of newfound wealth. However, since discovering last night that transcribing these textbooks could enhance his mastery in potions, he has abandoned any thoughts of laziness through technological shortcuts. For Ian, the intense study is a pursuit of passion, allowing knowledge to flow through his mind as he transcribes, leaving behind traces of his journey, is indeed a delightful experience. In ancient times, there was the Half-Blood Prince. Perhaps Hogwarts shall witness the emergence of another orphan prince. Ian is convinced that his aptitude for potions is commendable. After all, for many young wizards, the acquisition of such knowledge often leads to the inadvertent loss of other insights when it flows from their minds. Merely through passive reading while transcribing, he experiences an elevation in proficiency, a talent level that is nearly rivaled only by his somewhat unreasonable aptitude for dark magic. At present, it appears that his talent in white magic is slightly lacking, requiring numerous repetitions to master, with the intervals for proficiency enhancement being notably longer, about 10 minutes compared to the mastery of potions. If I could receive guidance from Dumbledore, perhaps it would compensate for my deficiencies in white magic talent. Ian was filled with anticipation and longing for his academic life after the school year commenced. What? Dumbledore does not teach magical courses? Impossible. Could the esteemed headmaster ever refuse a student's earnest desire to learn? Such audacity, only those with true mettle can endure. Successfully read the potion textbook, proficient in potions 1. Even though Ian occasionally drifted off while transcribing, his skill level only slowed down marginally. Perhaps an indication of the latent talent hidden within the lineage of the Prince family. The quill delicately touched the parchment, the ink slowly solidifying. Outside, the sun shone brightly. Inside, the only sounds were the gentle scratching of the quill against the paper, intertwined with the occasional rustle of turning pages. As the air was infused with a faint aroma of ink and books, Ian gradually immersed himself. Focused. Hogwarts. This castle, with its majestic exterior, intricate internal structure, and pervasive magical aura, has become the coveted institution for countless wizards and witches. The outer walls, constructed from enormous gray stones, have withstood the ravages of time and nature, as if each stone bore witness to the rise and growth of innumerable wizards. The spacious hall, winding corridors, richly stocked library, and unique headmaster's office are memories that many wizards would find difficult to forget, even over a lifetime. Each year, at the onset of the school term, people gather here. Fox, you seem to be fond of venturing outside these days. Is there something new out there that captivates your interest? Dumbledore inquired, glancing curiously at the fiery figure that flew in through the window. Due to the school year not yet commencing, the atmosphere within the castle felt somewhat desolate. All students were on holiday. Even the professors had their own homes, though perhaps only individuals like Snape and Dumbledore remained at the school. They were not homeless. They had merely lost the sensation of home. The triumphant call of the Phoenix revealed its upbeat mood. School is about to begin. You mustn't wander about the castle, or you might frighten those young witches and wizards. Dumbledore attended to his Phoenix's slightly disheveled feathers, a rare source of amusement for him. For Snape, staying at the school felt no different than residing in what could be called home. Yet for Dumbledore, he lacked the courage to confront Godric's Hollow once more. Yes, courage. Many perceive Albus Dumbledore's brilliance and strength, yet few discern the profound loneliness that lurks behind the myriad of accolades surrounding this headmaster of Hogwarts. When a Gryffindor loses their courage, it serves as a testament to their descent into despair, a complete loss of self. If you truly seek a task, perhaps you could assist me in locating the Chamber of Secrets. Dumbledore, in truth, did not comprehend the language of the Phoenixes. However, this does not imply that the Phoenixes are incapable of understanding human speech. Clang, clang, clang. The Phoenix ascended. Dumbledore sensed this on an emotional level. I appreciate your help. He produced a small snack. Yet, the fiery Phoenix, perched upon Dumbledore's arm, regarded the offering with disdain, opting instead to emit a clear, melodious cry towards the outside of the school. Severus. Dumbledore glanced upward and beheld a pensive Severus Snape entering the school. From the direction of his return, Dumbledore surmised where Snape had been. Have you finally visited that unfortunate child? Dumbledore's figure vanished from the window of his office, only to reappear in the castle corridor where Snape had stepped in, a manifestation of Fawkes's magical ability. Although the regulations of Hogwarts Castle may not bind a wizard of Dumbledore's caliber, he seldom disrupts the time-honored traditions of the institution. That damn little brat is hardly deserving of pity. Snape seemed startled by Dumbledore's sudden appearance. Yet upon hearing Dumbledore's words, he could not suppress a grimace. Recalling the horrific scene he had just witnessed, engaging in dark magic, is that worthy of pity? Do not continually suppress your emotions. That child requires your concern. Dumbledore's voice possessed an enduring, tranquil magic. He patiently counseled Snape. Many have believed that Dumbledore merely exploited Snape or felt pity for him. However, the truth is that Dumbledore saw reflections of his own past within Snape. Though the events may differ, Dumbledore is arguably the one most capable of empathizing with Snape. Both had pursued their aspirations with fervor, only to be jolted into realization by sudden upheavals. Yet, unlike Dumbledore, Snape still possesses the opportunity for redemption. I concede that my previous words were somewhat extreme. He has only you as family now. If even you wish to reject him, he shall find himself utterly alone in this world. Dumbledore, indeed, yearned to see in Snape what he himself could only dream of. Snape's eyes flickered slightly. A rare moment of acquiescence without rebuttal. Ian is a child deserving of love. Do not let him lose it, will you? Compared to before, Dumbledore had evidently adopted a new approach in persuading Snape not to shut himself off emotionally. Of course, this was undoubtedly with the orphan Ian's well-being in mind. With a wizard of Snape's caliber to rely upon, the path ahead for a young wizard would surely be much smoother. He is thriving in Hogsmeade. He appears to be adapting well to life in the wizarding world. Snape's demeanor was somewhat unnatural as he spoke. Dumbledore paid it no mind. He was adept at caring for a group of children and certainly knew how to take care of himself. After all, Dumbledore had personally conducted a background check on Ian and was well aware of many aspects of the situation. The audacity of that little rascal. He has taken such good care of himself. Snape clenched his teeth, feeling his blood pressure rise merely at the thought of what he had witnessed. Is that not a good thing? Dumbledore chuckled softly, clearly aware of the larger picture. Snape merely cast a peculiar glance at Dumbledore, refrained from further comment, shook his head, and turned to return to his office. He still had a cauldron of potions brewing. Perhaps you should bring him to the castle to live with you, Dumbledore suggested. Addressing Snape's retreating figure. I would prefer not to die of exasperation, Snape replied coldly, dragging his tattered robes as he continued onward. Suddenly, as if recollecting something, he halted, turning back. Dumbledore remained in place, cradling the phoenix in his hands. Albus, Snape hesitated before speaking. In which year did you study complex magic? And how long did it take you? The potions professor at Hogwarts fixed a penetrating gaze upon his headmaster, which caused Dumbledore to feel a twinge of confusion. While the world may extol my magical prowess, the truth is that my talent is merely somewhat above average, Dumbledore humbly replied before offering his answer. If my aging mind recalls correctly, it must have been during the afternoon of my second year. It was not magic I was meant to encounter at that time, and it consumed an entire afternoon. For the majority of wizards, this undoubtedly represents Dumbledore's moment of unintentional humility. Yet, damn it, it seems your reputation is somewhat overrated. Snape sighed rather than scoffed, his expression growing increasingly troubled as he turned away. Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback. Soon after, it seemed he came to a realization, and a glimmer of astonishment flitted across his eyes behind the frames of his spectacles. Ah, I see. There is no need for pretense. What is required to create miracles? Ian had answered this question with a pen and countless hours of effort. He meticulously transcribed an astonishing volume of text from 7 years of potions textbooks, achieving a flawless reproduction thanks to the skills he had not yet forgotten from his primary education. He even found the time to check for typos. The old sword remains sharp. Ian shook his slightly sore arms, setting down the nearly splintered quill, and looked up to find the sun still well above the horizon. Far from setting, Knight's enchanting dreams were still a while away. Potions Mastery, level 223, 200. His intense dedication not only enabled Ian to complete his goal ahead of schedule, but also yielded significant gains in his abilities. He had amassed a commendable understanding of potion theory, surpassing most first- and second-year young wizards. His only shortcoming was a lack of practical experience, and he knew that crafting potions would require a period of adjustment. He hoped to practice potion brewing even in his dreams, filled with anticipation for this upcoming slumber. He also felt a twinge of concern for his two friends who had ventured out. Surely, there is no notion of a soul dying a second time. Crunch, crunch, crunch. After an extended period of intense writing, Ian felt a pang of hunger. He seized a few leftover pieces of bread from the previous day and devoured them with the ferocity of a child snacking on cookies. The flavor was indescribable. The Empire of Big Yings was widely known as a culinary desert, and the wizarding world was not exempt from such culinary hardships. Fortunately, Ian was not overly particular about food. The young man had strong teeth. Chewing on hard bread served as a means to strengthen them. Calculating the time, he realized that in 4 or 5 days, it would be time for Hogwarts to commence its term. With a mouthful of brick-like bread and a sip of untainted spring water, he sat outside the small cabin, gazing at the distant, ethereal castle, and felt a sense of hope for the days ahead. As the sun gradually dipped toward the west, its golden rays grew softer and more profound. The glow flickered. As the illumination charm approached its next level, Ian did not squander this time before sleep. He illuminated his wand and began to hone his skills. Illumination charm, level 200, in comparison to more unique spells and the advancement of potions mastery. The progress of a white magic spell like the illumination charm appeared somewhat sluggish. Of course, this is limited to Ian's own self-comparison. As he experienced a leap in his skill level, Ian unmistakably felt a moment of enlightenment. His comprehension of the illumination spell deepened significantly. Astonishingly, it could be utilized in this manner. With his newfound understanding, Ian waved the already radiant wand, and to his surprise, the light at its tip began to change colors: red, blue, cyan, and even an eerie green. If he could further master the technique of silent casting, perhaps this fundamental illumination spell could be employed to mimic the killing curse to frighten others. What a delightful thought. However, since I already possess the killing curse, this effect seems somewhat redundant. Ian focused on controlling the flow of his magical energy, attempting to create a light source capable of briefly detaching from the wand's tip. Unsurprisingly, he was unsuccessful. The moment the light source departed from the wand, despite the magical circuit continuing to operate, it collapsed due to the absence of the wand's stability. Clearly, he lacked the necessary proficiency. Perhaps I could attempt to imprint this circuit onto an object resembling a wand, which might improve stability. As this thought crossed his mind, Ian paused momentarily, sensing a strange familiarity. Upon reflection, he suddenly realized that this was precisely the method employed in alchemy. How frustrating. He nearly stumbled upon a groundbreaking concept. Ian recognized that he had lost an opportunity that could have landed him on a chocolate frog card. Reluctantly, he returned to his books. As expected, miracles did not occur. The initial emergence of alchemy indeed stemmed from a similar idea, and centuries ago, the wizarding community had already invented alchemical devices capable of long-lasting illumination. To this day, the family that pioneered such devices continues to monopolize the market for illumination in the wizarding world. Much like how the shampoo available in the wizarding community is sourced from the Potter family. Cursed patent monopolies. In comparison to the disappointment of missing the chance to invent alchemy, the inability to profit from his sudden flash of inspiration following his skill upgrade was perhaps what troubled Ian the most. A wealth of galleons slipped through his fingers simply because he was born several centuries too late. Is there anything more infuriating for a poor soul? No. If I could learn some lost potion recipes or spells from Professor Mara, I would secure a patent and then lounge in Gringotts, counting my money daily. Returning indoors, he fell into a deep slumber, clutching a pile of notebooks. Ian came to the realization that he remained, at his core, an ordinary man. His avarice extended beyond mere love for wealth. He did not truly despise the monopoly of patents, but rather resented that he was not the one wielding such monopolies. How astutely self-aware I have become. Upon opening his eyes once more, the resplendent hall appeared unchanged from his previous foray into the mesmerizing realm. The witch seemed to have been awaiting him for some time, her demeanor as cold and haughty as ever, seated imperiously upon the unyielding long bench. Her gaze fixed with an indescribable intensity on the numerous notebooks cradled in Ian's arms. "You have certainly not disappointed me," she remarked, her tone tinged with a hint of astonishment. "Ah, indeed, you have brought them." This was Ian's inaugural attempt to carry such a multitude of items into the enchanting illusion. And fortunately, he had not faltered. All the notebooks he clutched had accompanied him into this dreamlike state. "Mara, look how remarkable I am." Ian beamed as he placed the notebooks upon the long table. This time, the furnishings within the hall did not vanish. Rather, a few teacups curiously blinked awake, observing Ian with intrigue. Yes, quite impressive, the witch generously bestowed her praise. However, she evidently misconstrued Ian's intention to showcase his ability to transcribe such a volume of text, believing he was boasting about his talent to traverse the boundaries of life and death with so many items in tow. Yet, you are clearly capable of even greater feats. Though you may not yet be aware of this, the witch cryptically advised Ian. "Oh." Ian paused, then quickly inquired, "What do you mean by greater feats?" His curiosity piqued. "That is something you must uncover for yourself." The witch resumed her role as a riddle maker. "If you could simply tell me, I could consider it my own discovery." Ian countered with a playful blink. The witch fell silent for a moment, likely feeling a touch awkward under Ian's steady gaze. She sighed, "I have merely discerned certain possibilities. I do not possess omniscience regarding how to proceed. That path is yours alone to tread." The witch's softly spoken words left Ian contemplative as he regarded the books on the long table. Gradually, bold ideas began to stir within him. I could engage in smuggling through this enchanting realm. Only those who have experienced financial hardship truly grasp the significance of wealth. This was the first audacious thought that sprang to Ian's mind. If he could exploit the illusions of the veil for smuggling operations, who else could earn galleons but him? Those Aurors and the Muggle law enforcement, even if they suspected him of being a smuggler, would find it futile. They lacked the capability to pursue contraband within the veil. The more he pondered, the more Ian felt this was indeed a brilliant idea. Naturally, entering the veil only once a week was rather inefficient. So he would need to select items of substantial value. Dragon eggs? Corpses of dragons? Perhaps even the vaults of Gringotts. Ahem, that posed a considerable challenge. And while he was tempted by the prospect of wealth, Ian retained enough rationality to refrain from voicing his thoughts. He opened his mouth, fully aware that the greater matters the witch spoke of were likely not this. Although Ian viewed this as a grand venture, it was evident that most wizards were not preoccupied with galleons. It was not about smuggling items from the outside in. Yet he realized he could not transport the things from here out either. Furrowing his brow, Ian began to delve into contemplation once more. At that moment, the witch interjected. "Enough, my apprentice. You are not yet powerful enough. Your time here is exceedingly limited, and I do not wish to watch you squatting there like someone in distress." It was hard to imagine a witch of such noble demeanor uttering such coarse words, prompting an embarrassed reaction from Ian, who had been subtly mocked. "I was merely contemplating your words, Professor Mara," Ian offered in defense. "Upon returning to the real world, you will have ample time for reflection." The witch gracefully raised her hand, causing a corner of the frame on the adjacent wall to flow towards Ian like clear water. instinctively lifting his hand. The liquid metal solidified into a wooden wand in Ian's grasp. "Now, demonstrate," the witch commanded, turning her gaze towards the kitchen, from which a squealing roast pig emerged, still emitting sounds as if it were alive. Ian stood agape at the sight. "I hope you have not been slacking," the witch said, resting her cheek on her hand, languidly reclined on an exquisitely shimmering bench. Her implication was clear. Ian promptly understood and aimed the wand at the animated roast pig. Fear descended. Based on the principles of this magic, it was akin to the Patronus charm, albeit significantly less challenging. Its primary function was to awaken the most primal fears residing deep within the target's psyche. Each individual's fear was unique, yet everyone's subconscious was undeniably aware of their own fears. Perhaps the roast pig was no exception, accompanied by a beam of light tinged with a hint of gray. The roast pig, seemingly animated, emitted a piercing, frantic cry filled with terror. This cacophony even caused the nearby furniture to tremble in fear. Nevertheless, the witch appeared quite pleased with Ian's performance, her smile widening perceptibly. "It is all thanks to your teachings, dear teacher," Ian quickly lavished praise, which the witch received with evident delight. Nuven is not an easily comprehensible subject. To master this magic in merely 7 days is commendable, even in my era, the witch declared, her compliments unreserved as ever, a quality that Ian particularly appreciated. Exceptional wizards require even more exceptional mentors. "I am truly fortunate to have encountered you, Madame Mara," Ian asserted, his flattery devoid of excessive modesty. Through keen observation, he discerned that this illustrious mentor seemed indifferent to her student's humility. After all, she herself was no paragon of modesty. "When I first learned this magic, it took me merely 2 days. I knew I was destined to become a formidable sorceress. And indeed, that has proven to be the case," she recounted with pride, prompting Ian to open his mouth, hesitating to speak. However, the witch remained oblivious to his reluctance. "In the information I provided you, I employed a few subtle techniques. Your ability to grasp this magic signifies that you have at least proficiently mastered the application of Nuven. This will spare you considerable trouble in your future studies," she remarked, raising her hand once more. The still screaming roast pig seemed to lose its vitality, returning to a delectable state before swiftly darting back towards the kitchen. Ian marveled at this spectacle. Indeed, comprehending the knowledge underlying magic is far more significant than merely learning spells. Nuven serves as the finest key for wizards to grasp the essence of magic. After a brief pause, the witch added, "At least in my experience, it is so." She refrained from speaking with absolute certainty. Perhaps it was only in the context of acquiring knowledge that this, which would occasionally exhibit a rare humility. "Very well, I shall remember that," Ian replied, unusually earnest as he nodded. "Regarding potions, I must first engage in some study, and prior to that, you need to—" The witch was poised to commence her formal instruction of Ian when suddenly, a commotion erupted. "It's him. He's back. Quickly, inform the master. Ah, I have been cleaved in two once again." Outside the castle, an abrupt cacophony of crackling sounds pierced the air. Ian was taken aback, glancing swiftly at the witch. The once smiling sorceress now wore an expression that could only be described as having undergone a grim transformation, her eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. Just as Ian intended to cautiously inquire, the commotion outside made him acutely aware of the unfolding situation. "Pandro, is Ian truly here?" "Little Anna, trust me. Ian has undoubtedly been captured by this wicked woman. I believe that lady is not malevolent, but her armor is indeed quite daunting. Fear not, these are merely made of paper. Watch as I skewer 3, no, 4 of them. My goodness, you possess remarkable strength. Ha ha, just ahead lies the grand entrance. With a single kick, it will shatter into 700 pieces. I've tried it before." The voices belonged to friends Ian knew well. Perhaps it was Pandro, so vividly alive in Ian's memory, whose final words momentarily breached the witch's defenses. She cursed vehemently, waving her hand to command the doors to part. "Ah, the door is open? Alas, you little girl shall miss witnessing my valor's form." Indeed, a boy clad in humble burlap and accompanied by a pale-faced girl strode in with great bravado. It was the indomitable Pandro and the timid Ariana. Ian's astonishment was palpable, contrasting sharply with the witch's reaction. "Damnable butcher, do you think I fear you?" she bellowed, though Ian sensed a lack of conviction in her wrath. "Gryffindor? A guaranteed victory." Perhaps Ian's intuition was not misguided. Despite her apparent rage, the witch refrained from attacking, her fiery gaze fixed on Pandro and Ariana. "Ian, we have come to rescue you," Pandro declared, brandishing a long sword with determination. Perhaps it was Ariana, whose perception was more nuanced, who noted that Ian and Mara did not resemble captor and captive. her face betraying a sense of embarrassment at the unfolding chaos. Ian doesn't seem like someone who has been captured, she quietly reminded Pandro. What? Pandro exclaimed. Confusion etched on his face. How can that be? I heard she delights in devouring children. The formidable swordsman remains resolute in his judgment. The sound of grinding teeth echoes ominously, an unmistakable manifestation of the witch Mara's ire. I apologize, teacher. It was I who neglected to inform them of my presence here. Ian hastily interjects, attempting to mediate the growing tension. Get your friends off my territory. The witch's fury is now partially directed at Ian. However, it is evident that her apprehension towards the intruder Pandero is palpable. Pandero, even in his sluggishness, is taken aback by Ian's reference to Mara, his expression shifting to one of confusion and his complexion visibly reddening. Did I truly misjudge? The old specter, appearing boyish, finds himself momentarily at a loss. His sword drawn, yet his mind in disarray. The earlier aura of overwhelming aggression has dissipated. Mara, I sincerely apologize. We shall assist you in restoring this place. Ariana earnestly proclaims, bowing profusely in apology. With your empty-headedness and the ignorance of this little fool, you think you can fashion a chair for someone to sit upon? Count your blessings. Mara's countenance darkens as she turns her gaze back to Ian. They must leave. They are unwelcome here. With that, the witch, her expression grim, strides deeper into the castle. Though her gown does not drag on the floor like a rag, the missing corner is conspicuous. I refuse to remain here. The monster has returned. How terrifying. How dreadful. He surely intends to harm us. The furniture scuttles along, trailing behind her in a frenzy. What a temper that woman has. Pandero begins to grumble as soon as she departs. Pandero, perhaps you should refrain from such comments. After all, we are in the wrong for damaging much of her property. Ariana gently reminds him. Humph, she once attempted to capture me. This merely evens the score, Pandero retorts, clearly disgruntled. It is evident that he has had previous encounters with Mara. I think teacher Mara isn't as malevolent as she seems. She has imparted valuable knowledge to me, Ian muses, stepping toward the entrance, finally perceiving the scene outside. The ground is littered with disarrayed fragments of armor, and some half-formed pieces writhe pathetically, desperately trying to distance themselves from Pandero. Perhaps, he contemplates, it is possible that I harbored a grudge against her during my living days. Pandero's uncertainty mirrors that of Ariana. He only remembers waiting for someone in this place during his lifetime, yet that person never arrived. The longer souls linger in this mysterious realm, the more their memories of the mortal world fade, until they are completely forgotten, compelling them to embark upon their next journey. Regardless, this time we have undeniably found ourselves in grave trouble. Ariana sighed anxiously. At worst, I could compensate her with a dragon, perhaps the fierce one we encountered to the north, which has only been dead a few years and would surely be more impressive than her collection of worthless trinkets. Although Pandro remained obstinate, he was not oblivious to his mistake. I will find a way to make amends to Professor Mara, Ian said, patting Pandro on the shoulder. He felt profoundly touched by their willingness to risk their safety for him. In any case, their genuine concern undoubtedly marked them as true friends. Yet, perhaps these two friends were unaware that no one could confine him within this illusory realm. Once the time was right, he would inevitably be forcibly returned to the real world. Are you studying magic under Professor Mara? Ariana inquired with curiosity. Ian nodded. Professor Mara is exceptionally knowledgeable, and her guidance has given me a head start over other young wizards. He was not insincerely offering flattery. How wonderful. Ariana felt a mix of happiness and envy for Ian. Perhaps I could bring you some magic textbooks. Ian remembered Ariana as long-standing admiration for Hogwarts. Teaching her would be futile. Here, magic holds no significance. Pandro shook his head beside them, speaking with a tone of pride. You would be better off learning swordsmanship from me. You can strike whatever you wish. As he spoke, the extraordinary swordsman demonstrated with his unremarkable sword. I have bested countless foes in this illusory realm. Even your school, as legendary Godric Gryffindor, could barely exchange a few blows with me. Goodness, you've sparred with the founder of Hogwarts? Ian inquired, intrigued. Although Professor Mara appeared quite wary of this friend, how could she possibly compare to Gryffindor? He is renowned as the swordmaster of Hogwarts. While there are no documented records of Gryffindor's swordsmanship prowess, he was undeniably a legendary wizard evolving towards Gandalf's stature, making it unlikely for an ordinary swordsman to rival him. I encountered him a few years ago, but he departed swiftly. That fellow had considerable skill, which is why I remember him. Pandero raised his head with an air of arrogance, once again brandishing the long sword in his hand. executing several dazzling flourishes before turning to persuade Ariana to learn swordsmanship alongside him. You have both been dead for an eternity. Do you not think that swordplay and magic are ultimately futile? Ian barely escaped the blade's trajectory, which nearly struck his little toe. Indeed, Ariana lamented, nodding in resignation. For the souls in this realm, there is no taboo in discussing their own demise. There will surely come a time when it proves useful. Trust me, Pandero declared with unwavering confidence. Well, just moments ago, when you led me up the mountain, you also asked me to trust you, Ariana quipped, bemused. This is different. Truly different, Pandero replied with an awkward chuckle, perhaps seeking to divert the conversation. He turned his bright gaze towards Ian. Ariana mentioned you have begun studying magic. We have brought you a congratulatory gift for your enrollment. Come, take a look. This is a remarkable item, one I would not waste on just anyone. As he spoke, Pandero produced an object from his cloak, a golden apple that shone radiantly even in the dim light of the castle, resembling a fragment of the sun or a masterwork crafted by the gods themselves. Quickly eat it. The power of cognition. Ian found himself entranced by the apple, dazzling like a piece of art. Pandero urged him on, hurry, consume it before the old witch sees you. She will surely snatch it away. With that, Pandero rushed forward, attempting to shove the golden apple into Ian's mouth. Coughing, Ian was taken aback by the roughness of Pandero's actions. He nearly choked, but fortunately, the apple, larger than his fist, melted in his mouth. Ian is glowing, Ariana exclaimed. Ian could not see her expression, for he was enveloped in a warm and peculiar force that surged throughout his being, a sensation akin to the cleansing of his very soul, prompting him to close his eyes and savor the feeling. His body seemed infused with vitality and vigor. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed through the hall, reminiscent of iron striking the walls, followed by the faint sounds of Pandero's flustered voice. That woman heard me call her an old witch. We must flee, quickly. The intertwining voices of Ariana and Pandero gradually faded into the distance, urging him to escape. Ian was uncertain of how much time had elapsed. When he finally opened his eyes again, the furnishings in the hall had returned, and the witch regarded him with a gaze laden with complexity. To his astonishment, they had indeed managed to find it. The witch's tone was one of incredulity. I recall you mentioning, dear teacher, that you had felled the last golden apple tree in existence. While ensnared in a haze of disorientation, Ian was unable to ascertain his own transformations through the interface. He now felt an unprecedented clarity of mind. Clearly, prior to my severing the last golden apple tree, someone must have smuggled seeds into this realm. The witch provided an explanation that left Ian wide-eyed. Before me, were there others capable of such a feat? Ian expressed his surprise. The witch shook her head. Silly little one, no sorcerer could ever be as extraordinary as you, and thus no other sorcerer would receive the same favor as you do. What I refer to is merely the act of bringing a single seed to this place. I am unaware of the methods employed. Yet history is replete with exceptionally gifted sorcerers, and many past legends could have achieved such an extraordinary act. The witch gazed intently at Ian's youthful visage, her voice a mere whisper. After all, the essence of a legend lies in their ability to conjure the impossible. The tapestries upon the walls seemed to quiver in response to the witch's gentle utterance. The flames depicted in the paintings appeared to burn with even greater fervor. Perhaps I might discover some useful information in the library at school. Ian mused thoughtfully, recognizing that true legends among sorcerers have always been few and far between. You might as well inquire with that insufferable butcher, a friend of yours, since he was able to procure this golden apple for you. It stands to reason that he already knew where it was planted. The witch rolled her eyes at Ian with a look of disdain. His memories were fading as well. Ian responded with resignation, acknowledging that he had indeed considered this avenue. How pitiable he is, the witch remarked with a sardonic smile. Teacher, I apologize on his behalf. He has always been a reckless individual. Ian lowered his tone significantly, speaking with utmost sincerity. I assure you, I shall retrieve your mirror and any other items you desire, as compensation for his transgressions against you. At these words, the witch's expression softened somewhat. I merely desire my mirror. After a brief pause, she added, and the dragon he promised to capture. Goodness, it seems the witch has indeed been eavesdropping deep within the castle. Of course, that is not a problem. Ian promptly nodded in agreement. Yet despite the visible calm that returned to his expression, this beleaguered teacher could not help but curse Pandora once more. Damn meddler, wretched executioner, despicable plunderer. She incessantly hurled a series of unflattering epithets at Pandora. Surely, he must have been an extraordinary individual in life, Ian tentatively inquired, fully aware that the witch possessed a wealth of knowledge about Pandora. Oh, my foolish apprentice, why do you persist in asking such foolish questions? The witch cast a disdainful glance at Ian. The answer has long been laid before you. You simply choose to ignore the truth. She sighed heavily, yet her words left Ian utterly bewildered. What had he overlooked? How could he be so oblivious? Master, I admit I'm a simpleton. So could you enlighten me as to who he is? Ian's curiosity was nearly unbearable. You are but a pig, while I am not, the witch scoffed. Let me tell you this. Should he recall, he would prance around here for many more years. Do you truly believe I would seek to create discomfort for myself? Teacher Mara, indeed, appeared to harbor a strong aversion to Pandora. Her reasoning was so compelling that Ian found himself at a loss for words. Do you know? Everything within this castle, every creation, and the abilities I have shown you, are not magic. They are merely a manifestation of perception. The witch suddenly began to reflect with unexpected candor. Perception? Ian felt a twinge of surprise. Yes, in this realm, so distant from the mundane world. Perception dictates what you can accomplish here. The witch nodded, continuing her patient explanation. I believe in the power of knowledge. While he believes that he can achieve anything he desires, he has proven his conviction 3 times over, demonstrating that his perception is more resolute than mine. The witch subtly conveyed her reasons for being outmatched by Pandora, her tone tinged with a hint of bitterness and solitude. Is that even possible? Ian found it hard to fathom that someone could manipulate his thoughts within a hallucinatory realm. Indeed, such absurdity, knowledge yielding to belief, presents a most improbable miracle, the witch lamented. Just as Ian pondered whether her words held any implication, the witch lifted her gaze, directing it toward the scattered remnants of armor outside. You must take responsibility for reconstructing these guards, she stated abruptly, leaving Ian momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, we were engrossed in discussing Pandora, and suddenly, Teacher Mara has executed a complete about-face. How perplexing is the mind of this elderly woman? Wasn't it agreed that she would have him fetch a dead dragon to stand guard? Ian gazed innocently, his eyes wide with surprise. That was compensation, and this is your duty as an apprentice. The witch sneered as she seized a potion textbook that Ian had brought. I can only mold figurines. I cannot create animated Iron Men, Ian replied, his hands raised in defeat. In response, the witch's sardonic laughter echoed in the air. If you cannot, then go learn. Such a familiar phrase. Is this a new assignment? Ian felt his sense of self begin to wane. I did not expect you to master it in a few days, but I will regularly assess your progress. As the witch read through the potion texts, she tore another piece from her gown. Next time, return to that little girl's town before seeking me again. With a gentle toss, the fragment of her gown, inscribed with a myriad of runes, fluttered into Ian's hands. I fear time may run short. Ian's figure began to fade. There will be time. Everything has changed. The witch's voice carried an air of casual certainty, never once lifting her gaze as she continued to pore over the textbook copy Ian had brought. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. The clock continued its relentless march. Suddenly, Ian opened his eyes to the present world. Uncharacteristically, he did not glance at the time on the wall or at the fragment of the gown in his hand. Instead, he eagerly opened his personal panel. 40. Terror level increased. A magnificent scroll. Name, Ian Prince. Occupation, Bloodline Sorcerer. Magic power, level 7, in explosive transition. Skills, Wisdom's Enlightenment. This skill cannot be upgraded. Potion Mastery, level 223, 200. Shadowless Blade, level 15, 100. Terror Curse, level 118, 100. Control Undead, level 12, 100. Runic Mastery, level 114, 100. Death Curse, level 17, 100. Illumination Spell, level 23, 400. The information displayed on the panel remained as straightforward and intuitive as ever, apart from a series of spells that Ian had either self-taught or learned from others. 2 notable changes had occurred on the panel. The most prominent was the increase in magic power level. My magic power level has astonishingly risen by 3 tiers. Ian fully experienced the essence of a legendary power, the Golden Apple, as depicted in ancient Greek mythology and various fairy tales. The extraordinary fruit possesses the remarkable ability to directly enhance a wizard's magical prowess. A level 7 potency, a leap of 3 whole levels. This, however, is not even the zenith of what the Golden Apple can bestow. In this explosive transformation, the description on the system panel unequivocally indicates that the magical enhancement effect of the Golden Apple can still elevate Ian's magical level further. The extent to which it can be raised remains uncertain, perhaps by 1 level, or possibly 2. Regardless, such an advantage is truly unimaginable. It is noteworthy that most novice wizards, after their initial surge of magical energy, can only expect incremental growth in their magical levels as they age. aside from the legendary tales known to but a few regarding ancient wands held by select individuals. The wizarding community has seldom heard of any entity capable of augmenting a wizard's magic. Even the powerful and enigmatic magical stones fail to bestow any enhancement in magical capacity. Thus, a wizard's innate magical level largely determines their future. Within this context, Ian was genuinely astonished to discover that the so-called golden apple possessed the remarkable ability to alter such a predetermined fate. Truly, it deserves its reputation as a precious ingredient capable of brewing potions that defy life and death. He began to comprehend why the golden apple had become extinct. It is likely that even if Professor Mara had not felled the last golden apple tree, such a treasure would inevitably fade into obscurity in the ages to come. Perhaps it was extinction, or perhaps something else entirely. Pandero had indeed bestowed upon him an extraordinary gift. Upon his next return to the enigmatic illusion, he felt compelled to prepare a fitting token of gratitude for his friend. Ian harbored profound appreciation for the wonders from the enigmatic illusion as he grasped the wand resting on his bedside, feeling an even clearer awareness of his magical essence. Fire. Just as Ian intended to explore the weight of his newfound magic, he abruptly realized he was in a wooden cabin with a wooden bed for slumber. Wizards of the magical realm likely possess limited knowledge about fireproofing, which could have posed a grave risk. Since consuming the golden apple, Ian's thoughts had transformed into an extraordinary clarity, likely a result of the skill known as enlightenment of wisdom. This was the only skill he had encountered that could not be leveled up, also a gift from the golden apple, bestowing upon Ian a constant state of rationality. Indeed, it did not endow Ian with extraordinary wisdom, but rather maintained his mental acuity. It merely enables Ian to harness the wisdom he already possesses, remaining largely unaffected by negative emotions, thus significantly enhancing the efficiency of his learning. Perhaps it could be regarded as a simplified version of the Crown of Lavenclaw. As a passive ability bestowed by Golden Apple, this skill similarly boasts breathtaking effects. With a flicker of light, Ian invoked the most frequently used spell. In the next moment, accompanied by a torrent of surging magical energy, the tip of his wand ignited, radiating brilliance that silently expanded outward, illuminating the entire tranquil cabin in an instant. The light was resplendent, far exceeding the previous glow that merely illuminated a single room. No, I must experiment with a more potent spell. Enthralled by this immense enhancement, Ian leaped out of bed in his undergarments, slipped on his homemade flip-flops, and hurriedly dashed outside the cabin. The night was deepening, the starry sky enveloped in silence. Ian firmly grasped his wand, aiming it at the open ground. Flames erupted. This was the only legitimate offensive spell under his control. As he channeled the incantation to link the magical circuit, a roaring sound accompanied a torrent of blazing fire that surged forth from the wand's tip like a tidal wave. Yet, it was not sufficient. Ian felt a sense of ease and confidence, prompting him to increase the magical output within the circuit. Consequently, the flames danced wildly, resembling a surging dragon rampaging in the night. The firelight illuminated Ian's face, his expression a blend of excitement and fervor. The magical circuit imposed limitations on the output of his power. However, if I slightly alter the structure of the circuit and add a few more channels for magical energy to flow, with the explosive growth of his magical prowess, Ian could distinctly perceive the limitations within the circuit of the Firestarter spell. Fueled by exhilaration and clarity, Ian cautiously began to attempt augmenting the magical pathways of the Firestarter spell. He knew he must not disturb the framework of the magic, lest it lead to a collapse of the magical energy. After several attempts, the tip of his wand only emitted a few sputters of flame akin to vomit. He began to comprehend. Should any pathways be established, the magical framework would inevitably suffer damage. It seemed to be an unsolvable dilemma. Despite repeated attempts, Ian continued to encounter failure. The sputtering flames persisted a while longer, appearing somewhat like fireworks. Yet this was clearly not the outcome Ian desired. Perhaps. Ian gripped his wand, his mind racing with possibilities. I should not entertain the thought of augmenting the initial magical circuit with channels of power. Perhaps the moment when the incantation of the fire spell is on the verge of completion is the most stable and fleeting opportunity. A sudden insight. Ian raised his wand once more. Flames blazed forth. The magical circuit stabilized and took form with the aid of the incantation. And just when the magic was about to brew, the moment had arrived. Ian seized the possibility he had glimpsed. Hiss! What had initially been a serpent-like flame, upon the expansion of the magical channel, suddenly roared forth as if doused in gasoline, a surging inferno emanating from the tip of his wand made of elder wood. Boom! It was nothing short of an explosion. The towering flames illuminated the entire field, a torrential wave of searing heat sweeping outwards, as if intent on utterly consuming everything in its path. This is bad. Ian had not anticipated such terrifying power. A sense of panic began to creep in. The colossal wave of fire surged tumultuously, threatening to reduce fences, trees, and even the small wooden cabin where Snape had housed Ian to mere ashes. This is disastrous. As Ian racked his brain, the only thought that surfaced was to summon a horde of corpses to quickly douse the flames. Suddenly, amidst the chaos, a voice, aged yet filled with awe, resonated as a figure clad in white robes approached along the cobblestone path. A masterful display of creativity. He raised his ancient wand, and with a gentle wave, it was as if all that transpired in that moment had been forcibly halted. The heat, the flames, the burning earth and structures, all came to an abrupt standstill. The once sweet tea now tasted bitter. A spell of cessation? The elderly figure did not utter any incantation as he strolled down the cobblestone street. Ian could not ascertain the precise nature of this phenomenon. He could only sense an invisible hand halting the runaway magic. At the moment the scorching flames vanished, it felt as though the entire world had dimmed, leaving behind a faint, lingering scent of smoke, a solitary testament to the existence of a great fire. Moonlight pierced through the clouds. Under the veil of night, everything appeared as if it had never transpired. Even the collapsed fence had restored itself to its former state. Dumbledore. Ian recognized the elderly man approaching and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, lowered his gaze. Amidst a tinge of apprehension and unease, he was also engulfed in a wave of curiosity. Why, at this late hour, had Dumbledore ventured to Hogsmeade? I prefer you little wizards to address me as Professor. It lends an air of sophistication that belies my otherwise austere demeanor. Dumbledore soon approached Ian, refraining from rebuking him for his reckless behavior. Instead, he jested lightly at his own expense. Very well, Professor Dumbledore. Ian promptly acquiesced. Won't you step inside for a moment? Dumbledore turned his gaze towards the cabin's door. I apologize. I must have been somewhat taken aback. Ian hurriedly pushed open the door, extending an invitation. He felt a flutter of anxiety, uncertain of Dumbledore's intentions. Although his perceptive mind could sense Snape's emotions, it seemed less effective in the presence of the headmaster of Hogwarts. I truly did not anticipate encountering such a bold wizard on my way back to the castle, daring to attempt the creation of a new magic right at his doorstep. Dumbledore mused as he entered, surveying the tidy living room and glancing towards Ian's bedroom before finally settling at a desk by the window. That hardly qualifies as creation. It can only be deemed a catastrophe. Ian hastily approached the tea table, pouring a cup of red tea for Dumbledore. At least you have embarked on this path. That is of great significance. Dumbledore produced a bag of brown sugar from seemingly nowhere, generously pouring it into his tea. His praise was unambiguous, yet Ian found little joy in it. Had it not been for your assistance, Professor, I might have caused an unimaginable disaster. He preemptively engaged in self-reproach before Dumbledore could speak. I should not have undertaken such a perilous endeavor. I nearly set the entire village ablaze. What a foolish fellow I am. Reflecting on it now, Ian felt a genuine pang of fear. His expression of regret and self-examination left Dumbledore momentarily taken aback. Soon after, the elderly man chuckled softly, shaking his head. We cannot be overly harsh on a young wizard like you. Dumbledore kept his gaze lowered, seemingly engrossed in preparing his tea. I only hope that this harrowing experience impresses upon you the importance of caution above all other virtues in the pursuit of magic. Within the tranquil wooden cabin, Dumbledore's earnest words resonated with a calm, yet potent authority. I shall heed your counsel. Ian nodded solemnly. Relax a bit. Perhaps you should first don your clothes and trousers. Dumbledore suddenly chuckled, prompting Ian to realize he was clad only in his underpants. There's no harm, just a casual stroll, Ian remarked, a faint blush gracing his cheeks, though he maintained a facade of nonchalance. Dumbledore's expression was somewhat perplexed. Professor, did you come specifically to find me? Ian seized the opportunity to inquire, as he hardly believed Dumbledore would reside in Hogsmeade. No, the old wizard replied, shaking his head. Sipping from a cup of tea laden with lethal sweetness, he continued, I merely came to deliver a notice and happened to catch sight of your light from afar. In truth, he had been observing Ian for quite some time. A glimmer of complexity flashed in Dumbledore's eyes as he spoke in awe. Your understanding of magic diverges from that of most wizards. He was clearly referring to Ian's research on magical circuits, a subject many wizards never delve into deeply throughout their lives. Ian feigned ignorance. tinged with a hint of anxiety. Do not worry, this is not a negative trait. It is a talent possessed by only a select few. Behind Dumbledore's thick spectacles lay profound eyes. I heard you have mastered Snape's non-corporeal curse? He inquired, seemingly curious. Ian was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Although Snape had warned him against revealing anything, since Dumbledore had already asked, he felt it would be ungracious to conceal the truth. Regardless, Ian dare not take that risk. It wasn't my intention to learn, Professor Snape insisted, pressing my head down, declaring that if I failed, he would imprison me in a most malevolent place. Ian adhered to his policy of partial honesty, vividly recounting Snape's coercion and portraying himself as weak and pitiable. However, Dumbledore appeared disinterested in his tale. How long did it take you to learn? The old wizard casually sipped his tea. An hour? Ian fibbed. He had no choice. Revealing that he could instantly grasp dark magic might lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. It was primarily due to Professor Snape's excellent teaching. He added, not forgetting to justify himself. Yet Dumbledore did not respond, instead stirring his tea with a conjured stick, refraining from taking another sip. I believe I have a general understanding now. Dumbledore turned to gaze out at the starry sky. You shall achieve remarkable feats, my child. Do not squander your extraordinary talents. Before he could finish his thought, a subtle and peculiar tremor rippled through the air. Suddenly, a radiant flash of red light appeared, and a magnificent phoenix soared forth. Its feathers shimmered like resplendent jewels in the dimly lit room, breathtakingly beautiful. Mr. Prince, it appears our tea gathering must conclude here for the evening. Dumbledore declared as he set down his cup and rose, smoothing out the creases in his white robe. It seemed he had an epiphany. A small hint. The circuits of magical energy are not the sole origin of magic. Perhaps you should consider altering your focus on the path of magic. Dumbledore spoke with clarity and purpose. Alter my focus? Ian pondered. At that moment, Dumbledore raised his arm, awaiting the phoenix's descent. However, neither he nor the contemplative Ian anticipated that after circling the room a few times, the phoenix would dive from the ceiling, its two claws landing squarely atop Ian's head. The cycle of destiny is indeed remarkable. The phoenix, named Fawkes, gently preened Ian's tousled hair with its beak. The atmosphere in the room grew thick with tension, their wide eyes locked in mutual astonishment. Dumbledore's raised hand lingered in the air, caught between lowering it and maintaining his composure, his face betraying an undeniable embarrassment. It seems Fawkes has taken quite a liking to you, which is indeed a rarity. Usually, Fawkes exhibits a rather aloof demeanor towards humans, Dumbledore remarked, attempting to diffuse the awkwardness of the moment. Professor. Ian knew that the fluffy bird perched atop his head was undoubtedly one of the most formidable creatures in the magical realm. He glanced at Dumbledore for assistance, striving to keep his head steady. While he had always harbored a curiosity about phoenixes, it was akin to a dragon enthusiast preferring to admire rather than embrace a dragon. Do not worry. The phoenix possesses wisdom surpassing that of humans. It is merely engaging in play. Dumbledore reassured him, his eyes behind the spectacles glimmering with astonishment. He had never witnessed Fawkes exhibit such intimacy with anyone other than himself. Not even the kind-hearted and brave young wizards could elicit such closeness from Fawkes, who now seemed to be tenderly tending to Ian's feathers. Ms. Eilina once remarked on your fondness for playing with birds, perhaps indicating that you possess an innate affinity for magical creatures, akin to that of the esteemed Newt Scamander. This notion might be the most logical explanation that Dumbledore could conceive. It is well known that only members of the Dumbledore lineage have the extraordinary ability to summon a phoenix in times of crisis. This exceptional and powerful magical creature does not derive its existence from generations of reproduction, but rather responds to a particular bloodline inherent to the Dumbledore family. It is conceivable that other families may possess similar bloodlines. However, concerning Fawkes, this singular phoenix was born for Albus Dumbledore, its will and emotions intrinsically linked to him alone. Newt Scamander? Is he not the author of Fantastic Beasts, and Where to Find Them? Ian remained motionless, striving to maintain the equilibrium of his body and mind. The affluent elite of Dubai may claim their lions are docile, yet one must ponder whether their servants dare to wager against that assertion. Indeed, I share a long-standing friendship with him, having fought alongside him in times of great intimacy. Dumbledore's gaze lingered on the man and the bird before him, his eyes inexplicably shimmering. Had he known of a child such as you within the school, he might have reconsidered his refusal of my appointment. It appears I shall need to compose a persuasive letter to Newt upon my return. A smile of anticipation graced Dumbledore's countenance. I must confess, I do not possess such a talent. I merely sense your bird toying with me. Ian could feel the phoenix above him stirring. It had begun to preen his eyebrows. dangerously close to his eyes, causing him to worry about being pecked. Heaven knows whether a phoenix might harbor curiosity towards moving eyeballs. How terrifying. Who could have foreseen that a master of avian play would one day be toyed with by an actual bird? Very well, Fawkes, we must return. Dumbledore, perceiving Ian's anxiety, finally summoned the phoenix. With a reluctant cry, Fawkes responded to Dumbledore's call, gently taking flight from Ian's head, transforming into a streak of crimson light as it returned to Dumbledore's side. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to seek my counsel or that of Professor Snape. He possesses a cold exterior but a warm heart. We will both be more than willing to help you navigate your challenges. Dumbledore's words, whether referring to the study of magic or other matters, were accompanied by a smile and a wave of his hand. As both he and the phoenix abruptly vanished from the room, the tumult of the space gradually subsided. Upon returning to the tranquil sitting room, Ian found himself alone, his heart still racing from the encounter, likely due to lingering apprehension. He did not notice the delicate pattern fading gradually from the back of his hand. In fact, even Dumbledore had failed to observe its previous illumination. Perhaps it was because, aside from Ian, no one else could see it. A sudden distortion rippled through the air, and Dumbledore's figure materialized in the corridors of Hogwarts Castle. The night had descended, enveloping the hallways in a soft and mysterious veil of moonlight. Ancient wall sconces lined the winding corridor, casting a warm and golden glow. Fawkes, you have been rather rude today. You frightened that child, Dumbledore remarked as he approached the window, where the phoenix alighted upon his shoulder. Clang! The scarlet phoenix emitted a low trill. Are you implying that you believe he requires your care? Dumbledore did not comprehend the language of the phoenix, yet after years of companionship with Fawkes, he understood him in a way. Clang! The phoenix responded once more. Indeed, what remarkable children they are. A gust of night wind swept through the window as Dumbledore gazed out at the moon. His aged countenance wore a serene expression, yet within his profound and captivating eyes, the reflections of a man and a woman, starkly different from each other, seemed to dance. He was contemplating, pondering, and softly murmuring. He could only hope that it was not as he imagined. The figure of the elderly man appeared somewhat hunched in the night breeze, imbued with an air of weariness. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed, tap, tap, tap. A man, shrouded in a black robe, emerged from the depths of the castle, carrying several boxes. As the scent of potions began to permeate the air, Severus, Dumbledore did not turn around, but accurately called out the name of the newcomer. Ah, Albus. It seems you have begun to suffer from insomnia again. Perhaps I could offer you a vial of dreamless sleep potion, allowing you to escape the torment of nightmares for at least one night, Snape said, his smile devoid of genuine warmth as he halted his steps. I have merely just returned from outside. Dumbledore finally turned to regard the boxes in Snape's hands. While I do sense that I will indeed be sleepless tonight, I still wish to free myself from dependence on potions. In response to such a statement, Snape merely nodded. Foolish choice, he retorted, his acerbic tongue ever sharp. Are you not still required to brew the Felix Felicis? Dumbledore deduced Snape's current endeavor from the ingredients he held, perhaps a means of diverting the conversation. If you wish to take a potion, I shall be here all night. Snape resumed his stride towards his office, when suddenly, a voice interrupted him. Wait a moment. It was Dumbledore. Had he changed his mind? Snape turned back, his expression impassive. I merely wish to inquire about another matter, of course. This request is solely to satisfy my curiosity, and I hope you do not misconstrue my intentions. Dumbledore seemed to ponder his words, and, as he noticed Snape's growing impatience, he hesitated before lowering his voice to ask, when you have a moment, could you return to investigate the genealogy of the Prince family and ascertain whether there have been any matrimonial connections with the Dumbledore family among the last 5 generations? In the same corridor, with the same 2 individuals, yet this time, it was Snape who appeared bewildered. As the sun rose, painting the dawn sky with gentle hues, it seemed as if nature itself wielded the most delicate brushstrokes. The first rays of light heralded the awakening of the world from its slumber, and Ian was no exception. Daily morning readings were an indispensable part of his routine. Regardless of the multitude of other tasks, Ian seldom neglected to enhance his proficiency in language. On the path to attuning himself to the voices of all things, there were no shortcuts, only the accumulation of knowledge across various tongues. Even his mother tongue offered new insights. Sugar syrup pies accompanied by yesterday's tea heralded yet another day teetering on the brink of diabetes. Ian had brewed an entire pot of tea last night, while Dumbledore had consumed but a single cup. He enjoyed his breakfast with the previous day's tea, as the wizards residing outside the quaint cabin began their daily routines. Tom, the pumpkin grower, had once again produced that scandalous noise from his home last night. He was truly an unrepentant old man. and it baffled Ian why any witch would fall for his charms. Perhaps it was his extraordinary talent? Have you heard? There was a brawl at the Hog's Head last night, and one wizard ended up with a pig's tail affixed to his backside. The Aurors failed to apprehend the culprit. I even witnessed someone stealing Jenny's underwear drying outside. The villagers were perpetually engaged in endless gossip. Ian felt enveloped in a haze of bewildering contradictions. The clandestine affairs that transpired in the shadows appeared to elude the watchful eyes of these old wizards. Yet the commotion he caused that night while summoning a horde of corpses went unnoticed. Perhaps it was simply of no concern to anyone. As per the customary stroll through the village, Ian did not overhear any rumors regarding his alleged arson, which brought him a measure of relief. He returned to his quaint wooden cabin to retrieve the potion's tomes. It was high time for their return. Honesty was one of the few virtues Ian possessed, and he fashioned a box from leftover wooden planks, neatly arranging the tomes within. Setting off, Ian, still bearing the remnants of last night's encounter with the Phoenix, mimicked the cargo lifting techniques of the local merchants, balancing the wooden box atop his head, his hands steadying it as he made his way to the bookstore. The box proved cumbersome to cradle in his arms, as his physique had yet to fully mature. Winding along the cobblestone streets, he passed the feather quill shop where his diligent efforts had inadvertently cost him a lucrative pen deal. Before him lay the second-hand bookstore, its entrance uninvitingly quiet. Ian hesitated momentarily, opting instead to wait around the corner for nearly half an hour. As anticipated, the shopkeeper, Mr. Kraft, emerged punctually, clad in a trench coat and hat. His demeanor brisk and purposeful, seemingly bound for an undisclosed destination. Once Mr. Kraft vanished from sight, Ian gingerly rebalanced the box of books on his head and entered the bookstore. The air was imbued with a subtle aroma of ink and the distinct scent of paper, mingled with the mustiness of dust. Aurora Grindelwald remained seated behind the counter, engrossed in her book, seemingly oblivious to Ian's presence. "Miss Grindelwald, as per our agreement, I have returned the books," he announced, the wooden floor creaking beneath his steps, his voice drawing her back from her literary reverie. To his surprise, Aurora's delicate visage, reminiscent of fine porcelain, could not rival the allure of her heterochromatic eyes, which shimmered with an enchanting brilliance. "We are friends. You truly believe I would abscond with the books?" Ian exclaimed, incredulous. These second-hand volumes were no match for their fleeting yet steadfast friendship. His penchant for candid conversation stemmed from the resilience he had cultivated as an orphan. Aurora paused momentarily before responding. "I simply did not anticipate you would complete your transcription of these books before the semester began." While she offered an explanation, she did not refute Ian's assertion of friendship. He discerned her yearning for companionship, a trait he had noted upon their first encounter. Though somewhat restrained under his control, his perceptive abilities remained intact. "Do you see this hand?" Ian placed the wooden box upon the counter and raised his hand. The German girl nodded thoughtfully, leaning in closely to scrutinize the object before her. Aside from her elongated fingers and prominent knuckles, there was nothing particularly remarkable about it. After a brief moment, Aurora offered her assessment. Yet, it was undeniably a hand of remarkable efficiency. The mere 7 volumes of potion textbooks paled in comparison to the miracles it had once wrought. Ian's thoughts drifted back to the summer of his previous life. To be reborn was the true miracle. Aurora shook her head, a flicker of sadness passing through her heterochromatic eyes. Ian found himself at a loss for words. "How did you find that book?" Aurora suddenly shifted the topic, clearly referring to the gift she had bestowed upon Ian, revealing the secrets of advanced dark magic. "It's impressive. I truly appreciate your gift," Ian replied, giving her a thumbs up. "So what about my return gift?" Aurora's expression remained as cool as ever, yet a glimmer of anticipation danced in her eyes. Ian had, in fact, forgotten this detail. "I'll definitely remember next time," he said, awkwardly grinning. The girl showed no disappointment, merely nodding quietly. "I should quickly distribute these books among the piles, lest your elders return unexpectedly," Ian said, lifting the wooden box and beginning to tuck the books into the disordered stacks that had changed a little over time. This was no troublesome task. Soon, as Ian held the now empty wooden box, preparing to return to the front counter to say farewell, while promising Aurora that he would prepare a heartfelt return gift for her by the time school started. A series of footsteps echoed. Ian looked up from the bookshelf to his left. There, he saw a man clad in a long black robe, hooded and scarred, entering with a wand in hand, his sharp and menacing gaze sweeping across the room. He first regarded Ian with a disdainful glance, before finally fixing his gaze upon Aurora. The intelligence had proven accurate. She was indeed here. The man raised his wand, pointing it at Aurora. "You, the little devil of the Grindelwald family, come forth and accompany me. Your grandfather owes me something, and I intend to reclaim it through you." It was evident that this man bore ill intentions. Ian's heart raced as he hid behind the bookshelf. An enemy at the door? How absurdly coincidental for him to encounter such a melodramatic situation. My grandfather owes many people, Aurora retorted fearlessly, even daring to mock the intruder in the bookstore. She remained motionless, sitting there with an expression of cold detachment. The sharp-tongued imp truly believed I would hesitate to act here. It is essential to remember that you are not within the confines of Hogwarts Castle. The man, wielding his wand, exhibited signs of irritation as the tip of his wand began to emit a faint glow. Hiss! Ian, concealed behind the bookshelf, felt an inexplicable thrill, a surge of eagerness bubbling within him, though this impulse was deftly subdued by reason. Should I assist in a stealthy ambush? A single Avada might suffice. Even a novice's spell should yield the desired effect. Yet, how cliché it seems to play the role of the gallant rescuer. As an observer, I may not escape unscathed. That man has already laid eyes upon me. Ian weighed his options, his left hand instinctively reaching for his wand. Given a choice, he would certainly prefer to remain uninvolved in the entanglements of others. However, he recognized that he had missed the opportunity to exploit the adversary's current disregard for him due to age, relinquishing the chance to seize the moment while the man's attention was diverted towards Aurora. The likelihood of a subsequent ambush was slim. Trusting in the mercy of a sorcerer, it would be wiser to rely on the wand in his hand. Just as Ian made his decision and prepared to act, a sudden, unexpected cry erupted. Ah! Without warning, a surge of blue flames engulfed the man. The adult wizard had no time to react. He was consumed by the azure fire, along with his wand, which should have fetched a considerable price, reduced to mere gray ash in the blink of an eye. Fiery wrath! Ian exclaimed in astonishment, directing his gaze towards the counter. The girl had already set down a wand that had seemingly appeared from nowhere, her calm demeanor observing the flames as they gradually dissipated. Could you please hand me the broom? It's just behind you near the bookshelf. Despite having just employed a horrific spell to kill, Aurora's composure remained astonishingly stable. It was hard to fathom that a child who had only just reached the age of admission could silently wield such advanced magic. Isn't it preferable to have a clean slate? Ian paused momentarily. I haven't learned that yet, Aurora replied succinctly. Well, yet another child with a singular focus. Ian could relate. Let me see where the broom is. In truth, witnessing a living person perish before his eyes left Ian far from tranquil. However, he clearly did not belong to the type of individual who would question another's motives for murder. The male wizard had clearly come with ill intent. Compassion and mercy would not resolve any issues. Besides, interrogating the perpetrator, do you still wish to live? I have seen nothing. Do not entertain the thought of silencing me. Ian approached the filthy floor wielding a broom, his mind clouded with anxiety regarding his precarious situation. What happened to the promise of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress? Now, it seems the hero is merely afraid of the beauty. I will not turn against a friend. Meanwhile, Aurora moved to the spot where Ian had previously stood, retrieving the wooden box that had fallen to the ground and squatting beside him, silently urging him to sweep the ashes into the box. We are now accomplices, just as we were upon our first encounter. The German girl appeared particularly fixated on this bond. In her heart, perhaps, an accomplice represents a relationship even more intimate than that of friends, such as the legacy of her upbringing. The sudden disappearance of this individual in the small town would likely attract the attention of the Aurors soon enough. Ian recalled how the wizards had mentioned that even bar brawls could summon the Aurors. For these enforcers of the wizarding world, it seemed that they had eyes everywhere. While they may not know the specifics, they could always sense when something amiss was unfolding. Might the wizarding world possess its own form of omniscience? Perhaps akin to tracking spells? Craft would manage everything adeptly. Aurora assisted Ian in securing the lid of the wooden box, as if she were already accustomed to such grim tasks, executing the gruesome procedures with an unsettling ease. That is reassuring. Though Ian felt a lingering unease, he realized he was powerless to alter the course of events. From the moment he stepped into that bookstore, his entanglement in this predicament became inevitable. If blame were to be assigned, it would rest upon this ill-fated day. Had he lingered over a meal at home for just a few more minutes, or delayed his departure by a mere moment, it would be too late to alter the present. The sensitive identity of the Wuthering Heights orphan was now shrouded in an ominous cloud. Did you just use accursed fire? Ian observed as Aurora first cleansed the floor with water, then proceeded to incinerate the broom and mop. He felt a yearning for some form of spiritual consolation. Would you like to learn? Aurora seemed to penetrate Ian's thoughts effortlessly. It required no great insight. After all, for Ian's glimmering eyes were filled with curiosity and longing for the cursed fire. Yes, is it easily uncontrollable? Ian recalled a scene from the original story, where one of Malfoy's henchmen had succumbed to self-immolation. This magic was terrifying, likely far more perilous than the spells he had attempted to amplify the previous night. The book I gifted you contains such knowledge. My grandfather's explanations are always thorough. Aurora returned to the counter and settled into the armless chair. I believe this should pose no challenge for you. She resumed, perusing the tome of arcane notes as if nothing had transpired. Thank you. I shall glance through it upon my return. Ian, eager to depart, was already contemplating his escape. Do remember to take out the trash for me. Aurora, without lifting her gaze, redirected her attention to the notebook. The trash she referred to was evidently the box left behind, with traces of charred remains lingering at its edges. You certainly know how to delegate, Ian remarked, reluctant to carry such hazardous cargo through the streets. I have yet to receive permission to leave this establishment. May I consider that a request? Aurora, behind the counter, spoke with a hint of exasperation. Very well. Who am I to deny a friend in need? However, you must offer me some favor next time. Ian scanned his surroundings, finding a piece of burlap to wrap the wooden box securely. Once assured that no ashes would escape, he hoisted the tightly bound box and made his way toward the exit. You are an accomplice, the girl reminded him with a seriousness that was almost palpable. Ian couldn't shake the feeling that was a term closely associated with Azkaban, prompting him to hasten his steps out of the dark wizard's lair. Inhaling the fresh air outside the bookstore, devoid of the acrid stench, Ian had arrived, and now he was departing. He entered carrying a box brimming with knowledge, but left with an urn containing the ashes of the deceased. The box remained unchanged, yet its purpose had undergone a subtle transformation. As he journeyed homeward, a sense of unease enveloped him. Fortunately, no idle wizards accosted him for inquiries. Only the street vendor, a wizard chess player, greeted him warmly. With the school year approaching, Hogsmeade was bustling with unfamiliar faces. Perhaps this locale's vibrancy paled in comparison to Diagon Alley. Yet it undeniably stood as one of the rare meeting places for wizards in England, rich in history and steeped in tradition. On his return, Ian even observed several youthful couples, already drawn to one another despite their tender years, a sight that evoked no surprise among him or the other wizards along the way. Though within the wizarding realm, it was still England, known for its quaint charm. Professor, good morning. Along the path, Ian also spotted several evidently adult wizards greeting a woman who was shopping in the village. He recognized her as the head of Gryffindor House, Professor Minerva McGonagall, a teacher of transfiguration at Hogwarts. He pondered why she would venture to Hogsmeade for supplies. Perhaps she owned a residence in the village as well? It resembled Snape's quaint cabin. Have you truly become a parent, Henry, with your tearful disposition? Richard, I have heard that you have successfully completed your Auror examination. Congratulations are in order. Daisy, the tale of how you transformed your wand into a pig's trotter remains my favorite story to recount in class. Professor McGonagall appears to remember every student who has ever graduated, regardless of their house affiliation, able to recall each individual along with their amusing misadventures. Perhaps it is only through a genuine passion for one's vocation that one can retain all the cherished memories from their career. It seems less austere than depicted in the films, perhaps because we are no longer in the school setting. Ian merely observed this scene from a distance. Clutching the urn containing the ashes of a long-deceased individual, he dared not approach a perceptive professor. The wisest course of action was undoubtedly to circumvent this assembly of Hogwarts alumni and seek another path. Disposing of the urn carelessly was out of the question. Should it be unearthed, it would spell trouble. Perhaps it could be planted in the garden, yet there remained the risk of Snape discovering it in the future. Tossing it into the river? If witnessed, that too would lead to complications. It seems the ancestral methods provide the most reliable solutions. Returning to the cabin, Ian pried open the newly laid floorboards and excavated the living room that Snape had recently filled in, burying the entire wooden box along with the ashes beneath the ground of the cabin. The space here is quite ample. One could likely inter another 10 or 8 without difficulty. Ian covered the soil once more and re-nailed the floorboards, comparing the layout to its previous state, feeling no trace of anomaly. Only then did he exhale in relief and begin to satiate his hunger with a cauldron cake. Having filled his stomach, Ian retrieved the concealed revelations of dark magic from the toilet tank. I'm still too weak. Until today, Ian had harbored a degree of self-satisfaction. After all, possessing the Avada truth at such a tender age would naturally induce a modicum of arrogance. However, the silent yet fierce incantation cast by his peers served as a stark reminder that this world is not devoid of prodigies. nor is it lacking in conflicts that escalate into violence at a moment's notice. Only the powerful can survive. The weak are destined to be interred in boxes beneath the earth. Desiring to avoid trouble does not guarantee that trouble will not seek him out. In this merciless wizarding realm, I tread as if on thin ice. Recalling the adult wizard who had been gruesomely incinerated, Ian understood that only through relentless self-improvement could he attain a semblance of security. The Great Ones are correct. A peaceful and stable life exists solely within the protective embrace of the Avada lightning chain. The pages of the book unfurled. Beneath the glow of the wand, forbidden knowledge unfurls in the nascent bloom of ideals. Incendio. The commencement of a new term approaches, as time flows silently, like fine sand slipping through one's fingers. The eve of the school year has arrived. Ian has experienced growth. The spells delineated in advanced dark magic unveiled are not particularly arduous to master. Apart from a segment concerning Horcruxes, Ian has assembled the 3 unforgivable curses. Killing Curse, Level 1, 11,100. Cruciatus Curse, Level 1, 1100. Imperius Curse, Level 1, 3,100. Given his current existence in the tangible world, Ian dares not wield his wand to practice these severely illicit spells. Rather, he has gleaned mastery through theoretical understanding. His exceptional aptitude for dark magic has been instrumental, alongside the invaluable insights provided by Gellert Grindelwald's annotations in Advanced Dark Magic Unveiled. Of course, aside from the 3 unforgivable curses, Ian has only superficially explored spells such as Bone-Breaking Curse and Transfiguration Torture Curse, choosing not to delve deeper. After all, depth of understanding surpasses breadth of knowledge. To further elevate his magical proficiency, Ian recognizes that time and practice are essential. He feels adequately equipped to handle most situations with the dark magic he currently commands. He is in no hurry. In his leisure, he also engages with standard spells, beginner, as a counterbalance to his dark magic studies. The spells required for first-year Hogwarts students necessitate some practice for Ian, yet his current magical prowess far exceeds his former limitations. Over the course of a few days, although he has not mastered the entirety of standard spells, beginner, he has acquired a competent level of proficiency in most manageable incantations, achieving a level 1 spell casting capability. The sole challenge that has confounded Ian is the study of transfiguration. Producing a mere needle has perplexed him for several days, leaving him with little progress. Transfiguration, Level 0, 1750. This can indeed be deemed a sluggish advancement. He wonders if he pales in comparison to the average young wizard. Ian is acutely aware of his own struggles, reminiscent of Dumbledore's earlier admonitions. He may be overly focused on the principles and logic underlying magical formation, particularly under the influence of inspiration of wisdom. This is a world reminiscent of fairy tales. The power of imagination and belief holds a significant position. In the ethereal realm, Professor Mara has alluded to similar circumstances. Her lifetime of knowledge pales in comparison to the conviction that one can succeed. In contrast to the imaginative sorcerers who believe in the miraculous powers of magic, Ian, the engineering-minded individual, finds himself somewhat ensnared by an obsession with logic and principles. Acknowledging this reality does not imply that it can be rectified in a short span of time. Rowena Ravenclaw, the founder of Hogwarts, was also a proponent of reason and possessed remarkable skills in transfiguration, suggesting the harmonious balance can indeed be attained. Once, I attended an extracurricular art class for a few days, and although the instructor deemed me unfit for the profession, I still possess a modicum of artistic flair and imagination. Ian does not question his ability to master transfiguration. Rather, he is simply unaware of when he will discover that equilibrium between reason and creativity. This journey requires time. Transfiguration has shattered my confidence, and only this invaluable knowledge can aid in its reconstruction. Whenever the challenges of transfiguration become overwhelming, Ian revisits Advanced Dark Magic Revealed. The tome chronicles an array of spells, categorized into curses, jinxes, and the deadly spells, ranked according to their perilousness and malevolence. Beyond these 3 categories of dark magic lies a unique form of magical curses. It was from here that the noseless Voldemort acquired the means to obtain the position of defense against the dark arts professor. Ian has no inclination to delve into curses. He is inherently benevolent. What enemies necessitate the use of such malevolent spells? Is the killing curse not alluring? Or does the fiend fire's throttle not seem enticing enough? Indeed, upon returning from the nameless bookstore, Ian has also researched the infamous fiend fire. Presently, it has become the dark magic in which he has attained the highest proficiency. With a proficiency level of fiend fire, level 1, 76,100, Ian harbors reservations about wielding his wand to practice such a severe curse, contemplating the need for a backup wand. He wonders if Diagon Alley offers customization services. Regardless, without practice, it is exceedingly difficult to enhance one's proficiency. His adeptness with Fiendfire is solely attributable to the records and annotations within Advanced Dark Magic revealed. It must be said that the ruthless Miss Grindelwald was not mistaken. In the realm of Fiendfire, Ian can perceive the extraordinary prowess of his grandfather, Gellert Grindelwald, through mere textual commentary. In his current state of proficiency, Ian has yet to thoroughly peruse the annotations and explanations concerning this particular magic. With school commencing tomorrow, the opportunity to delve into this book will soon become a challenge. Ian eagerly anticipates the onset of the academic year, albeit with a tinge of regret at the loss of his freedom to explore these extraordinary magics at his leisure. Nevertheless, the prospect of learning other forms of magic is appealing, as he will also be able to study the alchemy that Professor Mara requires. Moreover, Ian genuinely hopes that under Professor McGonagall's tutelage, he will successfully discover a balance between reason and imagination. It promises to be a fulfilling life. Ian is filled with anticipation for the future. He sits at his desk, embarking on tonight's assignments. Today, he is concluding his study of the Fiendfire spell, astonished to learn that Grindelwald was able to effectively evade the spell's harm to the caster and even imbue his own will within the flames. One extraordinary enhancement. Ian ignited his wand, eagerly commencing his final night of study. Being a cautious individual, he resolved to conceal secrets of dark magic beneath the floorboards of the living room. Indeed, it would be best placed in the most putrid coffin. It seems unlikely that even Snape, upon returning to this place, would stoop to unearthing a corpse for a heart-to-heart. The reflection of the mind is of paramount importance. The more profound the magic, the more it appears to emphasize this notion. At a certain level, both dark and light magic exhibit commonalities. As his proficiency gradually increased, Ian flipped through the pages related to the Fiendfire spell. Outside, the night breeze whispered softly. In the final annotations of the book gifted by Miss Grindelwald, Ian came across a line that left him astounded. "May you gain wisdom from your studies, my friend." The text continued. 46. The culprit? Warning. Pry the boards. Dig the earth. Open the coffin. Bury and cover with boards. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. This seamless series of actions consumed little of Ian's time, allowing him to climb into his rigid wooden bed before 11 o'clock, which was at least beneficial for his cervical and lumbar health. At such a young age, Ian had already begun to contemplate the principles of wellness. His usual sleep quality was quite satisfactory. However, tonight, he found himself plagued by insomnia due to an overactive mind. The library, a treasure trove of free literature, the Hogwarts kitchen, and the Ollery in the tower. He hoped no one would mistake these for a buffet. The vigor of his thoughts overshadowed the fatigue of his body. Ian found himself irresistibly drawn to planning his objectives for the first year. The House of Wishes is certainly a place worth exploring. Perhaps it could bestow upon me a wand that I could not take outside, allowing me to practice magic freely within its confines. As for Quidditch, those who wish to learn may do so, yet I must still investigate the flying broomstick, as a modification of its design could yield something quite spectacular. Alas, I have yet to board the Hogwarts Express. Ian himself was unaware of when he had drifted into slumber. Outside the window, the stars twinkled like diamonds scattered upon a black velvet canvas, emanating a soft and distant glow. A meteor streaked across the sky, akin to a careless stroke of ink upon a celestial scroll. The chorus of insects and the rustling leaves accompanied the world until dawn. No alarm was needed to rouse him. As the sun poured into the room, he abruptly opened his eyes, springing up like a startled fish, and swiftly donned the black robe that Snape had procured for him in Diagon Alley. Most wizards would change into their uniforms aboard the Hogwarts Express, but he clearly did not have that luxury and thus had to dress upon awakening. It would be quite improper to change in front of the entire student body, and who would hurl those loathsome galleons at him, even if they did. Such embarrassment must be avoided. Ian was a pragmatic individual, valuing his wealth. He would prefer to seek out the rogue wizard in Knockturn Alley rather than resort to such indignities. Having checked the sturdiness of the floor and ensured that all his belongings were packed in his suitcase, Ian began to eagerly await Snape's arrival. Thus the sun rose, ascended high, and leisurely made its way towards the west, while Ian's initial enthusiasm waned into a profound sense of emptiness and desolation. Surely, he hasn't forgotten me. Ian recalled Snape mentioning he would come to collect him at the start of term, yet after nearly a whole day of waiting, Snape had not appeared, prompting Ian to reconsider the reliability of the potions master. In the original text, this old bat's reputation did seem rather poor, did it not? The more he pondered, the more he felt he might have been stood up. With suitcase in hand, Ian resolved to make his own way to Hogwarts. The final destination of the Hogwarts Express was not far from the village, and although it was not overly distant from the castle, the journey would wind through a path thick with foliage. Suddenly, as he dragged his suitcase toward the door, the cabin door was rudely kicked open, and the ever-stoic Snape stepped inside, surveying the surroundings. He appeared to exhale in relief. His penetrating gaze settled on Ian at last. "Ready yourself, and follow me," he commanded, before turning to stride back outside. "I thought you had forgotten me," Ian hurriedly replied, following in his wake. "Oh, so you lack long legs and cannot make your way to school by yourself?" Snape sneered slightly. "Isn't that precisely what I intend to do on my own?" Ian replied, pursing his lips. Following closely behind Snape, he finally noticed another individual waiting outside, dragging a suitcase. The setting sun cast a warm glow upon the girl's face, bestowing a delicate golden sheen upon her platinum hair. "Miss Grindelwald," Ian greeted in surprise. "Good afternoon, my friend. You may simply call me by my name." Aurora responded with a gentle nod. Observing their familiarity, Snape immediately furrowed his brow, his gaze shifting sharply between the two before finally honing in on Aurora with a piercing look. "Did you teach him that spell?" It was evident that Snape connected Ian's recent mastery of the reanimation charm to Aurora, although Ian's aptitude for learning had led him to some challenges. Snape remained skeptical that one could casually stumble upon a scrap of parchment containing dark magic in the streets of Hogsmeade. "He has not learned any magic from me," Aurora stated, her tone calm as she exchanged glances with Snape, her mismatched eyes revealing no hint of emotional turmoil. She remained unfazed by his scrutinizing gaze. "Miss Grindelwald, irrespective of the reasons behind Dumbledore's approval of your application to Hogwarts, I implore you to adhere strictly to the rules of the institution. Do not let anything inappropriate circulate within the school." Snape's voice was stern, clearly a veiled warning. "A reasonable request," Aurora nodded, offering no rebuttal. Ian, standing a short distance away, remained vigilant, observing whether the girl would reach for her wand. "And you?" Snape suddenly turned his attention to Ian. "What nonsense did you utter in front of Dumbledore?" His eyes bore a fierce intensity. "Pardon?" Ian responded, bewildered. "I merely invited Headmaster Dumbledore for a cup of tea." Recalling his previous encounter with Dumbledore, Ian's expression shifted to one of confusion tinged with indignation. "I believe my etiquette was quite proper. It was Dumbledore Esper that nearly propelled me into premature old age." Ian instinctively touched the top of his head. Living in England, a man is burdened from birth with two concerns, the first being the allure of same-sex attraction, and the second, the fear of becoming bald. "If you had not spoken nonsense, Dumbledore would not," Snape began, his irritation bubbling to the surface. "However, Professor, when do we depart?" Aurora interjected, interrupting his words. Perhaps aware that family rumors ought not to be overheard by outsiders, Snape stifled his inquiries, swallowing his questions back down, and with a grim expression, he strode past the two towards the outskirts of Hogsmeade. "Keep up," his voice boomed. "Hello, my friend. Do you need assistance with your luggage?" Ian eagerly approached Aurora. "It will be a breeze for me." Aurora coolly declined Ian's offer of help. "I knew you were quite capable, but could you lend me a hand? I'm struggling a bit." Ian, taken aback by the girl's astonished expression, promptly dragged his suitcase to her other side, kindly maneuvering her hand to place the suitcase's handle in her grasp. Aurora's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched Ian dash ahead. The winding path lay ahead, the setting sun filtering through the treetops, casting a dappled golden-red light upon the cobblestones, cloaking the pathway to Hogwarts in a shimmering veil. At the path's end, the majestic castle appeared to tower at the horizon. "Impudent little rascal, how dare you treat that girl as if she were your servant? Do you even know who she is?" Snape seemed to have been keeping an eye on the situation behind him. As Ian jogged up to his side, Snape, who had initially intended to ignore Ian throughout the journey, could not help but issue a warning. "What servant? This is clearly a voluntary act of friendship." Ian corrected Snape, his last words slightly elevated in volume. "I believe you are courting disaster." Snape could no longer bear to watch and turned towards Aurora, who lagged behind by several meters, intending to take Ian's suitcase from her. "What are you doing?" To his surprise, Aurora swiftly concealed the suitcase behind her, evading Snape's reaching hand, and regarded him with a wary gaze. Snape was utterly speechless. His crumpled face twitched in exasperation. The hand that hung in the air seemed to express his frustration, as he abruptly flicked his sleeve and hastily retreated, striding deeper into the forest without a backward glance. "I'll treat you to a special meal prepared by the house elves when we return." Ian stood his ground and, once Aurora approached, promptly made a solemn promise. Aurora offered no response, walking alongside Ian, one hand dragging a suitcase along the rugged path. "I wonder if this thing is even edible." Ian spotted a vine by the roadside, laden with large, succulent fruits. After a moment's hesitation, he dashed over, plucked one, and cautiously took a bite. The soul from the east seemed perpetually curious about food. It's quite sweet. Would you like to try? Ian offered the untouched side to Aurora. She remained silent. It truly is sweet, he continued to persuade her. Observing Ian's somewhat contorted expression, Aurora, usually adept at managing her emotions, finally succumbed, displaying a sigh of resignation. This is called sourberry, a primary ingredient for souring agents. Clearly, the German girl possessed considerable knowledge of herbalism. Even dogs wouldn't eat it. Seeing his little ruse fail, Ian felt a twinge of disappointment and disdainfully discarded the fruit. But you ate it, and even tried to trick me into tasting it. Aurora's tone remained as calm as ever. I intended to share both joys and hardships with you. How could that be considered deception? This time, it was Ian who fell into silence. The atmosphere turned somewhat awkward. Fortunately, this peculiar stillness did not linger for long as the two followed Snape along a narrow path through the dense forest, which suddenly opened up to reveal a vast lake. The dark surface of the lake shimmered with gentle ripples, the setting sun's rays failing to penetrate its depths, obscuring whatever mysteries lay beneath. The Black Lake, one of Hogwarts' renowned attractions, stretched before them. In the foreground, an ancient castle stood majestically among the mountains, adorned with countless turrets and towers. It is truly beautiful, Ian mused, captivated by the scene before him. It was indeed far grander than the illustrations in the book. Aurora's gaze lingered on the castle, unyielding. Is it Hogwarts? A history? Ian inquired, taking his luggage from the girl. He noticed her arm trembled slightly, perhaps from exertion during their journey. It's the rise and fall of Hogwarts, Aurora replied, discreetly hiding her free hand behind her back. Just then, Snape instructed, wait here. The students from the school bus will arrive shortly, and you two will board the boat with them. He shot a penetrating glance at Aurora and then a warning look at Ian. Can't you take us in directly? Ian felt the temperature drop, sensing the possibility of rain. That is the rule, Snape replied. Snape retorted coldly, and in an instant, his form transformed into a wisp of gray smoke, darting towards Hogwarts Castle like a shooting star in Ian's eyes. What nonsensical rules are these? Ian squatted by the lake, plunging his hand into the frigid water, idly stirring it. The four founders of Hogwarts had indeed crossed the lake to establish the very school. Aurora approached the edge of the Black Lake, her mismatched eyes gazing into the depths as if searching for something elusive. Ian fell into contemplation, and, after a moment, a look of realization washed over him. Perhaps these rules were set by Slytherin, who, having experienced seasickness himself, wished the same fate upon others. Upon hearing this, Aurora tilted her head, observing the boy still stirring the water. I cannot fathom that such a powerful wizard would harbor such childish malice, she remarked, her hand dragging along her luggage, the contents of which likely held forbidden knowledge. You do not understand. Some men remain petty until their dying breath. Ian suddenly felt a tightness in his fingers submerged in the lake, hastily withdrawing them only to discover a small octopus coiling around his digit. Juvenile giant squid, Aurora exclaimed, a note of surprise in her tone. Not a mermaid spawn, disappointing. Ian flicked his finger, sending the little squid back into the water, then produced a tissue to wipe the slimy residue from his hand. This lake is home only to the Scottish lake monster, whether young or adult. They possess a rather unsightly appearance, one I am sure you would rather avoid. Aurora extended her hand, attempting to lure a juvenile giant squid from the depths. Yet despite her patience, no creature took the bait. Perhaps out of boredom, she began to mimic Ian's movements, disturbing the water. On the day we vanquished that dark wizard, Dumbledore approved my admission, Aurora suddenly interjected. Ian inhaled sharply. Wasn't it you who killed him? Aurora turned her gaze towards him. It is all the same. After a brief hesitation, she elaborated on her succinct statement. I merely acted before you. It was evident she had noticed Ian's actions that day as well. Let us discuss your admission instead. Why bring this up now? Ian asked, scanning the dense forest behind them, still waiting for the new students to arrive. Kraft had mentioned that such tactics, offering hope at the last moment, were Dumbledore's usual ploys. Aurora's gaze remained fixed on the splashes in the lake. You must exercise caution. He is far more adept at manipulating hearts than my grandfather. Her mismatched eyes flickered, betraying the turmoil within. Your conspiratorial thoughts seem rather excessive. Of course, exercising caution is never unwarranted. Ian does not deny the peril that Dumbledore poses to practitioners of dark magic. However, having interacted with him on several occasions, he maintains a relatively positive perspective of his headmaster. To speak honestly, if roles were reversed, as the most formidable wizard of the 20th century, subjected to disdain and targeting from various factions, Ian suspects he might find it difficult to resist the temptation of veering from the righteous path. It is, in fact, Dumbledore's remarkable self-discipline that constitutes his greatness. Perhaps Aurora remains noncommittal. They have arrived. A girl, illuminated by the waning sunlight, abruptly spoke. What has arrived? Ian's words were barely uttered when a cacophony of commotion echoed from behind. A half-blood giant, accompanied by a gaggle of curious yet apprehensive young wizards, traversed the dense forest. As dusk descended, the chilling air and gathering storm clouds hastened the arrival of night. Found you. The towering half-blood giant, Hagrid, whose face was adorned with a tangled beard, illuminated the lantern in his hand and guided the throng of small wizards towards the Black Lake. What is the situation with those two over there? Are they also new students this year? Why do they not travel with us on the train? They might reside near Hogwarts. Ian and Aurora, who were playfully splashing water at the edge of the Black Lake, almost immediately drew the attention of numerous young wizards who chattered excitedly as they trailed behind Hagrid. The two children mentioned by Dumbledore must be you, Hagrid remarked, clutching his diminutive pink umbrella in stark contrast to his imposing figure. If there are no others present, they must indeed be referring to us. Aurora had to tilt her head back to catch a glimpse of Hagrid's bearded visage. Professor, you have finally arrived. We have been waiting with great anticipation. Ian hastily grabbed his suitcase and, alongside Aurora, approached the gathering of new students. Malas apologias. I was delayed while searching for a lost student. Hagrid chuckled, his beard quivering with mirth, as he affectionately ruffled Ian's hair. Just call me Hagrid. I am merely the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, so do not mistake my position. You little one are quite endearing. It was evident that the title professor resonated with Hagrid. It is all the same, all the same. Ian felt as though Hagrid's large hand could nearly envelop his entire head. Everyone is here now. Let us hasten to the boats, as time is of the essence. Hagrid's affability has always been easy to perceive. Upon spotting the frail Ian, he effortlessly tucked his little red umbrella into his belt, freeing a hand to assist Ian and Aurora with their luggage. Thank you, Professor Hagrid. You are a good man, Ian exclaimed, following closely behind him, while Aurora seemed to ponder something with a hint of understanding. The two of them joined the ranks of young wizards trailing after Hagrid. Yet no one engaged them in conversation. The initial bonds of friendship often begin aboard the Hogwarts Express, where serendipitous encounters within the train compartments largely determine the early circles of connection among the young wizards. The group swiftly arrived at the docking point for boats on the Black Lake. 4 of you to a boat. No shoving, no crowding. This is for your safety, Hagrid bellowed to the eager young wizards. He then casually tossed Ian and Aurora's luggage into the boat before them, leaving the two with no choice but to climb into the small vessel. You there? Yes, you. No more than 10 in a boat, Hagrid shouted as he sprinted off to another group of young wizards. At that moment, 2 girls approached from behind, climbing into the same boat as Ian and Aurora. They were not particularly familiar, and there was a noticeable gap between them as they sat opposite each other. Hello, one of the girls greeted Ian and Aurora warmly. Aurora nodded slightly, while Ian let out a sigh of relief. I thought I would have to share a boat with the hulking Hagrid, he remarked, feeling fortunate to be in the company of those of his own stature. You just called him Professor and said he was a good man, yet now you express a desire not to share a boat with him? Aurora looked at Ian with mild surprise. It's not a matter of desire, Ian retorted, standing firm. I certainly believe he is a good man, but what does that have to do with the potential for capsizing? What a reasonable argument. The girl who had greeted them earlier nodded in agreement. Just then, Hagrid's voice boomed. Everyone brace yourselves, we are setting off. He had found a boat for himself, and with his command, all the small boats began to glide forward across the placid lake surface. This is not scientific. Ian marveled as he observed that Hagrid's boat had the same waterline as the others, astonished. He then softly mused, but this is indeed magical. One could hardly fathom that Hagrid's weight could equate to merely 4 young wizards. The boat ferrying the young wizards to Hogwarts was evidently a creation of alchemical ingenuity endowed with myriad capabilities. Feeling the gentle navigation of the small boat, Ian found himself quite eager to embark on his studies of alchemy. Your eyes are truly beautiful, remarked the enthusiastic girl, noticing the captivating gaze of Aurora. Thank you, Aurora replied in a rather understated manner. I am Xiao Zhang, and I hope we can all become friends. The vivacious girl, seated across from Aurora, extended her hand, and after a moment's hesitation, Aurora gently reciprocated the gesture. However, she refrained from introducing herself. She had autism and was not fond of conversation. Sensing the awkwardness in the atmosphere, Ian quickly sought to alleviate the tension on behalf of his companion. Yet, this explanation prompted Aurora to glance at him several times. as if to say, so that is the case. The girl named Qiuzhang appeared uncertain about whether to believe it. Just call me Ian. I am quite different from her. I relish conversation, he said, extending his hand enthusiastically to shake Qiuzhang's. He observed this initial love, interest reminiscent of Harry Potter, who indeed possessed the quintessential features of an Asian beauty. As twilight descended, the previously silent, aloof girl suddenly drew forth her wand, incanting a spell that conjured a soft, white luminescence at its tip. It seemed she was inherently reticent, having maintained no dialogue with Ian and the others. The ethereal glow flickered. The glow flickered. Aside from their boat, other small vessels began to emanate white light sporadically. On the lake's surface, boat after boat glided gracefully toward the castle of Hogwarts, leaving behind meandering trails in the water, sketching a picturesque tableau against the vast night sky. It was said that the 4 founders of Hogwarts had arrived at the castle in similar boats. Qiuzhang appeared to possess a rather affable nature. Gazing toward the distant silhouette of Hogwarts Castle, she exhibited a curiosity befitting a future Ravenclaw. I recall someone once telling me a tale about how young wizards, while crossing the lake, received blessings from the 4 founders. Their legacy bestows a baptism of magical power upon the young sorcerers. The unfolding narrative invigorated Ian's spirit. A moment later, he mused, rumors. Utterly unfounded rumors. After glancing at his personal panel, Ian sighed in disappointment. Women can deceive him, but the personal panel cannot. It is merely a story, and thus not necessarily true. Qiuzhang tossed her hair back and smiled gently, seemingly unconcerned about Ian's rebuttal. I do not object to your conversation, she interjected. At that instant, the aloof girl, still holding her glowing wand, suddenly spoke up. I merely suggest that, rather than discussing nebulous legends, you might want to focus on the imminent dangers at hand. Her sudden declaration left Ian and the others momentarily stunned. A crisis? What kind of crisis could Hogwarts possibly face? Pure blood glory, she interjected before Ian could respond. Of course, it's the sorting ceremony. The aloof girl's gaze swept over the trio. Within the school lay a unique trial that would ultimately determine each student's fate. My family informed me just days prior that this was a terrifying experience no one wished to recall. The girl, with her flowing golden locks, wore a serious and solemn expression. My father also mentioned that it would be an unforgettable memory. Surely, they wouldn't make us battle dragons, would they? Qiuzhang's eyes widened in concern. Across from her, Aurora suddenly lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with excitement. What do you intend to do? Qiuzhang appeared startled by Aurora's enthusiasm. She wants to fight a dragon, despite being aware of the true nature of the sorting. Ian could see the anticipation in Aurora's eyes. He shook his head and lowered his voice, saying, Have you considered how precious the materials from a dragon are? The school wouldn't dare distribute such treasures for everyone's benefit. Upon hearing this, Aurora's expression dimmed instantly. The 2 girls sitting across from her exchanged incredulous glances, both caught in a state of disbelief. Have today's peers truly become so oblivious to the significance of such matters? That is a dragon. Were you born in a Muggle families? The golden-haired girl snapped back to reality and could not help but voice her thoughts. What difference does it make? Aurora replied, her mismatched eyes coolly locking onto the blonde. I suspect you are. The tone of the golden-haired girl grew markedly colder as she cast a disdainful glance at Ian and Aurora, as if they could not possibly utter such nonsensical desires to battle dragons. The once aloof girl now spoke with an air of condescension. It seems you'll be a Slytherin. Aurora remained unfazed, merely offering a casual remark. That is to be expected. Remember my name, Daphne Greengrass. My entire family belongs to Slytherin. It is the most distinguished house in all of Hogwarts. I shall undoubtedly achieve feats beyond your reach. Daphne noticed Ian retrieving a small metal box from a suitcase. What do you intend to do with that? She inquired, her brow furrowed as she scrutinized him. Continue without concern for me. I wish to learn more about the school. After all, I am merely an orphan of Muggle descent. With a sigh, Ian pressed the machine's button. So you're a mudblood. Daphne's voice dripped with disdain. Individuals like you could never be sorted into Slytherin. This house is a sanctuary for the illustrious purebloods, and perhaps only Hufflepuff would graciously accept your kind. Clearly, she embodied the all-too-common pureblood elitism within the wizarding world. Eglantine Glass, you ought not to address our classmates in such a manner, Autumn Zhang interjected. Her brow furrowed in disapproval, yet Daphne remained utterly dismissive. I merely speak the truth. Unlike you, I am not hypocritical enough to consider them akin to us. Daphne's remarks grew increasingly caustic. She even adjusted her wand, positioning it behind her as if wishing to distance Ian and Aurora from her radiance. Autumn's expression shifted to one of discomfort. That is merely your perspective, she retorted, her irritation with Daphne's comments evident. Indeed, we are not the same ilk. Aurora listened calmly, turning to Ian, who was intently observing her hand, eager to ascertain whether she would reach for her wand. You need not worry. I am more than capable of tolerating such circumstances, the German girl sighed, feeling a sense of misunderstanding from her friends. Then you are superior to me. Ian carefully returned the small device to his suitcase. As the light source Daphne had commandeered was withdrawn, he resorted to retrieving his elder wand. The Black Lake was shrouded in profound darkness. What do you intend to do? Aurora's reaction was more pronounced than Ian's. She grasped his arm, where he held the wand, her mismatched eyes reflecting a rare hint of anxiety. Oh, do you wish to duel? Daphne's gaze was fixed upon the wand in Ian-esque grasp, her expression laced with scorn. Observing this, Autumn quickly urged both parties to maintain their composure. It is not I who is indulging in self-delusion, and I have no interest in childish duels. Ian shook his head in exasperation. He merely sought to illuminate the surroundings. The flicker of light emanating from Daphne's wand was scarcely more substantial than that of a sesame seed. Lumos, Ian intoned, and a brilliant light erupted forth. A radiant beam of white light surged forth with a force that obliterated the scattered glimmers around them, illuminating a significant portion of the lake's surface like the rising sun. What is happening over there? My goodness, what a brilliant illumination spell. Merlin's beard. I haven't even mastered the levitation charm. Exclamations echoed among the various boats. Even Hagrid, at the helm, turned back in astonishment, gazing incredulously at the small vessel occupied by Ian and his companions. How is this possible? A mere mudblood. Daphne was momentarily blinded by the sudden burst of light, raising her hand to shield her eyes while emitting an incredulous exclamation. Nothing is impossible. Practice makes perfect. When Ian settled back down, he noticed that Aurora had, at some point, turned her head towards the outside of the little boat, unaffected by the radiance. How can you possess such formidable magical power? Autumn Zhang, struggling to adjust to the brilliance, appeared astonished in a manner that was distinctly her own, focusing more on the intensity of the spell than on the light itself. It is due to the recent blessing bestowed upon me by the four great heads. Ian began to speak earnestly, albeit nonsensically. Autumn Zhang was left speechless. Beside her, Daphne wore a grim expression but dared not utter any provocative words. While she indeed adhered to pure blood ideology, she was not a fool who would lose her reason in the heat of the moment. Just a mud-blood who is secretly studying. Once school starts, I will surely surpass him. Daphne's heart remained brimming with indignation. This minor incident rendered the atmosphere on the boat somewhat delicate. Once accustomed to the dazzling light from Ian's wand, it no longer felt blinding. Ian and Autumn Zhang engaged in occasional conversation, while Aurora, who remained silent and leisurely gazed at the lake's scenery, made Daphne feel as though time was dragging on interminably. Why haven't we arrived at the school yet? In her eager anticipation, the small boat finally reached the opposite shore of the Black Lake. Follow me. Hagrid, holding an oil lamp, continued to lead the way, as the gravel path meandered towards the castle's grand entrance. He and a group of young wizards ascended the stone steps in front of the castle. The illuminating charm had originated from their boat. Was it that handsome boy? I believe it was Daphne Granger. My father says she is quite impressive. Though freed from the confines of the little boat, Daphne's ordeal was evidently far from over, as the murmurs around her made her long to turn back home. Professor Snape, what brings you here? Hagrid knocked on the large door with his red umbrella, only to find that the person waiting inside was not the customary Professor McGonagall. Do you think I am unworthy of welcoming the new students? The man clad in black robes, with greasy black hair and a hawk-like nose, sneered, casting a shadowy presence that silenced many young wizards from whispering further. Not all. Well then, I entrust these first-year wizards to you. Hagrid scratched his head in puzzlement and, glancing back curiously, departed from the castle. If you wish to avoid carrying your belongings back home right now, I suggest you all keep quiet and follow me. Snape's gaze lingered on Ian and Aurora for approximately 3 seconds before proceeding. It is a scene of cold authority as severe as Snape issues commands to a group of young wizards. Perhaps it is the oppressive aura surrounding Snape that instills fear. For as he strides forward, the young sorcerers trailing behind dare not utter a word. Tension and apprehension permeate the air. Even Aurora, still a mere child at heart, feels an unsettling awkwardness. Only Ian, who has been forewarned by J.K. Rowling and knows the nature of the sorting ceremony, possesses the curiosity to observe the majestic decor of the legendary Hogwarts castle. The walls are etched with the passage of time, revealing countless students who have once studied and frolicked here. Torches blaze along the stone walls, and as they venture deeper into the castle, The warmth from the flames dispels the chill that clings to the young wizards. With a creak, Snape pushes open the grand doors to the Great Hall, revealing a magnificent space that captivates the young sorcerers. Thousands of candles float in mid-air, illuminating the hall as if it were daylight. Banners representing the four houses flutter gently above. The gleaming plates and goblets on the long tables shimmer in the radiant light. Yet, it is the ceiling that truly captures everyone's attention. Adorned with a velvety blackness, it reflects a starry sky reminiscent of the real celestial canopy above the Black Lake. It is stunning. Aurora gazes up at the dome, entranced. Enchanted with powerful magic, the ceiling mirrors the sky outside, creating a sense of harmony. Ian feels as though something is amiss at that moment, though he cannot quite place it. I have read others' accounts of Hogwarts, a history. The ambience feels just right, and with a sense of comfort, Ian directs his gaze to the raised platform at the front. There, Dumbledore, McGonagall, Flitwick, and other professors are seated at the head table, poised to welcome the new students. Curiosity swells within Ian as he observes these esteemed educators. However, his greatest intrigue lies with the seemingly unremarkable, somewhat tattered four-cornered hat, the Sorting Hat. A millennia of history resides within it, bearing witness to countless tales that began within its folds. Delayed sorting. At the forefront of the hall, the professors sit upright, Dumbledore in the center, adorned in his purple robe. His silver hair and beard are meticulously groomed, and his gentle eyes, framed by crescent-shaped glasses, watch over the assembly of students. Their eyes meet, and Ian notices Dumbledore winking at him. This is my favorite time of the year. Phileas Flitwick, diminutive in stature akin to that of a gnome, serves as the current head of Ravenclaw House. His modest height does not detract from his exceptional mastery of magic, surpassing that of the majority. How vibrant and eager the children appear. One can only wonder how many will grace our esteemed institution. Pomona Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff, exudes the warmth of a homemaker. Her countenance bright with anticipation as she gazes at the throng of newcomers entering the hall. The Sorting Hat shall determine their fates. As for Minerva McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor, she possesses the most austere expression among the faculty, her lips perpetually pursed, embodying a strictness reminiscent of a headmistress. Yet, those familiar with her know that beneath her stern exterior lies a delicate and nurturing spirit, and her reputation among students far exceeds that of Severus Snape. The head of Slytherin, who commands with an air of intimidation, instructing the students to form a line in the center of the hall. Professor Snape, we appreciate your assistance, McGonagall expressed as she awaited his arrival at the staff table before rising to approach the somewhat grimy Sorting Hat. At this moment, nearly all the students fixated their anxious gazes upon her. Would they be facing a troll? I heard we must capture a Snidget. Nonsense. My father told me the trial involved sharing a room with a boggart. Freed from Snape's imposing presence, the young witches and wizards began to exchange whispers. Within the grand hall, for long tables representing the distinct houses were filled with upper-year students, their heads illuminated by the magically suspended candles whose flames flickered vigorously above. Aurora gazed upward at the ceiling, her earlier tension seemingly dissipating upon sighting the Sorting Hat. What do you see? Ian's heart raced with excitement. Why aren't any wax drippings falling? The German girl inquired, her voice tinged with disappointment. Perhaps they neglected to add some realistic effects while casting the spell, Ian mused, astonished that the candles appeared forever unchanging. That makes sense, Aurora nodded. No worries, once I master alchemy, I shall rectify this minor flaw. Ian, eager and animated, mentioned that he still had Professor Mara's new assignment in his trunk. Were you always this mischievous? Aurora asked, a hint of surprise in her tone. That is indeed an excellent question. Ian seemed to have truly begun to recollect and ponder, which caused Aurora to widen her eyes in disbelief as she gazed into his eyes. Silence. At that moment, Professor McGonagall's resounding voice echoed through the hall. The Sorting Hat, perched upon the four-legged stool, began to twist and reveal its seam-like mouth. Amidst the gasps of the young wizards, it commenced to unveil a soulful melody, likely derived from Gryffindor's essence. In the ancient halls of Hogwarts, I shall softly chant a new hymn. Wisdom and courage are destined to intersect here. Every spirit shall discover the path to its future. Oh, youthful hearts, brimmed with infinite imagination, will you be the flame of Gryffindor, igniting bravery and hope? Or dwell in the depths of Slytherin, concealing cunning and brilliance? Perhaps you embody the loyalty of Hufflepuff, warm as the sun, soaring in wisdom beneath Ravenclaw's eagle wings? Heed my words, feel my gentle tremor. I am the Sorting Hat, never mistaken in my judgments. If your heart beats for justice, undaunted by adversity, the flames of Gryffindor shall blaze for you. If your mind is sharp, pursuing the light of truth, the starry expanse of Ravenclaw awaits your exploration. If you yearn for love and cherish friendship as a treasure, the fields of Hufflepuff will surely fulfill your imagination. If you are discreet and seek the ambitions within your heart, the waters of Slytherin shall reflect your glory. No matter which path you choose, O youthful heart, do not hesitate or waver. Allow me to guide you towards your destined direction. The melody resonated loudly. Indeed, it was only loud. Ian believed that the Song of the Sorting Hat, in a sense, mirrored the artistic essence of Gryffindor itself. Heaven knows why Dumbledore appeared so entranced. Applause erupted from the gathered students. As the clapping gradually subsided, Professor McGonagall, holding a scroll of parchment, stood beside the Sorting Hat, preparing to call forth the names. Grace Allison. The first name was announced by Professor McGonagall. Ian turned to look, spotting a girl with a smattering of freckles, her face a picture of confusion. After being gently nudged by a fellow wizard, she hurriedly made her way to Professor McGonagall. "What am I supposed to do?" she asked, somewhat flustered. "Simply take a seat on the stool," Professor McGonagall replied in a soothing tone. Hufflepuff. As the Sorting Hat was placed upon the girl's head, a moment later, accompanied by the resounding shout of the hat, everyone comprehended the essence of the sorting ceremony. Many young wizards exhaled in relief, while a few appeared somewhat discontented. Among them, the young wizard who had previously insisted he would share a room with Mavis displayed the utmost disappointment. Mean Agathis, another young wizard, dashed onto the stage. Moments later, this boy was sorted into Gryffindor House. One by one, the young wizards were called, advancing towards their respective houses amidst the boisterous proclamations of the Sorting Hat. Aurora Grindelwald. Upon Professor McGonagall uttering this name, the previously bustling hall fell into a profound silence. Some were aghast, while others wore expressions of disbelief. The bewildered young wizards began to whisper to those beside them, and soon their faces turned pale with fear. What? Daphne, who had been engaging with acquaintances, appeared the most ashen among the young wizards. Her eyes widened in terror as she watched the German girl next to Ian calmly approach the front. At that moment, all other sounds faded from Daphne's ears. She could only perceive the cacophony echoing within her mind, and her once clear surroundings began to blur. Doomed. Recalling her earlier mockery aboard the small boat, Daphne, despite feeling dizzy, found her thoughts becoming startlingly lucid. We are all doomed. Yes, her thoughts were indeed crystal clear. Belonging. Anger. The hall erupted into a cacophony, every gaze fixated on Aurora, leaving no one to support the now weak-kneed Daphne. Grindelwald. For Daphne, it might as well have been her family's identity. Yet for all the pureblood and half-blood wizards present, this surname held legendary status, having once instilled fear throughout Europe. Perhaps there were those oblivious to the terrifying enigma of Voldemort due to familial concealment, yet no one was unaware of Dumbledore's rival, Grindelwald. After all, in various documents and the famous chocolate frog cards, among the accolades and inventions attributed to Dumbledore, the most prominent mention remains his triumph over the dark wizard Grindelwald. To have such an achievement recorded within Dumbledore's accolades signifies its weight, even to those with scant knowledge of the matter. Pureblood families are well aware of the legacy that this surname has cast over Europe. Perhaps Grindelwald's influence did not extend to England. Yet it is difficult to assert that there were no pureblood families covertly aligning with his ideology. Even in contemporary times, the presence of this surname is not absent from various historical tales of the wizarding world and some new fables, with the fiery events in Paris remaining inescapable from the annals of history. Within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, none could have anticipated the arrival of a Grindelwald. Many cast their gazes toward Dumbledore, who merely smiled in response. What thoughts occupied Dumbledore's mind? My goodness, look in her eyes. It is said that those of the Grindelwald lineage possess mesmerizing eyes that can bewitch the hearts of many. Surely, we shall not be subjugated by her. She is stunning. I would. Wake up. You are a woman too. The murmurs of the crowd were not particularly loud, yet some idle gossip inevitably reached Aurora's ears. She appeared indifferent, her expression inscrutable as she quietly sat upon a stool, awaiting her sorting. Child, do not mind them. They mean no harm, Professor McGonagall whispered softly, placing a hand on Aurora's shoulder. Subsequently, she placed the sorting hat upon Aurora's head. No one could discern the nature of the exchange between the sorting hat and Aurora. An eerie silence enveloped the hall. Time elapsed, stretching into several minutes. Slytherin. Upon the declaration of Aurora's house affiliation, an unprecedented uproar erupted from the Slytherin table following a brief silence, with upperclassmen even rising to applaud her welcome. A descendant of a bygone era? Some might entertain such notions, while others would not. This sentiment was not uncommon among Slytherins. The students of this house were not lacking in wisdom. They had comprehended matters that eluded the understanding of other houses. Slytherin welcomes you. Your arrival is our honor, cheered some of the more enthusiastic upperclassmen. Aurora merely nodded politely, opting for an unoccupied seat. Faced with the fervor of those around her, she furrowed her brow, contemplating an excuse. I apologize, I have autism and do not enjoy conversing. Upon hearing this, many Slytherin students were taken aback. Although there were still attempts at conversation, the atmosphere had significantly improved compared to before. What should I do? Most of Slytherin was jubilant, while a minority felt uneasy. Yet, the most expressive among them was undoubtedly Daphne Greengrass. Just then, at that moment, Professor McGonagall called out her name, Daphne Greengrass. With the previous little wizard being Aurora, the attention on Daphne diminished significantly. However, this was no longer a concern for Daphne Greengrass. The rebellious girl appeared pale as a ghost, unsure of how she had ascended the platform, and she had completely lost her desire to complain about the dirtiness of the Sorting Hat. Coming from a family of Slytherins, she fervently wished to be placed in another house. Who would have thought that she might even consider Ravenclaw as a decent option? Slytherin. Alas, the Sorting Hat did not honor Daphne's wishes. When the name of the house was proclaimed, Daphne could not muster any joy. Filled with dread, she approached the cheering table, hesitating for a moment before finally gathering the courage to sit beside Aurora. I'm sorry, having lived a life of privilege. The proud Daphne yearned to redeem her family's lineage, yet she was at a loss as to how to rectify the calamity she had caused. Being merely a child of around 10 years, her mind was blank amidst the chaos, and even her voice seemed to tremble with unspoken sorrow. The glory of being pure blood only deepened her understanding of the terror associated with the surname Grindelwald. Greengrass, you need not worry about me. Aurora gestured for Daphne to sit beside her, creating a barrier against other would-be conversationalists. Besides her surname, Daphne's striking beauty also attracted unwanted attention. Daphne sat down uneasily, puzzled by Aurora's warning. I will not be your burden, for you have already entangled yourself in greater trouble, Aurora spoke calmly, continuing to observe the ongoing sorting just like everyone else. Peter Papacro, another young wizard, was called by the cat lady. He was ultimately sorted into the brave and fearless Gryffindor. Following this, the eagerly awaited name of Ian was finally announced, causing Daphne, still bewildered by Aurora's words, to look on with renewed uncertainty. Surely, it couldn't be that surname. Ian Prince. As soon as Professor McGonagall's words fell, Ian dashed to the front of the Sorting Hat, unceremoniously placing it atop his head. His eagerness left Professor McGonagall momentarily taken aback, yet she refrained from reprimanding him, as this was not an act of mischief against the rules. No sooner had Ian donned the Sorting Hat than he heard its astonished voice. Is it difficult? Ian inquired proactively. No. I can discern that you are not lacking in courage and talent. You possess both loyalty and ambition. Indeed, all 4 houses are exceedingly well suited for you yet. The voice of the Sorting Hat was gentle and light. You possess an even rarer quality. Yes. I can sense it. How familiar it is. A mere hat evokes such a sense of nostalgia. In truth, someone had covertly threatened me to place you in Slytherin. I originally intended to comply, for I too would prefer not to be cast into the refuse of the little wizards. The Sorting Hat first revealed a small secret, and then seemingly made a resolute decision. Who would have thought it would come to this? I must relinquish my own safety. I must fulfill the mission assigned to me. You belong there, and you must belong there. Little one, in many ways, you bear an uncanny resemblance to her. She was so lonely in life, and now, at last, I have found the most similar heir to her memory. The voice of the Sorting Hat suddenly took on a tone of melancholy, as if it had shifted into another register. In the next moment, Ravenclaw, it bellowed with a resounding voice. Immediately, the welcoming sounds erupted from the long table of the Eagle House. Simultaneously, a loud clap resounded from the teacher's table as an irate bat slammed down. Someone had fainted. Among the unfortunate serpents at the Slytherin table, a quick-witted little snake reacted promptly, rolling its eyes back and collapsing. Dinner. Defense against the dark arts. Daphne chose to embrace tranquility amid terror and fear for the future. The Slytherin table erupted into chaos. Surely, she has not perished. Some little wizards attempted to check Daphne's breath, while other professors at the teacher's table stood up, making Snape's sudden rise appear less conspicuous. Let me see. Children, please disperse a bit. Madame Pomona Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House, hurried down from the stage to assess Daphne's condition at the Slytherin table. The child has merely fainted. It must be due to overwhelming emotions. She sighed in relief and glanced toward Professor Dumbledore at the teacher's table. The sorting ceremony is an indelible event in every little wizard's life. Perhaps Miss Greengrass was simply overwhelmed with excitement. Professor McGonagall seemed to have memorized the names of most of the young wizards. Indeed, Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully for a moment before instructing Professor Sprout to take her to the infirmary, adding that he would visit later with Professor Snape. The headmaster made the arrangements. The individuals present naturally refrained from voicing any objections. Bobby would take good care of her. Professor Sprout immediately cradled Daphne and made her way towards the door. It was only after their figures had completely vanished that the young wizards redirected their gaze, and the professors returned to their seats at the faculty table. Only Severus remained standing. At that moment, the expression on the face of the Slytherin head was one of tumultuous emotions, his piercing eyes fixated intently on Ian, who was seated on the corner stool. More accurately, his gaze was locked onto the sorting hat, which had yet to be removed from Ian's head. Professor Snape, do temper your emotions, came Dumbledore's low voice, prompting Snape to finally return to his seat, his face still dark as he turned his irritated gaze upon Dumbledore. Dumbledore, feeling somewhat awkward under Snape's scrutiny, could only lower his voice in an attempt to soothe. The sorting hat possesses its own judgment. I believe it will provide you with a reasonable explanation. This was evidently not the answer Snape sought. However, in front of numerous students of varying ages, he felt it inappropriate to question Dumbledore further. He quickly regained his composure, adopting a neutral posture. Yet, the habitual hand concealed beneath his black robe remained tightly grasping a vial of potion he had brewed the previous night, the pressure seemingly capable of shattering the glass container. What transpired? Ian, having engaged in further conversation with the sorting hat and indulged in some gossip about the former Ravenclaw, found that when he finally removed the hat, all was calm. He turned to the faculty table, where Dumbledore smiled at him while Snape kept his head down, lost in thought. The atmosphere in the room appeared entirely normal. Your sorting is complete, Mr. Prince. Please return the sorting hat to its rightful place. As it will soon be time for the next young wizard to make their choice, Professor McGonagall softly reminded Ian. Certainly, Professor, Ian replied promptly, placing the sorting hat down and proceeding towards the Ravenclaw table, where he was warmly welcomed by the students, one boy even rising to shake his hand. The young man bore a distinctive badge, likely the head of Ravenclaw. Dietrich Wiggins, the sixth-year prefect, introduced himself, and Ian responded with a rare nod of seriousness. I am Ian Prince. I hope the upperclassmen will look after me in the future. He shook hands with each enthusiastic classmate before settling into the area designated for the young wizards. Of course, no problem at all. Perhaps this year we can afford to lose fewer points in potions, Prefect Dietrich replied with a cheerful demeanor. As one of the most intellectually gifted cohorts at Hogwarts, the young wizards of Ravenclaw are quick to discern intriguing anomalies. Zora Pagaro. Professor McGonagall called out the next student's name from the platform. The sorting ceremony continued unabated. As expected, the name that emerged last was that of Cho Chang, who, unaffected by the whims of history, was sorted into Ravenclaw, choosing to sit beside Ian. Compared to the other unfamiliar young wizards, her prior experience of sharing a boat with Ian made for easier conversation. I wager that Greengrass must be regretting her actions right about now. Cho remarked softly to Ian. Goodness, I never imagined your friend hailed from such a distinguished lineage. Although Cho was of Asian descent, she belonged to a pure-blood family and was evidently aware of Grindelwald's notoriety. Merlin shall bless Miss Greengrass. Have no worries, Ian thought, eagerly anticipating the meal, having only consumed breakfast that day. I hope she offers a sincere apology. That term was utterly insulting. It appeared that Cho was not particularly familiar with Daphne. Let us applaud all the first years. Albus Dumbledore stood after the sorting concluded, commencing his opening address. Due to the unfortunate circumstances surrounding Professor Hannibal last semester, he has been compelled to resign from his position at Hogwarts. Therefore, I am pleased to introduce the new defense against the dark arts professor, Professor Ronan Eric. With that, Dumbledore turned to a middle-aged wizard at the staff table, whose solemn countenance and slightly graying golden hair conveyed an air of gravity. Upon hearing his name mentioned, the professor acknowledged the students with a nod before resuming his serious demeanor. Do not be misled by our professor's stern demeanor. He is undoubtedly an expert in defense against the dark arts, and I believe he will prove to be an exceptional teacher and ally. Ian paid little attention to Dumbledore's introduction. After all, such an unfamiliar name likely indicated that the professor would remain at Hogwarts for merely a year. It was a mystery where Dumbledore found such transient staff each year. Indeed, transient. The defense against the dark arts class had once been cursed by the noseless Voldemort, and any wizard brave enough to assume this role often faced misfortune or calamity within a year, ranging from grievous injuries to untimely demise. The Triwizard Tournament was merely a diversion. Those who dared to take on the defense against the dark arts professorship were the true warriors and heroes. I trust everyone is feeling famished. Let us indulge in the feast together. As Ian neatly tied his napkin and began to wipe his plate with a paper towel, Dumbledore timely announced that the dinner would commence. He refrained from uttering the vague, nonsensical phrases typically associated with such occasions. Instead, with a mere clap of his hands, an array of sumptuous dishes materialized upon the empty plates along the long table. Roasted beef, leg of lamb, pork chops, roasted chicken, crispy potato chips, boiled potatoes, and baked potatoes were just a few of the many offerings, albeit prepared with a simplicity reminiscent of Muggle cuisine. Nonetheless, this did not detract from Ian's voracious appetite. His eyes gleamed with hunger. As the dinner began, all the students shifted into a frenzied mode of consumption. At that moment, numerous ghosts emerged from the castle's various corners, startling many of the newly admitted young wizards. Ian gazed curiously at these apparitions, each one possessing a translucent form, devoid of vibrant colors, starkly contrasting with the ethereal spirits from his dreams. "Young wizards, eat, eat, consume more," roared the ghosts, their laughter adding to the lively atmosphere of the feast. Nearly headless Nick, the Bloody Baron, and Fat Friar were among them, yet Ian could not spot Helena Ravenclaw's ghost. Perhaps she had not attended the feast in many years. He continued to indulge himself in the delectable fare. "I am Penelope Clearwater, another prefect of Ravenclaw, and I welcome you to our house," announced the female prefect shortly after the meal commenced, addressing Ian from across the table. She shared the same intelligence as her male counterpart, Dietrich. Hello, just call me Ian," he replied, his words slightly muffled as he stuffed a large pork chop into his mouth. "Very well, Ian. If you require any assistance, feel free to approach me," Penelope said with a warm smile, her eyes twinkling with anticipation for the potential joys of the new term. "Need any assistance?" Ian paused, taken aback. Is that really possible? He indeed had a matter that might benefit from the guidance of an upperclassman. The seasoned students, with their years of experience, could accomplish feats beyond the reach of a novice like himself. "Of course," Penelope replied, her smile unwavering. After a moment of contemplation, Ian set down his food. "Actually, this may seem a bit presumptuous, but I would like to ask if you could help me inquire whether there are any students in the school who have lost a sister." Ian had certainly not forgotten his promise to a friend. Penelope appeared momentarily taken aback. "For reasons that are somewhat difficult to articulate, this matter holds significant importance for me." Ian watched as the last piece of fried chicken on his plate was snatched away by the nearby young wizard. "No worries. I will inquire about it," Penelope readily agreed without further questioning. "Do you have any useful leads?" Penelope resumed her meal, presumably concerned about going hungry later that night. "The individuals I seek may be twins, or perhaps not. In any case, they are two brothers. They tragically lost a sister in the past, whose name should be Ariana, though I cannot be certain." Ian himself was unsure whether Ariana's brothers still attended the school. No one knows how long ago Ariana passed away, nor how many years she lingered in the ethereal realm. In fact, her name may not even be the one she bore in the mortal world. Much like Pandero, who forgot his original name and subsequently adopted a new one in the dreamlike realm, it is uncertain if Ariana's situation is analogous. Since we have a name, that simplifies matters. Leave this task to me. If there truly exists someone fitting the description within the school, I will undoubtedly assist you in uncovering their identity. The Ravenclaw prefect assured Ian with unwavering confidence. "I sincerely appreciate your assistance. It is a stroke of luck for us young wizards to have a prefect like Miss Clearwater." Ian expressed his heartfelt gratitude while also flattering her. "A minor issue," Penelope replied leisurely, gesturing an oak sign to Ian with a beaming smile, clearly pleased by his compliment. "You may call me Prefect Penelope. I prefer that those I find agreeable address me as such." The banquet continued. Autumn was evidently hungrier than Ian, as she had been diligently focusing on her meal since the commencement of the feast, scarcely interjecting in the conversations between Ian and Penelope, wholly engrossed in her battle with the food on her plate. Beside Ian sat a young wizard who was far swifter in snatching food than Ian, resulting in Ian having only a meager portion of fried chicken and fries. Once everyone had their fill and all the dishes had vanished, desserts were presented. However, the most delectable watermelon jelly, which Ian had set his sights on, was swiftly claimed by the quick-handed young wizard. He was left with only a serving of creamy chocolate pudding. After everyone had savored their post-meal sweets, all items from the long table, along with the plates, disappeared, and Dumbledore slowly rose to his feet once more. "Allow me to say a few final words," Dumbledore began after signaling for silence. "First-year students should take heed. The Forbidden Forest adjacent to the castle is a region off-limits to all year groups. Many of our senior students hope to keep this in mind. His voice was remarkably resonant, as if enchanted to amplify sound. Are there still perilous places near our school? Xiao Zhang seemed to regain her ability to speak after the meal, her tone laced with concern. Whether there is danger or not, I cannot say. I only know that if Dumbledore had not mentioned it, we might have remained unaware of the new map available for exploration nearby. Ian's perspective was quite novel. He glanced toward the Slytherin table, where his companion, Miss Grindelwald, was engrossed in her meal, her head bowed in concentration. You are even bolder than Gryffindor. Xiao Zhang pondered Ian's imaginative thinking. At that moment, Dumbledore assisted the school caretaker, Filch, in cautioning the students against casting spells in the corridors, particularly forbidding any defecation near Filch quarters. A wave of laughter erupted among the young wizards. As the laughter subsided, Dumbledore, adhering to tradition, led everyone in singing the Hogwarts school song. Hogwarts, 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 Hogwarts. Please impart some knowledge to us. The lyrics were simple and catchy, allowing everyone to choose their own melody, freely expressing themselves. At the Gryffindor table, a lively character even performed to the tune of a funeral march. Ian opted for the melody of Second-Hand Rose, astonishing the surrounding Ravenclaws, who promptly shuffled away to maintain a respectful distance. The joyful moments soon came to an end. Ian, still yearning for more, found Dumbledore announcing that it was time to return to the dormitories for rest. Under the guidance of the prefects from each house, the young wizards began to queue and exit. Ian waved at Aurora in the nearby Slytherin line. She hesitated for a moment before reciprocating with a wave of her own. Everyone continued to leave in an orderly manner, while the professors also departed. Once all the young wizards had vacated the hall, Professor McGonagall was preparing to return the sorting hat to the headmaster's office when a long hand suddenly snatched it from her grasp. What do you intend to do? I am Hogwarts' inviolable property. The sorting hat, seized by Snape, emitted a shrill cry sharper than that of a gopher. Save me. McGonagall. Help. Dumbledore. Dumbledore, turn back. The hall was left with only Snape, Dumbledore, and McGonagall as other professors had already departed. The sorting hat's desperate cries ultimately stirred Dumbledore's compassion. Professor Snape, as the sorting hat has stated, is one of Hogwarts' precious treasures, and none of us hold the right to damage it or engage in any other misconduct. Dumbledore, in the presence of others, has always refrained from addressing anyone by their name directly. His initial intention was to escort Snape to visit the unfortunate student who had just fainted. However, in the brief moment he took to adjust his beard, Snape had already laid hands on the sorting hat. To be frank, Snape's actions at this very moment, in Dumbledore's eyes, were not entirely unfavorable. They at least demonstrated that Ian held some significance in Snape's mind. This connection could serve as a tether to prevent Snape from plummeting into despair. I merely wish to give the sorting hat a bath, Snape stated expressionlessly, continuing to grasp the hat. The cesspool is not a bathroom. Release me, you detestable old bat. The sorting hat exclaimed in a cacophony. I suggest you refrain from speaking, Professor McGonagall advised, noticing Snape's expression darkening, and promptly gestured for silence at the hat. Ah, an old bat, is it? Even Merlin himself couldn't save you today, Snape remarked as he began to lead the sorting hat towards the restroom. Dumbledore raised his hand, hesitating to intervene. Dumbledore, save me. McGonagall, I watched you grow up. Please, save me. The sorting hat struggled, but lacked the strength to resist. It's Ian. It's Ian. I want to report him. That little wizard calls you that. I was merely imitating him. As the door loomed ever closer, the sorting hat could no longer contain itself. It had betrayed its own. Yet, the millennia of existence seemed to have left it oblivious to the consequences of treachery. Snape's expression darkened further, and his pace quickened. Let us see you take a bath in Ravenclaw's cesspool. Snape's tone was frigid. No. The sorting hat screamed in despair. Enough, Professor Snape. Do not terrify it further, Dumbledore interjected, his tone tinged with helplessness. In addressing Snape, he too felt a twinge of guilt. After all, he was the one who had initially promised Ian a place in Slytherin. Who could have anticipated that? Despite all observations suggesting he would be a quintessential Slytherin, he ended up in Ravenclaw. Dumbledore had even discreetly advised the sorting hat the previous night to give Ian special consideration. Yet, that child was still sorted into another house. Dumbledore certainly trusted the sorting hat's judgment, but Snape was evidently reluctant to accept this reality. I'm not jesting with it. Despite Snape's words, he ultimately halted his steps. Observing this, Dumbledore promptly interjected, urging for a moment's patience for the sorting hat, trusting in its ability to provide a sufficiently persuasive rationale. For it had never erred in judgment throughout the millennia. The headmaster's words elicited an approving nod from Professor McGonagall, who recognized that disrupting the sorting hat's function was, in essence, a transgression. As a devoted and diligent professor, she had long restrained her Gryffindor tendencies since assuming her role. Indeed, I have never erred. The Sorting Hat, too, began to vociferously defend itself. I rely solely on my eyes. Slytherin shall bestow upon him glory. He is inherently destined to be a Slytherin. Snape's mind wandered back to several encounters with Ian, encompassing the orphanage, the excavated floor of Hogsmeade, and Ian's myriad behaviors. In Snape's eyes, these instances continually evidenced that Ian would be a student of his esteemed house. Ambition, shrewdness, fortitude, and an understanding of honor. These distinctly precise traits led Snape to believe that even without any bias, Ian surpassed most of the Slytherin students he had previously mentored. Such traits are so glaringly evident. Where else could he possibly belong but Slytherin? Observe this year's intake of Slytherin students, each one more unimpressive than the last. Setting aside the offspring of Grindelwald, the others were perhaps the most lackluster cohort he had ever witnessed. One even fainted from excitement. Fainting from excitement. Should such a person not be consigned to Gryffindor? The more Snape pondered, the more irate he became, convinced that the Sorting Hat was purposefully vexing him. Even the progeny of Grindelwald had been misled. How could the cunning Ian not be a Slytherin? Silence shall not redeem you. Snape grasped the tip of the Sorting Hat, raising it high with a frigid tone. I am merely contemplating how to convey the extraordinary nature of the boy you have chosen. The Sorting Hat's voice bore a hint of uncertainty, its bravado faltering. I am listening. Yet if you were to extol his cleverness, astuteness, wisdom, fairness, erudition, and foresight, I assure you that I could also devise a means to ensure you forever carry the stench of a cesspool. Snape scoffed, well aware of the defining characteristics of each house's students. No, you cannot do this. Dumbledore, speak up. The Sorting Hat's expression grew increasingly alarmed. It possessed an intellect rivaling that of humans, with some claiming that Gryffindor had once left a fragment of its soul within it. These, of course, are mere rumors, unfounded assertions. Yet one thing is undeniably clear. The Sorting Hat possesses an acute awareness of a master of potions' true worth. Dumbledore cannot save you. It appears you are determined to play me for a fool. Snape's countenance was dark and brooding. In contrast to the young wizards from the various houses, as a professor, he was well versed in the intricacies of the Sorting Hat's rules. In fact, the young wizards themselves hold a modicum of influence over their future houses. Provided they embody certain qualities, the Sorting Hat will heed their requests. In Snape's view, every drop of Ian's blood ought to bear the mark of Slytherin. Even if Ian genuinely possesses the traits of a Ravenclaw, being placed in Slytherin would be entirely justifiable. Certainly not. That cannot be the case. If he were so utterly unremarkable, I would not hesitate to grant you this favor. I would certainly cast that young wizard into your Slytherin. Even a simple act of flattery would suffice. The wisdom of the Sorting Hat is evident. Of course, this may have been provoked by Snape's relentless pressure. Yet he was sorted into Ravenclaw. A cruel smile played upon Snape's lips. This was because Ravenclaw is the house most suited to him. The Sorting Hat cried out in urgency. There is no one more fitting for Ravenclaw than he. I have waited a millennium for Ravenclaw to find her heir. A mission entrusted to me by Gryffindor. His words did not satiate Snape's dissatisfaction. Ravenclaw has this year received the largest number of students. To Snape's surprise, he was counting even this. Those are merely students. Only students. You do not comprehend Ravenclaw. You have not witnessed her grace in her prime. For 1,000 years, no one has been worthy of becoming her true apprentice. The Sorting Hat's proclamation caused a shift in the expressions of Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. McGonagall's gaze sharpened slightly. Behind Dumbledore's spectacles, his eyes flickered with intrigue. They both understood the profound implications of an apprentice. It signifies the passing down of legacy, akin to the bond between a father and son among ancient wizards. As the Sorting Hat articulated, students may be numerous, yet apprentices are a different matter. Wizards only take those children as apprentices who they believe can venture further in the pursuit of magic than themselves, ensuring that after their passing, the apprentice can carry forth their knowledge to explore greater horizons. Are you suggesting that the child named Ian possesses the innate talent to become the apprentice of Lady Ravenclaw? Professor McGonagall's expression bore a hint of incredulous astonishment. Indeed, the Sorting Hat's voice rang out resoundingly. He shares the same qualities as Ravenclaw, qualities that none of you possess. Even you, Dumbledore, are lacking in this regard. The shout of the Sorting Hat caused Snape to furrow his brow in discomfort. Be silent, he commanded, unwilling to allow the hat to continue its discourse. How can you say such a thing? Professor McGonagall stepped forward to contest the Sorting Hat, not out of a desire to uphold Dumbledore's unassailable authority, but due to the current predicament. It was evident that only Dumbledore could save the situation. If the Sorting Hat were to be subjected to the muck of young wizards and smeared with potions by Snape that would leave an everlasting stench, the torment would not be limited to the hat alone. After all, Professor McGonagall was the one responsible for sorting the new students each year. Professor Snape, Professor McGonagall, please allow it to continue. Do you truly believe I am so petty as to compare myself with a mere child? Dumbledore interjected, halting Snape's actions and shaking his head in resignation at McGonagall. He then turned his curious gaze towards the Sorting Hat in Snape's hand. I maintain my stance. The judgment of the Sorting Hat is infallible. In fact, I concur with its assessment. At Ian's age, I was incapable of improving or creating magic. Dumbledore's words made McGonagall's pupils constrict slightly. A first year? Creating magic? She asked incredulously. Snape's expression also froze in shock. Blast! Didn't that fellow say Dumbledore merely toyed with him? How could the notion of creating and improving magic emerge? That child. McGonagall's voice trembled as she spoke. She certainly grasped the implications of Dumbledore's words while recalling the moment Ian was sorted, standing beside a young Grindelwald. Professor McGonagall hesitated to harbor malicious thoughts about the young wizards of Hogwarts, yet the rising tide of concern within her compelled her to glance anxiously at Dumbledore. This was precisely the scenario Snape sought to avoid. His lips were pressed tightly together, perhaps regretting his challenge to the Sorting Hat. There is no need for anxiety. They are good children, Professor McGonagall. We must have greater faith in our students. Dumbledore spoke softly. Yet, beneath his gentle demeanor lay subtle emotions that went unnoticed. If we approach them from the outset as villains, how can we assist them in evading the mire of evil? A profound statement indeed. It is my mindset that is flawed, McGonagall acknowledged with a nod of agreement. Snape secretly exhaled in relief. He was on the verge of discarding the Sorting Hat from his grasp. However, Professor Dumbledore, I am not suggesting that your magical prowess is lacking. Indeed, that young lad possesses remarkable magical talent. Yet that is not the reason he belongs in Ravenclaw. The Sorting Hat continued its incessant chatter, seemingly intent on persuading the assembly. Cease your roundabout explanations. Snape admonished sharply. It was you who rambled on endlessly. Do not place the blame on me. The Sorting Hat replied, its tone tinged with indignation. Observing the growing impatience among the gathered crowd, the Hat, known for its incessant prattling, dared not further test human patience. It is an attitude towards knowledge. The Sorting Hat proclaimed succinctly. Every Ravenclaw wizard is characterized by an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Professor McGonagall appeared perplexed, finding this argument unconvincing. Snape and Dumbledore shared a similar sentiment. However, unlike Snape's escalating impatience, Dumbledore remained attentively poised. I did not refer to a mundane pursuit or desire. Look at you all. Hence, I assert that you cannot comprehend her, which is why she endures a lifetime of misunderstood solitude. The Hat's voice took on a note of sorrow. Its timbre subtly altered. For millennia, despite the brilliance of all Ravenclaw students, the house's most distinctive trait has never been its thirst for knowledge. The Sorting Hat seemed to reminisce, lamenting and mourning. To stand atop the mountain of wisdom, one must possess not mere diligence, pride, intelligence, or effort, but rather an unabashed arrogance towards knowledge. Its words momentarily stunned the audience, yet it pressed on. Indeed, Ian embodies this quality. He evokes memories of the esteemed Rowena, both sharing a sufficient arrogance towards knowledge. It is knowledge that pursues them, becoming the path beneath their feet. Do not question my judgment. My decision is unequivocally correct. The Sorting Hat's crumpled visage faced Snape, delivering its emphatic declaration that resonated throughout the hall. Ian Prince is the epitome of a true Ravenclaw. I concede that Slytherin may lead him to glory, yet only Ravenclaw can guide him to greatness. The beginning of a grave transgression. The stars shone brilliantly. Silvery moonlight cascaded through the towering windows, flowing like a gentle stream through the night, illuminating a corner of the room, casting a soft silver glow upon the ancient stone walls and wooden structures. Do not crowd. Upperclassmen, please make way for the younger students. Just a moment. I was on the verge of plummeting to my demise. When will the school consider expanding the staircase? Those rigid professors truly lack flexibility. My father was right. Hogwarts is indeed perilous. The two prefects of Ravenclaw led the students back to the common room. As they traversed the lengthy corridor, the procession remained relatively orderly. But the spiraling staircase leading to the upper levels caught the first years off guard. Consequently, the once orderly line devolved into a chaotic throng reminiscent of holiday travelers, with everyone jostling one another, fearful of missing the opportunity to ascend the staircase in time to reach the common room. Blast it! Prefects, do something! An upperclassman just groped me. As they ascended, Ian, being of a more diminutive stature, dared to position himself at the front, only to find himself on the receiving end of several unwarranted advances from unknown assailants behind him. Perhaps, when one is a charming lad surpassing even Leonardo, it becomes quite challenging to safeguard one's virtue while out in the world. It's only the start of the term. What are you all doing? Behave yourselves. Penelope, the female prefect, admonished the older girls within the line, while the male prefect, Dietrich, swiftly pulled Ian to his side. Our students are generally bolder than those from other houses, Dietrich whispered to Ian, casting a stern glance at the troublesome witches and a few wizards behind them. The line continued its ascent, and soon, under the guidance of the two prefects, they reached the pinnacle tower. This was the exclusive common room for Ravenclaw students, a place some believed symbolized the wisdom of overseeing the world. Welcome once again to Ravenclaw. This will henceforth be your place for study and living. The two prefects halted before a bare wooden door. The door bore no handle and lacked any keyhole, resembling a simple plank of wood, with a bronze knocker embedded in its center. The knocker depicted a meticulously crafted eagle, adorned with the marks of time. After all, it belonged to a millennium-old institution, and calling it an artifact would be entirely justifiable. All house doors require a password for entry, but unlike other houses, we Ravenclaws must answer a question to pass through the door. This is a test of our intellect. With that, Penelope rapped on the door. Instantly, the bronze eagle sculpture appeared to come alive. It did not emit a bird's cry, but spoke in a gentle, measured tone, which holds greater power to change the world, knowledge or authority. A clearly defined philosophical quandary. The timbre of this alchemical creation is remarkably gentle, reminiscent of the essence of Nana Mizuki. Upon receiving the inquiry, the female head prefect, Penelope, did not immediately respond. You may begin, she designated Akazong. Me? Akazong appeared somewhat anxious, yet she stepped forth from the crowd, contemplating for a moment before providing her answer. I believe it is knowledge. For knowledge enlightens the heart and serves as the foundation for the world's progress, while power merely arises as a byproduct of that development. Despite her apparent restraint, her response resounded with conviction. That is indeed a valid point. As the words of the bronze eagle echoed, the door to the lounge swung open. Penelope gestured for Akazong to enter, promptly closing the door behind her. Ian, positioned near the front, attempted to follow but was halted. This is our welcoming custom, Penelope said with a warm smile as she rapped on the door once more. If you could choose a historical sage as your mentor, whom would you select? The gentle voice of the bronze eagle reverberated again. Rowena Ravenclaw. Ian glanced around. In this setting, could he articulate a second response? And the reason? Inquired the bronze eagle. Perplexed. That would constitute a second question. You may inquire about my reasoning upon my next visit. Ian shrugged. That makes sense. After a moment of contemplation, the door opened once more, and Ian hurriedly dragged his luggage inside. The door closed again. You are remarkably swift. Akazong, who had been admiring the lounge's decor, suddenly spotted Ian being granted entry. Lucky you, encountering such a straightforward question. Ian began to survey his surroundings. The lounge was adorned predominantly in shades of blue and bronze. Silk drapes in these hues hung from the walls, and the vaulted ceiling was painted with stars, harmonizing beautifully with the star-studded deep blue carpet below. Beside the door leading to the dormitories stood a towering statue of Rowena Ravenclaw, crafted from white marble, lifelike in detail, accompanied by a brief biography of a lady. Indeed, there are times when the questions can be quite challenging. It is said that some individuals have entered and exited the lounge dozens of times in a single day, merely to engage in a battle of wits with the bronze eagle. As a member of a pure-blood wizarding family, Akazong seemed quite knowledgeable about Hogwarts. I imagine this senior must have faced considerable depression after graduating. Ian stood before the statue of Ravenclaw, reading the accompanying text. Huh, why? Akazong, who had been examining the sofa, turned her head in confusion. His love seemingly culminated at the very moment of his graduation. Ian responded with a cheerful smile. It took Xiaozhan a moment to comprehend the implication behind Ian's words. Who would fall in love with a door? She couldn't help but stifle a laugh. At that moment, outside the door, another classmate successfully passed through, eliciting eager expressions from the other young wizards. As Xiaozhan had remarked, for students of Ravenclaw, pondering and answering questions is not a torment, but rather a delight, and with the progression of their studies, it may even evolve into a source of enjoyment. What door lacks a door leaf? The bronze eagle's riddle was cleverly rephrased by Ian. The questioning continued. The door swung open once more, and Ian observed yet another young wizard being admitted. He was somewhat astonished. Were the door knocker's riddles truly so convoluted? The question pool was indeed rather chaotic. Pondering this, Ian felt that the bronze eagle of his house was excessively lax. Perhaps he should devote some time in the future to persuade the bronze eagle to elevate its standards. For instance, employing more complex mathematics problems would be quite beneficial. After all, mathematics harbors no ambiguity. The questions presented during the first year did not daunt the newly admitted young wizards. They soon made their way to the common room. Subsequently, a male and a female prefect delivered speeches to assert their presence, both displaying commendable eloquence, which was met with enthusiastic applause in the common room. Satisfied, the two began assigning dormitories to the first-year students. This year, Ravenclaw's cohort comprised only 7 young wizards, perhaps due to the prefect's attentiveness or simply good fortune. After the 4 young wizards formed a dormitory, he found himself allocated to a 3-person room. By a stroke of luck, the boy who had made a lasting impression on Ian at the banquet, along with a green-haired lad, would become his roommates for the next 7 years. The decor of the dormitory mirrored that of the common room, with 5 desks aligned before the window and several beds adorned with plush drapes in front of them. Ian Prince, after stowing his suitcase beneath his bed, took the initiative to introduce himself to his roommates, who were busily unpacking their belongings. "William Smith, I remember you. It took you a full 10 minutes during the sorting ceremony." The green-haired boy bore a smattering of freckles, a feature beloved by many in the Western world. "Not much. Is it? Has it really been that long? I only recall having a casual conversation with the sorting hat." Ian appeared somewhat astonished as he shook hands with the freckled boy, William, who approached him. "I too felt that time had flown by. Perhaps the sorting hat had stolen some of our moments. This was possibly why it had endured for so long." A young wizard of African descent had also joined the conversation. "I am Michael Jordan," he introduced himself. "What a splendid name. You must be quite suited for playing Quidditch," Ian remarked, not one to hold grudges, until he witnessed the little Nick producing a large bag of fried chicken legs and fries from seemingly nowhere. "Would you like some?" "I secretly saved some during the feast," Michael announced, placing the hefty bag of food on the table, while he himself began to ravenously devour a chicken leg. "You possess a bag that has been enhanced with the extension charm. I read about them in extracurricular books." William, with his green hair, gazed in awe at the small pouch on Michael's bed. Ian, however, was fixated on the steaming chicken leg in Michael's hand. "Good heavens. Now I finally understand why the food in front of me vanished so swiftly. Yes, this was a gift from my mother a few days ago for my entrance to school," Michael replied, somewhat bashfully, as he continued to gnaw on the chicken leg. "For some reason, my mother has never allowed me to eat such things, yet they're truly delicious," he added, squeezing a bit of ketchup into his mouth. "A rather unique way to enjoy fries. My mother did not send me anything. She is an ordinary person without magic, while my father was a wizard. However, all the decisions in our household are made by my mother. She also manages the finances, perhaps because she is the more astute one. Unfortunately, our family is quite impoverished, and any money we have is spent on supporting my younger siblings." William hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to grab a handful of fries and began to eat them leisurely. "Half-blood, huh? That is not too bad. Although I come from a pure-blood family, I have never seen my father. He passed away shortly after my birth. It is said he fell in battle against the Dark One, and my mother often weeps as she recounts that he died at dawn." Michael's tone turned somber. Yet, this has not diminished his fervor for showcasing that chicken leg. Ian offered a measure of comfort. "Indeed, I have always known he loved us dearly. His involvement in that struggle was motivated by my birth. He sought to create a more secure future for me." Michael finally found himself choking back tears, unable to continue eating the chicken leg. "You are certainly better off than I. I am an orphan and have never known my parents," Ian chimed in, joining the lamentation within the dormitory. It was, predictably, a gathering of sorrows. He garnered 2 pairs of sympathetic eyes. "You truly are pitiful. Here, have some chicken legs." Both individuals were somewhat humbled, and Michael even offered Ian a chicken leg. Compared to indulging in such late-night snacks, he secretly yearned for a few watermelon jellies. "No, thank you. I'm on a diet," Ian replied, shaking his head in refusal. His gaze drifted to Michael's bed, where the empty bag clearly suggested it no longer concealed any watermelon jellies. Michael probably had consumed them all at the banquet. "You're so thin, and you still want to lose weight?" William exclaimed, his eyes widening. "If I were you, I would eat more. You're far too skinny." Michael nodded in agreement, shoving the chicken leg he had offered Ian into his own mouth. "I have to eat. My mother says I'm still growing." It must be said that his appetite was indeed considerable. "I need to review the material from my textbooks. I don't want to be unable to answer the professor's questions in class tomorrow." William organized his belongings and pulled out his textbook. He switched on a small desk lamp and sat down, diligently opening the book. "You really don't need to stress so much. Even children from pure-blood families don't study magic before school. As long as we pay attention in class, we'll be fine." After satisfying his hunger, Michael made his way to the washroom. That makes sense. Ian felt that black was correct. However, William clearly had his own convictions, engrossed in his studies at the desk, seemingly reviewing material related to history of magic. What brings you to the desk as well? Michael emerged from the washroom to find Ian seated at a desk. I'm just writing a letter home to avoid worrying the adults at the orphanage. They are very kind people. Ian displayed the paper on his desk. Michael leaned in with skepticism and confirmed that Ian was not the type to secretly deceive his roommate. He was indeed writing a letter with a quill pen. Dear Principal Elena, I have settled in well at Hogwarts School for Gifted Youngsters. The students here are very friendly, and the professors are exceptional experts in their respective fields. I hope you will not worry. Please tell Daniel and Joy that no one has bullied me because of my background. The academic atmosphere in the entire school is very rich. The letter remained unfinished. Michael merely glanced at it without scrutinizing it closely. Perhaps I should write a letter to my mother tomorrow, he mused thoughtfully, yawning before heading to his bed. He collapsed into slumber. This, too, could be considered a kind of talent. Amidst the resounding snores of his exceptionally gifted roommate, William donned earplugs and persevered with his studies, while Ian meticulously pondered his choice of words as he composed a letter to the orphanage, assuring them of his well-being. Due to the peculiar nature of Hogwarts and the confounding enchantments imposed upon several adults at the orphanage, he endeavored to disguise Hogwarts as a prestigious institution for Muggle elites. This was no simple task. For the lifestyle of elite school, students relied solely on his imagination. A careless misstep could result in the absurdity of wealthy individuals dining on extravagant portions of braised chicken rice. The gentle scratch of the quill resonated in the stillness. The glow of William's small lamp was notably bright, perhaps a modified Muggle device. Under its light, Ian concentrated on completing his letter before retiring to bed after a refreshing wash. William continued to toil away in solitary diligence. Outside, a gentle patter of rain began to fall. In the serene quiet of the night, faint flashes of lightning streaked across the sky, and amidst the fleeting, dim light outside the window, an unusual pair of eyes observed the dormitory. This peculiar creature, hanging upside down beneath the eaves, its blue wings pressed against the tiles, resembled both a reptile and an enormous butterfly. It remained concealed, fixated on the interior of the Ravenclaw dormitory. Within its small, unique eyes, the sleeping form of Ian was reflected. The school year commenced. The first class awaited. Soon, the rain poured in torrents, cascading down the castle's towering spires and winding walls, as the night sky appeared to be torn asunder by an unseen hand, with brilliant flashes of lightning piercing the darkness, accompanied by the deafening roars of thunder. The lightning illuminated the castle in a flickering dance, while the enigmatic creature continued to hide beneath the eaves amidst the downpour. It gazed intently at Ian within the dormitory, restless and poised for action. The feeble windows of the Ravenclaw dormitory were clearly inadequate to thwart its entry. However, at that moment, a sharp, melodious cry pierced the air. A fiery red figure burst forth amid the lightning, akin to a ray of dawn piercing the gloom. The peculiar creature, sensing a threat, flapped its wings violently. It moved with the grace of a flying manta ray, and the crimson form pursued relentlessly, until both extraordinary beings vanished into the night in the blink of an eye. All returned to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. The rain continued to fall. It was not until the following morning that, with the retreat of the deep night and the raging storm, the sky began to gently unveil its heavy black curtain. Raindrops transitioned from a rapid and torrential downpour to a sparse drizzle, eventually coming to a halt, leaving only droplets gently sliding off the eaves and leaves, producing a melodious patter. On the horizon, a gentle hue of blue and purple subtly spread, heralding the dawn of a new day. Why are you still asleep? William, with his verdant hair, was the last to awake, yet paradoxically the first to rise in the dormitory, even earlier than Ian, who was renowned for his extreme discipline. On the first day of school, do you wish to be tardy? I have heard that Hogwarts does not permit latecomers into the library. William's voice failed to stir the slumbering Ian, but his hands shaking Ian's shoulders proved effective. As Ian emerged from his dreams, the first sight that greeted him was a cascade of green hair. Where did this sea of verdant grass come from? Ian pushed aside William's head. Some of his companions, still not fully awake, sat up in bed. That's my hair. Hair, William mumbled as he turned to rouse Michael, yet his efforts bore little fruit. For Michael's sleep quality was notably superior to that of others. Perhaps a slap would do the trick. Ian yawned as he sat at the edge of his bed, contemplating William's hair. Given that green offers almost no protection against ultraviolet light, and mammals lack the ability to synthesize green pigments, it is highly improbable for humans to possess naturally green hair. Thus, it was evident that William's ancestors likely engaged in perilous magical transformations akin to Voldemort's noseless visage. merging bloodlines not belonging to mammals. Perhaps they were reptiles or amphibians, either egg-laying or live-bearing. What a splendid idea. Unbeknownst to William at that moment, Ian was tracing the lineage of his ancestors. He took Ian's suggestion to heart and abruptly slapped Michael's chest. Thud! Michael sat up with wide eyes. I meant to slap his face, not break his ribs. Ian was taken aback, beginning to think that his green-haired roommate perhaps belonged in Gryffindor rather than Ravenclaw. I simply believe this method would be more efficient and possibly more courteous, William replied sheepishly, attempting to pat Michael's chest in apology. I don't want politeness. I just want to survive. Michael exclaimed in terror, recoiling. He was more awake than anyone else, practically bursting with energy. Adrenaline personified. My apologies, William said earnestly, which slightly improved Michael's expression. Next time, please slap my face. My mother often wakes me up that way, so don't worry about being impolite. As Michael watched Ian dash into the restroom, seizing the opportunity for its use, he could only rub his slightly aching chest while repeatedly advising William. With that interlude behind them, the three young wizards quickly washed up and made their way to the great hall for breakfast. The offerings included oatmeal, bread rolls, orange juice, pickled fish, eggs and bacon, toast, buttered jam bread, and cornflakes. These are the quintessential breakfast items at Hogwarts. Nutritious and delicious, the meal was further enhanced by Ian's favorite, refreshing lemonade, which invigorated him and prompted a competitive spirit among his two roommates regarding their breakfast consumption. Unsurprisingly, the robust Michael emerged victorious in this contest, with Ian in second place, while William found himself at the bottom of the rankings. The green-haired boy attributed his lackluster performance to the chicken leg he had devoured the previous night. Friends, the chicken leg is blameless. Michael seemed to still savor the delectable flavors from the night before. Once satiated, Ian and his companions hurried to the 7th floor for their first class of the term. Professor Minerva McGonagall's Transfiguration class, shared with the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students. Each lesson paired two houses together, without a fixed combination. This arrangement fostered a spirit of competition and camaraderie between the two houses and indicated that the annual influx of new students to Hogwarts was not particularly large. Despite the bustling classroom, even with the combined freshmen from both houses, the total number barely exceeded 30. To their surprise, a cat was lounging on the podium. Upon entering the classroom, the trio spotted a calico cat resting atop the teacher's desk. As the legendary scene unfolded before him, Ian, who had eagerly anticipated this moment for over a week, swiftly retrieved the freeze-dried raw meat he had prepared. However, he was a moment too late. Oh, a little kitty. So soft and sweet. This must belong to the professor. Michael began to hum a tune, using his mysterious agility to dart in front of Ian, eager to pet the cat first. Good morning, Professor McGonagall. Just as Michael was about to seize the moment, Ian made a decisive move. As he leaned slightly towards the cat, he discreetly tucked the freeze-dried meat back into his robes. What? Before Michael could react, Professor McGonagall had already transformed back into her human form. Gazing at the stern-faced older woman, little Blackie found his hand awkwardly suspended in mid-air, visibly at a loss. Good eye, Mr. Prince. Professor McGonagall paid no heed to the increasingly crimson Michael. Casting a peculiar glance at Ian, she hesitated momentarily before offering him a gentle admonition. Although there was no explicit prohibition against eating during class, consuming food that had begun to spoil could jeopardize one's health. And I would not advise excessive frugality in this regard. Her expression grew even more curious as she spoke, for she sensed that Ian's demeanor had not suggested a desire for snacks. Suddenly, the atmosphere brightened with astonishment as a cat transformed into a person before the eyes of the young wizards in the classroom. A cat. The cat has turned into a professor. Goodness, I was just thinking of capturing it to take back to our dormitory. How cool. I wish to become a turtle. One that can live for 1,000 years. The initial shock of this magical revelation captivated the young witches and wizards. And even Professor McGonagall couldn't suppress a slight smile. Every professor at Hogwarts understood the importance of igniting the students' interest in learning. Had it not been for the forgotten mealtime, she would have been less tolerant of any distractions during her class. After reminding Ian, Professor McGonagall gestured for him and the others to choose their seats. The spacious classroom was not lacking in desks and chairs. Yet it was evident that the 30-odd young wizards could scarcely fill even half of them. Good morning, everyone. I am Minerva McGonagall, and I shall be your transfiguration teacher for the coming years. After a brief self-introduction and a request for silence, she continued. Transfiguration is a complex and wondrous branch of magic, highly practical in both daily life and combat. With that, she waved her wand, and in an instant, the podium beside her transformed into a ferocious leopard. The creature roared, sending the young wizards into a frenzy of screams. Michael and William's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, while Ian's gaze sparkled like emeralds. Transfiguration, my lifelong rival. When will I attain such mastery? The leopard, appearing vividly alive, leapt about the classroom for a while before reverting to an unremarkable podium at the flick of McGonagall's wand. Did she just turn a desk into a leopard and then back into a desk? Michael suddenly whispered to Ian and William. What else could it be? Ian and William responded, their faces a picture of bewilderment. What if this professor had transformed a leopard into a table in advance, and then, right before our eyes, reverted it back to a leopard and then into a table again? Black's perspective on the matter seemed rather unique. Ian was left speechless. At that moment, Professor McGonagall, unaware of being embroiled in a conspiracy theory, began to softly address the eager young wizard's yearning to master the art of transfiguration. Transforming furniture into animals is a subject reserved for upper-year students. Her method to ignite their desire for learning was simple yet remarkably effective. A young wizard, brimming with anticipation, raised their hand. Professor, if I learn transfiguration, can I turn my brother into a rainbow pony? This was a rather endearing Hufflepuff girl with round glasses. Her inquiry caused Ian to whip his head around in surprise. Whose minion is this? Why is she not in Slytherin? Transfiguration is prohibited on similar beings, Miss Laura. I hope you will abandon this perilous notion, Professor McGonagall warned sternly. While you might find the previous scene amusing, in truth, transfiguration can be regarded as one of the most dangerous forms of magic you will encounter during your studies. The voice of the elder cat lady was not particularly loud, yet it resonated clearly with everyone. The act of transforming one object into another is inherently perilous. It is known that 16 magical creatures have been birthed from the failures of wizards in transfiguration, including the infamous harpy from Greece. Poor souls, due to their lack of caution, have condemned themselves and their descendants to a life of suffering. This, however, is one of the more fortunate outcomes of transfiguration mishaps. Professor McGonagall scanned each young wizard present, her words laden with profound significance, leaving ample space for unsettling contemplation. Thus, caution must always be your foremost principle as you embark on your journey to master transfiguration. I have no desire to hear of you becoming cautionary tales in textbooks. Her grave admonition caused a ripple of nervousness among the young wizards in the classroom. If I could turn into a Hungarian horntail, I wouldn't mind if I couldn't turn back, William murmured beside Ian, prompting Ian to glance at him several times. Truly, what a character suspected of having a creature-like lineage. I trust you have recognized the dangers of transfiguration. Now, let me guide you in appreciating its allure. Let us commence with the classic challenge of turning a matchstick into a needle. Indeed, the first challenge faced by the newcomers in Transfiguration class is invariably the iconic matchstick. With Professor McGonagall's distribution, each student received a matchstick. Ian, too, gazed at his personal panel and could not help but let out a slight sigh. Transfiguration, Level 0, 3,850. Although he had engaged in relevant practice recently, his progress remained lamentably minimal. A single lesson seemed insufficient to propel him across the threshold. It was imperative to remember that every incantation must be articulated with precision, while simultaneously conjuring an image of the desired transformation in one's mind. Once Professor McGonagall concluded her instruction, she prompted the class to commence their practice. Veda verto. Ian recalled the content from the textbook and endeavored to envision the structure of a steel needle. However, as with many prior attempts, the match quivered and distorted, ultimately failing to metamorphose into the desired form. Time continued to elapse. The surrounding students were diligently engaged in their studies and experiments, and soon, William emerged as the first to successfully conjure a needle, earning 5 points for Ravenclaw from Professor McGonagall's approving gaze. Perhaps spurred by a sense of competition, or perhaps by the allure of points, the students of Ravenclaw began to achieve success in their tasks, and the Hufflepuffs also witnessed their own accomplishments. As Michael, known as Black, neared success, Ian found himself increasingly restless. Professor, he raised his hand. Mr. Prince, do you have a question? Professor McGonagall immediately turned her attention to him. Having observed Ian's efforts at transfiguration, though his match had not exhibited significant change, this seemed somewhat at odds with what Dumbledore had suggested. I am encountering a bit of a dilemma. Ian had indeed longed to seek Professor McGonagall's assistance. Please, go on, she replied with a slight nod. It is well known that the primary constituents of wood are cellulose, hemicellulose, pectin, and lignin, while iron is primarily composed of iron atoms. Ian did not glance at the bewildered classmates beside him, who muttered about this so-called common knowledge, but instead addressed Professor McGonagall with utmost seriousness. I have been diligently attempting to transform each component of wood into iron atoms, but it is exceedingly challenging. He found himself perplexed by the seemingly effortless success of the other young witches and wizards. It was not only the young sorcerers who exhibited expressions of confusion. Even Professor McGonagall's eyes widened in surprise. It appears you have delved into alchemy to some extent. She regarded Ian with an odd look, as if she had scrutinized him multiple times. However, this knowledge did not seem to aid his studies in transfiguration. After a brief pause, Professor McGonagall, with her keen gaze, addressed Ian, "Mr. Prince, how do you perceive the magic of wizards?" Her tone was notably earnest. Magic emanates from the wizard themselves, rooted in the power of belief, and it embodies a response to the longings of the soul. After a moment of contemplation, Ian articulated his current understanding. Professor McGonagall cast a surprised glance at him. Indeed, it appeared that what Dumbledore had said was true. Yes, you are absolutely correct. Magic is the manifestation of the spirit, as well as the echo of imagination. Your failures stem from merely distorting matter. Professor McGonagall employed a novel vocabulary to elucidate the nature of magic, simultaneously revealing the reason behind Ian's slow progress in transfiguration. Does the echo of imagination not require a tangible medium? Is this not akin to mere distortion of matter? Ian felt as though he was nearing the truth. It eluded his grasp. Of course, there's a distinction, my child. Distorting matter merely attempts to convert one substance into another through magical means. And this is not the source of a wizard's power. A flicker of complexity and struggle flashed in McGonagall's eyes as she regarded Ian. After a considerable pause, she seemed to arrive at a decision, her gaze softening. Typically, I do not impart perilous knowledge to young wizards, but Mr. Prince, I believe you genuinely require proper guidance in this regard. I cannot stand by and watch you stray from the path. McGonagall glanced at the bewildered students surrounding her, then turned her attention to Ian, whose eyes brimmed with curiosity. In a gentle tone, she began to speak. Remember, we wizards do not merely distort matter. We bestow new rules upon it. Ancient wizards believed in a saying that remains applicable even in today's era. As she spoke, McGonagall raised her wand, and luminescent words emerged from its tip. The young wizards present gazed in confusion, captivated by the shimmering characters that floated in the air like fireworks. Yet none could decipher them. Wizards are akin to deities. The radiant characters reflected in Ian's eyes, inscribed in ancient runes by McGonagall, seemed to unveil a vast expanse of understanding before him. The wheels of history began to turn. Wizards are akin to deities. How enlightening, how profound, yet how simple. The mist that had long plagued Ian dissipated silently at this moment, revealing that the path ahead was not merely a solitary ascent to the summit, but also the breathtaking vistas that lay beyond the clouds. Wizards are akin to deities. It was evident that this comparison likened wizards to possessing divine power, thus endowing matter with rules, a natural prerogative for wizards. Since new rules have been established, one might wonder why transfiguration ultimately loses its efficacy. Ian refrained from voicing his inner doubts. For in the next moment, he found clarity within himself. The wizards are akin to deities. The essence of these deities lies in the innate magical powers possessed by the wizards. This magic is inherently theirs, representing a profound manifestation of power returning to the self. Any form of material distortion or the redefinition of a material's shape originates from the active engagement of magic, which, as a divine force, twists and rewrites the decrees of the creator. When magic is present upon the transformed object, it can be perceived as new rules superseding the old, allowing for unfettered alteration of everything. However, if detached from the wizard, magic will inevitably wane and fade, possibly due to the self-correcting nature of the material world or other unknown factors. Ultimately, when a magic that alters an object diminishes, the rules it imposed will naturally revert to their original state, akin to how Lily Potter's transfiguration ceased to function at the moment of her demise. For the source of her magic was no longer extant. Even if it had not been entirely depleted, transfiguration could not be sustained. Perhaps it is not merely a depletion, but rather a return of magic? Ian understood that to validate this hypothesis, he would need to demonstrate it through a successful transfiguration. Vera Verto. Ian once again grasped his wand and cast the transfiguration spell upon the matchstick resting on the table. This time, he cast aside convoluted thoughts and envisioned himself as the creator. Successful transfiguration achieved. Transfiguration level increased. Ian's personal panel underwent a transformation, mirroring that of the matchstick, which transformed into a slender iron needle adorned with exquisite patterns. The execution of the spell was exquisite, a perfect comprehension. Professor McGonagall, despite her prior expectations, could not help but exclaim in astonishment upon witnessing Ian's transfigured creation. It seems the Sorting Hat truly made no mistake. Is this the heir of Ravenclaw, returning after a millennium? Ian, you are simply remarkable, Michael exclaimed joyfully, applauding beside him. With one leader taking the initiative, the surrounding students, whether willing or not, followed suit in applause. After all, they were from the Eagle House and the Badger House. When a fellow student from their own house accomplished the task, the Ravenclaw students felt no jealousy. Such a moment of joy naturally elicited laughter from the Hufflepuffs as well. What exactly had the professor written just moments ago? Was a unique technique of transfiguration? How infuriating! I did not catch a glimpse. The conversation between Ian and the professor still left everyone in a state of perplexity. Many of the young eagles from Ravenclaw felt a sense of regret, believing they had missed a particularly enlightening lesson. Thank you, Professor. Ian expressed his gratitude to Professor McGonagall. I think I understand, yet my inquiries remain partially unanswered. He then fixated on the delicate needle resting on his desk, deep in contemplation. The study of transfiguration is an endless journey. At least you have made commendable progress thus far, Professor McGonagall acknowledged, proceeding to assist the remaining students who had yet to complete their transformations. The classroom buzzed with activity. Many young wizards who had successfully transformed their assignments were repeatedly attempting to revert and retransform, while Ian remained transfixed by the needle before him. A fraction of his magical essence lay dormant, yet it undeniably persisted within him. Ian sensed the connection between himself and the needle on his desk. Clearly, while his magical energy had not been genuinely depleted, the influence it harbored continued to sustain the needle's form. He could distinctly perceive that if he severed this connection, a sliver of his magic would immediately awaken, yet the effect imposed upon the needle would simultaneously dissipate. The iron needle would revert to a matchstick. This was an undeniable truth. The potential impact of each magical essence is inherently limited. When I exert a continuous influence on reality, the potency contained within that magic is released into the tangible world. The level of a wizard's magical prowess determines the magnitude of the influence within their magic, which elucidates why a higher magical level on a personal panel equates to greater magical strength. On the first day of term, Ian gained a deeper understanding of magic. This, however, did not imply that his prior comprehension had been wholly erroneous. Rather, it was a matter of having strayed from the path, unable to perceive the more fundamental aspects of magic. This realization was intrinsically linked to the magic Ian had been studying. Existing magic represents the culmination of others' insights and discoveries. It belongs to a realm where one need only study the results of others to reach the territories already traversed. Thus, Ian had been perpetually exploring the creations of others. Whether spells or the ancient language of wizards, they all aim to better harness the influence of magic, directing it towards predetermined outcomes. The killing curse directs to death. The incendio spell leads to flames, and so forth. Amidst this learning, even though Ian had come to recognize the limitations of spells and the broader possibilities inherent in ancient texts, he had overlooked the fact that magic itself embodies boundless potential. The incantations, like the Nivens, are merely tools, guiding one along the path. Ian found his thoughts becoming increasingly lucid, realizing that, just as Professor McGonagall had stated, the wizard's magic is the very foundation of divinity. The exercise of influence is the true gateway to the heavens. Vera Verdo. Ian sought to validate his understanding, and once more whispered the spell. Before his eyes, the gleaming silver needle on the table began to transform, as if being peeled away layer by layer, morphing into tendrils of green smoke. Wow, it's smoke. How cool. It's the same color as the underwear my sister wore this morning, exclaimed the surrounding young wizards in awe. Professor McGonagall, who had turned at the sound, suddenly jolted, her previously amiable expression morphing into one of alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised her wand. Transfiguration cease. The spell's effect was overwhelmingly potent. The drifting smoke instantly reverted to the original matchstick. Ian sensed the return of that influence, his gaze rising in confusion, only to meet the furious visage of Professor McGonagall, now resembling a wrathful lioness charging towards him. Mr. Prince, Azkaban has no age restrictions. Professor is absolutely right. Not just Ian, but all the young wizards in the classroom were bewildered, unsure why Professor McGonagall had suddenly erupted in anger. Was it merely the production of a cloud of green smoke? I recall reminding you all before class that caution is the foremost principle in the study of transfiguration. Professor McGonagall glared at Ian with eyes that seemed ready to ignite with fury. Yet, it is evident, Mr. Prince, that you have not firmly grasped this concept. The stern expression of the elderly cat lady exuded an air of formidable authority, causing Ian to instinctively withdraw slightly. I apologize, Professor. I merely had a sudden impulse to experiment. Ian felt he had been quite cautious. He was merely attempting to transform the matchstick into mist resembling the elixir of youth. He had even suppressed the urge to turn it into a mist of amortentia. Was that not cautious enough? Furthermore, this spontaneous experiment had not succeeded. Ian could sense that while the smoke indeed bore the color of the elixir of youth, it lacked the unique properties of the potion. Perhaps his current level of transfiguration was insufficient. Transfiguration level 3, 6,800. Following Professor McGonagall's earlier guidance and insights, Ian's transfiguration had undergone a remarkable leap, which explained his ability to alter the smoke. Yet, clearly, the third level of transfiguration did not support Ian's imaginative ventures. Even items potentially imbued with magical traces proved difficult to transform. It remained uncertain whether extraordinary and legendary traits could compensate for this limitation. Have you ever contemplated the consequences if other young wizards inadvertently inhaled your fumes? Professor McGonagall's expression softened slightly upon hearing Ian's apology, yet she remained exceedingly grave. It could be fatal, Ian succinctly responded. Fully aware of the potential dangers posed by transfiguration smoke, he had no intention of using his classmates as subjects for experimentation. In truth, Ian could distinctly sense that, as long as he refrained from actively negating that influence, the effects of transfiguration might persist for an extended period, possibly outlasting the lifespans of many young wizards. Given this knowledge, why would you engage in such perilous experimentation? Professor McGonagall's gaze fixed intently on Ian, her eyes betraying a hint of underlying concern. Could it be that Hogwarts was about to welcome another exceptionally gifted troublemaker? At that moment, I had not considered the ramifications. My mind was consumed with the mysteries of transfiguration, pondering whether objects could be transformed into gas or liquid. Aware that this was not the time for bravado, Ian chose to exercise the art of language, revealing only half the truth. Upon hearing this, Professor McGonagall paused momentarily, her expression softening slightly. "Very well, Mr. Prince. The occurrence of such a situation evidently reflects my oversight," she sighed, her tone tinged with regret. I did not anticipate that a young wizard could achieve such profound transformations in the first lesson. There were certain concepts I intended to introduce later in the curriculum. It seems that, in order to prevent similar incidents from occurring, I must revise my teaching materials. As she spoke, Professor McGonagall surveyed the classroom filled with young wizards. There are significant aspects within transfiguration that you must be aware of, aside from the Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration that you will learn later. There are also critical cautions to heed as you delve deeper into this art. At this juncture, she cast a look of astonishment at Ian before continuing. "What Mr. Prince has just demonstrated is precisely the kind of peril you must remain vigilant against. Transforming objects into gas and liquid can be exceedingly hazardous. Much like the smoke we just witnessed, should someone inhale it, the spell could spiral out of control or fail, resulting in countless splinters wreaking havoc within the veins and lungs of the inhaler." Professor McGonagall's earnest tone resonated with a didactic intent. Just then, a faint murmur broke the silence of the classroom. "Isn't that quite impressive?" Ian turned abruptly to find the source of the chatter was none other than the charming little witch who wished to transform her brother into a rainbow pony. He could not help but verify the class schedule once more. Indeed, today's lessons were with Hufflepuff. "Certainly impressive, Miss Laura," but Professor McGonagall's expression was unusually grave. It was akin to an act of murder. Perhaps only that individual, coincidentally present at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies, might survive. "I shall not permit anyone to treat another in such a manner. Who dares to jest about such matters? Dismissal will no longer be the most severe punishment for them." Professor McGonagall's voice was deliberate, imbued with a stern warning. The young witches and wizards fell silent, intimidated by the professor's somewhat fearsome presence. Ian also buried his head, refraining from retorting. "Mr. Prince, you have accomplished what many upperclassmen struggle to achieve. Your progress exceeds my expectations. I hope you will remain mindful of the principle of caution." Professor McGonagall earnestly advised Ian, her tone less severe than at the outset. She then glanced at the clock on the classroom wall and announced the end of class. Finally liberated from the serious atmosphere, the young wizards quickly retreated. Professor McGonagall was tidying the materials on her lectern, observing Ian, William, and Michael as they exited the classroom. She opened her mouth, but ultimately hesitated. "Ian, you must teach me." Goodness, Professor McGonagall was truly terrifying just now. "I hereby declare her the most fearsome professor," chattered the two roommates, clamoring to indulge in more food to replenish their brains. As the term had just commenced, the schedule was not overly packed. Following the morning's transfiguration class, they would not encounter the next lesson until the afternoon, a nightmare in the hearts of many Hogwarts students, potions class. I still need to send a letter. You go on ahead. Ian had already tucked the written letter into his robe, recalling that the Ollery was located in the West Tower of Hogwarts. Perhaps it wasn't too far? After bidding farewell to his 2 roommates, Ian inquired about the way from a helpful upperclassman, who even offered to take him on a night tour of the castle. The more he listened, the more uneasy he felt. Why would night tour require chocolate sauce and new clothes? I am merely 11. Is there no protection for minors at Hogwarts? Grateful yet apprehensive in the face of the enthusiastic upperclassman, Ian hurriedly took his leave, fleeing to the Ollery. The Ollery was situated at the very top of the West Tower of Hogwarts Castle. Students needed to ascend a narrow spiral staircase to reach this location. The Ollery was a circular stone chamber, uniquely designed and steeped in an ancient ambience. The floor was strewn with straw, owl droppings, and remnants of mice regurgitated by the owls. At the apex of the Ollery, hundreds of owls perched on their roosts. The varieties of owls are remarkably diverse. One cannot fathom why those young wizards feel compelled to procure their own owls. I request the delivery of a letter to the Woos orphanage. Ian selected a petite barn owl, retrieving a rather stale piece of freeze-dried food. He had distinctly tasted it just last week. The owl accepted this task, yet declined to consume Ian's offering. Just as Ian was about to depart, he noticed a scattering of straw and a mouse, likely a reserve from the shed, trembling in the corner. Several owls curiously encircled it, yet none dared to feast upon it. The pitiful creature inspired a sudden whim. Ian drew forth his wand. Vera Verdo. Under the influence of magic, some straw transformed into a vibrant orange gas, silently wafting towards the quivering mouse's nostrils, akin to air. The mouse remained blissfully unaware. At that moment, Vera Verto, Ian felt the connection with his transfigured creation and initiated a secondary transformation. In the next instant, countless sharp steel needles erupted violently from the mouse's body. Flesh tore and blood splattered. The mouse in the corner scarcely had time to scream before it met its end, while the owls, startled, flapped their wings and retreated from the suddenly mutated, spiked mouse. There remains considerable room for improvement. Henceforth, this magic shall be dubbed the Prince's Death Curse. Ian felt a surge of excitement. His inspiration stemmed from Professor McGonagall's insights, which led to this spontaneous experiment. He recognized the validity of her previous admonitions, particularly her reminder that caution is paramount. Now, as he endeavored to devise a new magical offensive, he prudently addressed the possibility of the inhaler surviving at Street Mungo's hospital for magical maladies and injuries. Truly, the guidance of a proficient instructor is indispensable.